Apple, this guy again. Hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. I'm your host, the Nerd Man, and today I'm going to be actually doing things a little bit old school today because I'm going to be reacting to an article that's just come out about Josh Whedon. Josh Whedon has finally come out and said his apparent side to what went on the Justice League set. Now, I read a bit of it already, like a tiny bit, but most of it I'm going to be reacting live with you. And I've got to say that, the bit that I read was pretty fucking absurd in what Josh Whedon had to say. Now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, as I always do, and read the whole article, read it in context, and try and understand contextually why he's saying the things he's saying. But I've got to say, people know I have my issues with Ray Fisher, but I never thought it was like there was no basis to what he was saying. I just thought the way he was going about doing and revealing these things was a bit over the top, and I don't think he provided anything to date that has shown me that he suffered some terrible racism within the Justice League, the production of Justice League, essentially. So again, I'm just going to read this article. During the shooting of Justice League, pardon me. But again, I'm going to read this article with you guys. Hey, man, I know. I'm going to read this article with you guys and see what he has to say. So, share the screen. The article is called "The Undoing of Josh Whedon" by Leela Shapiro. The Buffy creator, once an icon of Hollywood feminism, is now an outcast accused of misogyny. How did he get here? So, in the fall of 2002, 160 scholars convened at the University of East Anglia in Norwich, England. They were an eclectic group: theologians, philosophers, linguists, film professors, and they had descended on the medieval city for a conference dedicated to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, a cult television show about a teenage girl who fights monsters while attending high school in Southern California. It was not a typical academic gathering. There were life-size cutouts of the eponymous heroine, as well as Buffy-themed chocolates, action figures, and in the welcome bags, exfoliating moisturizers. Buffy the Backside Slayer. Professors stalked around in long black leather coats, like the vampire Spike, Buffy's enemy, and later her lover. Now, I don't know why anybody would be taking Buffy the Vampire that seriously. I don't know. Even when it came out at the time, I was not like, I thought it was an okay show, but I don't know what the big hoopla was about that show ever. In fact, I've never known what the big hoopla is about anything Josh Whedon's ever done. I think he's a very, very average director who is quite good at writing some humorous, funny lines. I think he's probably one of the best of the MCU directors to ever really fit the tone of the MCU and be able to deliver humorous lines that were genuinely quite witty. That being said, all of his characters sound like they're the same fucking person. It never sounds like each of his characters in Josh Whedon's films are like individual characters with real interior lives and struggles. They, to me, sound more like just a set of, or setups to various humorous scenarios or humorous kind of witty lines. And I've always found that a problem with everything he's done. In fact, Buffy the Vampire Slayer was probably one of the better things he did in terms of like really laying foundations for characters. especially their interiority. And that was mainly because he had a whole TV show to do it rather than a film. If you watch Avengers, and especially Avengers 2, I think the problem I'm talking about with how he directs and how he thinks of characters, and especially Justice League, you'll start to see what I'm talking about Josh Whedon's problem with writing anyone that doesn't sound like the writer, basically. If the line between scholarship and fandom was vanishing thinly, so was the line between fandom and worship. On the first morning of the conference, David Levery, professor of English at Middle Tennessee State University, stood at the podium and declared the show's creator, Josh Whedon, the avatar of a new religion, the founder of a new faith. Lavery and two other professors would go on to establish the Whedon Studies Association, an organization devoted to expanding the field of Buffy scholarship. It's completely out of control, ridiculous. Hey man, I'm sure I've seen you on Jodie's channel. Yeah, I haven't been on Jodie's channel never. Thanks.
What's up, Jag Knight? Yeah.
What's up, bro?
You nerd man.
Congrats, nerd man.
How deep have you gotten to the article?
Not very deep. Not very deep. I'm just reading through.
I mean, just give me a quick little summary of what you read so far.
What I've read so far is the writers basically trying to set up who Josh Whedon used to be in Hollywood, and saying like talking about like I think
the Avengers 2.
No. Well, they were talking about Buffy and how like Buffy was taken really, really seriously at the time that it came out, and that even like university professors and stuff like that were into it. And yeah, they were doing, seminars on the meaning of Buffy. And I don't know why, because I never thought Buffy was, it was all right, but I don't think
I never watched it, so I don't know about the product. I can't critique it or say it's good or bad because I haven't seen it. So I don't know anything about Buffy.
But I was saying,
I've seen the movie. I've seen the Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie, but I haven't seen the show.
The show's good. I mean, it's not a bad show. I'm not trying to say that, but I don't think it's worth all the hoopla, of deconstructing and analyzing it. And then I was also saying, like, I think, Josh Whedon really found his perfect match in the MCU. That's where his voice really fits, because he's a guy who, is really funny in terms of writing witty dialogue. My only problem with him as a director and a filmmaker is all of his characters sound like the exact same person. He can't write different characters. All his characters are just setups to jokes, right? So yes,
they're all pretty much kind of like witty, jokester type of characters, lighthearted. Not saying being lighthearted is bad, but your characters kind of start to feel the same. It's like when you look at the Guardians team. You look at them, not trying to diss the MCU, but you look at the Guardians team, they're all pretty much the same except for Gamora. Majority of them are goofball, jokester, idiots who crack jokes.
Yeah. And it's good when you have a comedy writer who can both write the comedy but actually make the characters seem distinct. And I think too many comedy writers, like, they just don't have that ability, and it especially stands out in like comic book films where these characters are real. They have these real legacies behind them. Like Captain America should not be acting the same as Iron Man. Iron Man should not be acting the same as Ultron.
Right.
Anyway, let's carry on with the article. So it wasn't just scholars who worshipped him in those days. He was a celebrity showrunner before anyone cared who ran shows. In 2005, the comic book artist Scott R. Cruz designed a t-shirt that gestured at Whedon's stature in popular culture at the time. Whedon is my master now. Marvel later put him in charge of its biggest franchise, hiring him to write and direct 2012's The Avengers and its sequel, Age of Ultron, two of the highest grossing films of all time. His fans thought of him as a feminist ally just because, Buffy was a strong female character, but that's it. I mean, she was still action babe. I don't know why he got all these accolades. Anyway, his fans thought of him as a feminist ally, an impression bolstered by his fundraising efforts for progressive causes. But in recent years, the good guy image has been tarnished by a series of accusations, each more damaging than the last. In 2017, his ex-wife, Kay Cole, published a sensational open letter about him on the movie blog The Wrap. She condemned him as a hypocrite preaching feminist ideas and accused him of cheating on her throughout their marriage, including with actresses on the set of Buffy. Again, I don't really see why that's a problem against him. Who gives a fuck? That's your own. That's the wife's problem. That's a divorce lawyer's problem. I don't know why that should be any reason for him to be ostracized from society at all. To be fair,
If
to him,
it's like some issues with him and his personal life with his lady, I mean, that's
none of my business.
Yeah, that got nothing to do with this or the movie.
Yeah.
It's like, quick example. Remember when Jeremy Renner was having issues with his family and stuff, and everybody was bringing it up around before the Hawkeye show came out, and it was like,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like none of this has nothing to do with the Hawkeye show or stuff, so it doesn't matter for people to bring it up and try to match it up with the show or try to take down Jeremy Renner's character as Hawkeye because of his personal life,
Yeah, and I honestly, you can be a person who believes in certain things, like a feminist, or or somebody who believes in social equality, that there should be more redistribution of wealth, for instance, and be a millionaire, right? You don't, because the world is very different, and how you act in the world from things you might say. Now, it's better if you preach, or what you preach, you always act like as well, but we are human, right? We do have flaws. So I don't really see how, it makes you any less of somebody who believes in feminist causes and believes in female equality with men if you cheat on your wife. I don't see the two corresponding to each other at all. Do you get what I mean? Maybe I should have a female on here, by the way, to talk about this. K-Dots? You didn't did you hear what I said, or you didn't?
No, what can you say? I added muted because I didn't want to type and you hear me typing while you read it.
It's okay. No, I was just saying I don't see that you can't be a feminist and believe in female equality and believe in the cause of progressing women in the arts or in industry or anything like that, and at the same time cheat on your wife, right? I think you can be both. Now, cheating on your wife is not a good thing, right? But it doesn't contradict you believing in those other things, right? Or do you think it does? I don't think it does. Just like I don't think if you believe in redistributing wealth.
I mean, cheating on your wife has nothing to do with being a feminist and stuff. Like, being a feminist is just like wanting equality for women and stuff. That you can cheat on your girlfriend and still be a feminist. Like, it's a weird thing, but that had just everything to do with like relationships between men and women when it comes to dating.
One's to do with your dick, the other one's to do with
right.
What you
dating and feminism have nothing. Well, I mean, feminism, dating can be under it. It can be part of it.
Yeah.
But like, cheating on your wife doesn't take away you being a feminist or wanting equal rights for men and women in like the workplace, school, many things. He's trying to stop double standards that, hold back women and it ups dudes and all that.
I mean, if you abuse your
I'm not
wife,
saying you're a person
if
for
you
doing
abuse it, or beat up your wife or something like that, then
right, and you can't be a feminist. You can't if you slapping your wife up and stuff and beating her and saying go make me a sandwich. I mean, you can't call yourself a feminist and stuff.
Yeah. All right, let's continue because this isn't even the important bit. But I just wanted to address this thing as like it's a non-issue, the stuff with his wife, as far as I'm concerned. Then, beginning in the summer of 2020, the actors Ray Fisher and Gal Gadot, who had starred in a superhero film directed by Whedon, claimed he'd mistreated them, with Fisher describing his behavior as gross, abusive, unprofessional, and completely unacceptable. They were soon joined by Charisma Carpenter, who played Cordelia on Buffy and its spin-off series, Angel. In a long Twitter post, she wrote that Whedon had a history of being casually cruel. Again, after she became pregnant heading into Angel's 4th season, he called her fat to colleagues and summoned her into his office to ask, as she recalled, if she was going to keep it. She claimed he had mocked her religious beliefs, accused her of sabotaging the show, and fired her a season later once she had given birth. All the joy of new motherhood had been sucked right out, she wrote, and Josh Whedon was the vampire. Now, this is all awful, right? And I'm not here to, because actually I read something that he said later on in the article that I'm seriously gonna rant about, right? Now, I applaud like Charisma Carpenter for coming out and saying what she said, telling her experience. But again, context is everything, right? Like, I don't know how to say this, but like certain things I've said to women, right? If you take it out of context and you take it out of the context of the relationship I have with them, then they would seem like really fucking cruel. Certain things I said to friends of mine who are white or friends of mine who are black or Indian. You take it out of the context.
It's like, let's say I'm friends with a chick, right? And we have a relationship to where like we are friends. Like I'm friends with a guy. Like we are so much friends I can talk to her like she's a dude. And I go like, you know, because sometimes I do this with my friends, you know. Sometimes I call my friend dirty whores. You know, I personally call my friend dirty whore sometimes. Let's say me and this girl, she likes to call me a dirty slut. And I say, oh, you dirty whore. And then someone from the outside looks in that doesn't know nothing about it, like, oh my gosh, you're a sexist pig. Why'd you call her dirty whore? This is my friend.
Right.
Hold up. You know, this is what we do.
Right.
Like, this is how we talk to each other.
You know, God knows what, you know, maybe she used to call him a fucking slob or, you know, used to say, hey, Whedon, you know what I mean? Like having a little back and forth kind of banter with each other. So I would need for that to be clarified before I can judge him on that. Because girls, friends of mine, female friends of mine have said loads of fucking horrible shit about me as well. Like not as like I actually see it as horrible. They're just saying fucking stupid shit to me, you know? And it is a joke. We're laughing. It's back and forth. Friends of mine who are white, they say stuff like that is, you know, like kind of racist. If you wrote it down, it would be kind of racist. But because of the relationship I have with them, I know they're not that. So I don't, you know, judge it like that. And I say fucking shit to them as well. So it's that thing of this cancel culture now where I'm worried, like, you can literally take things that people say like out of context. Oh, he said this to me. You don't even talk about the whole conversation. Hello, who's that? Is this that raccoon Mike?
You know who the fuck this is. Stop it. I'm just popping in. I'm just popping in because I'm not going to get drawn into your substitute of nonsense. Although from what I've been hearing, you have been even keel about it and, you know, actually like dissecting it. But I know that's always how you begin. And then you just devolve into madness. So I'm at the 3 point right now.
Mike, we're here to destroy Joss Whedon.
Hold on. Well, you can do that. I don't care one way or the other, whatever. But I will say this is all sus because, number one, why wouldn't New York Magazine have this on their site? Like, it's nowhere on there. Not that I'm saying this dude, like, manufactured it or whatever. Yeah. And number two, look at who wrote the article.
So, that's a good point. Leela Shapiro, who is she?
Yes. Go to her Twitter.
All right, let's have a look at this.
Wait, what? Never mind, spell out her name.
Because the thing that I read, I'm gonna go off on it. But if it's sus, I'll go off on it as a rant, as if Josh Whedon said it. But I'll make the disclaimer that there's a possibility he didn't say this, that it's made up. But if he said the shit that I read like a little bit later, I am gonna go off.
We'll see.
Because.
By all means, this is your channel. You can do whatever you want on it. I'm just here to to inject just a little bit of like, look at this.
No, thanks. No, it's a good thing that you mentioned this because I don't know who she is, and I didn't actually check the source. I just saw it,
Leela
and I was
like
so infuriated by what I saw.
Mm.
And it's Leela Pearl. Leela Pearl.
Yeah, Leela Pearl. Yep.
Reasons to Love New York, a fair contract. Senior reporter at Vulture and NY Mag. Amateur mycologist, owl enthusiast, got a tip. Email
How many
me.
tweets does she have?
Actually,
I'll give you a hint.
none.
It rhymes with hero. Exactly. Really? I mean, in this day and age, somebody that's working at something that a print, quote unquote, print, you know what I mean? It's just, it could be what, and in the end, though, I really don't have a horse in this race. I honestly, legitimately don't care. But this is all just, you know.
Mike, I don't fault you if you think this shit sounds, because it says to me that I couldn't find this article that everybody had on Twitter.
I know.
I was thinking like, because I want the full article, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I typed in Joss Whedon on Google, and usually once you go to Google, most sites like maybe Hollywood Reporter, and Variety, the big news outlets report it first. And I saw stuff like what's the other?
You're right, actually. This does not look real. Now I'm thinking about it.
Well, what's that trash news outlet that always gets stuff wrong?
What's up, bro? Hollywood Reporter?
No. It's
Variety.
No, they always get stuff.
Oh, we got this covered.
We got this covered.
Yeah.
When all I saw was we got this covered in Screen Rant as like the big like news outlets that was talking about this, and I was like, I'm not touching. We got this covered.
Mm-hmm.
It should be all over. Like this should be like the first 10 articles.
And then not for nothing. Wait a minute. Think about it this way too, dudes. You know, whenever there's a person that writes an article and they're quoting from like a source material, they quote the source material, not via some dude, Joe Blow down the street, who's an associate producer of Zack Snyder's. And then he just like, you know what I mean? Like if Screen Rant is in the business of being a media conglomerate, blah, 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 whatever, why would they quote a random Twitter guy who allegedly was taking screen caps of the article? Like it's just, you know, whatever.
To be fair, though, I am looking up Leela Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like she has various articles here. I'm just trying to make sure that this is an article.
But why wouldn't this be? Why wouldn't this be coming up?
Vulture. So it does look like it's genuine. Maybe she just doesn't have friends. I don't know. Or maybe she's not so active on Twitter, you know.
Do you really think in this day and age, man, that you can afford to not be active in Twitter?
That's true. Look, all right, let's just read it. And we'll see how realistic we think it is, because there's quite a bit more to read anyway. So okay, they were soon joined by Charisma Carpenter. Okay, I've read this. He mocked her religious beliefs, told her this kind of thing. Carpenter's comments threw the fandom into crisis. Fan organizations debated changing their names. People on discussion sites wrote anguished posts as Sarah Michelle Gellar, who played the titular Slayer, and other Buffy stars offered words of support for Charisma online. The community's sense of shock and betrayal could be seen in part as an indictment of the culture of fandom itself. As fans, we have a bad habit of deifying those whose work we respect. Kurtz, the comic book artist, told me, when you build those people up so big, they have nowhere to go but down. I don't know why we're surprised what they turn out to be is fallible humans who fall. And that's my whole point here, you know, like you can't expect just because somebody says, hey, I'm a feminist, or hey, I'm, you know, somebody who has some kind of social message or whatever it may be, that they're just going to be perfect human beings, right? I don't understand where that idea comes from, that anything they do after that, they're expected to have nothing but flawless conduct throughout their whole life. I mean, there might be a time I just get pissed off at a taxi driver or something like that. That just might happen, right? That doesn't mean that I don't support the rights of fucking certain types of workers, or it doesn't mean that I don't support women's rights, or I don't support. I just don't see how the two things tend to, in this day and age, tend to conflict with each other so much. The idea that someone can be a fallible human being, but have ideals that are admirable at the same time. You can have both. I don't know if you've got anything to say about that.
Somebody can slip up and do something wrong and still support something. Like, even, no matter how heinous, or depending on what it is, but no matter how heinous or whatever it is, some people slip up, but they still have stuff they believe in and support. In a way, it's weird. Humans were complicated and stuff. Somebody could freaking, I don't know, go rob a bank and freaking steal some money, and still believe
that's
in
illegal.
anything, and just believe in something.
Yeah, but that's illegal.
Game Prince.
I mean, that's illegal. But just be actively believing in something. Like, someone can be a feminist and go out and rob a bank, but still be a feminist.
Game Prince, that was me. I'm sorry. I'm eating breakfast over here, but I had to get on because I wanted to make sure these two raccoons keep it right. These DC raccoons, you got to make sure that you keep them on the straight path as far as factual stuff and whatnot. But yeah, that was me eating. Sorry.
All right.
But okay, so wait, this Charisma Carpenter thing, does this have to do with her talking? I mean, him telling her about the tattoo and being upset about the baby and stuff like that? Was that what you were saying? Because I missed that first part.
Here's what he claimed that or here's what she claimed he did. She said he had a history of being casually cruel.
Mm-hmm.
After she became pregnant, this is the same
stuff. Yeah, this is the same stuff from before.
And then he summoned her to her office and asked, "Are you going to keep it?"
Yeah, right? Yeah. No. This is the same from before. But listen,
and I mean, apparently he mocked her religious beliefs. That's apparently what he did.
And there was also apparently a tattoo she got that he had a problem with, or something like that. Look, I this is all we've been down this road before with this stuff with him, but I'm not, what's the word? I'm not excusing it, and I'm not justifying it. But when you're a director and you have complete control, or this is the thing that you're creating, there are, in contracts, sometimes there are clauses where the actress, specifically for actresses, because males, as far as I know, can't get pregnant, but who knows in this day and age. But what would happen is if they have to sign that, they won't actively try to have a baby or something, because if they're doing a show that's serialized and you have a specific plan for this character, and Joss Whedon, since he's the person that's the HNIC on this show, then he's definitely going to have it down to every little detail. This is why he got angry at the guy that plays Spike. Because I think I said this last night on Paul's stream, Spike was only supposed to be temporary. He was only supposed to be on there for a couple episodes and then gone. But Warner Brothers, or no, I think it was Fox. Fox wanted him to keep James Marsden, who was the guy that played Spike, because he tracked well with the girlies. Yeah, well, he was good too. Yeah, definitely.
Really good.
But he didn't appreciate that because he was being told what to do. So imagine one of your actresses who you have a plan for, whatever that plan may be, comes in and says, "Oh, guess what? I got knocked up." Or, "Oh, guess what? I have a tattoo." Now, a tattoo is simple. All you got to do is cover it.
Well, you be professional about it.
Well, see, but here's the thing.
Professional about it.
Right, but he's not. And again, I'm not saying this justifies everything. He's an asshole. He is an asshole. I mean, I think that's already been established. But whatever Ray Fisher and all that they're turning this into, it's there have been directors that have done worse. I mean, fucking Stanley Kubrick drove what's her name to the insane asylum. Okay.
Hey.
So.
Marlon Brando's time is coming as well with Last Tango in Paris and everything that happened on the set of that. So look.
Well, but see, but
I know people have done worse. My point is this: that I need context to that conversation for me to damn the person. Because if he meant that really seriously, calling someone fat when they're pregnant and you say that like serious. There are contexts. What I'm trying to say is there are contexts where I can understand if you have like a little bit of a dark sense of humor and people know you for that dark sense of humor.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like you riff with a person. I've got a dark sense of humor, so I've said things that are like a little bit outrageous, but always in the sense of in the sense of humor, like so that people know.
That's like nerd. It's like MSK stream. Anybody that listens to MSK stream would be like, "Holy shit! All these people are fucking racist, sexist, whatever." And it's like we're just fucking around with each other, like And that's I hear what you're saying. That's the exact same thing. Yeah, he could be doing this, like. Whatever.
So that's my only thing. So I as I said, I applaud Charisma Carpenter for coming out and saying this. But again, if you're going to destroy someone's career, it would be nice to have context so that you can say, no, there was no justification for what he said here.
Well, to be fair, though,
what happened. And
she was saying it for a while, though. She didn't pull a Ray Fisher where she was jumping on the bandwagon. She said it even before then, so.
And that's why I commend her for coming out and just like putting it all out there. But again, I just think that when you're doing that, some context, because it's only fair that the person should be able to answer, back
the claims. Right. Yep.
All right. So, just to see what EH says here. I honestly don't understand what boycott WB even means. I always have to ask people, are you a DC fan or a Snyder fan? Because I seen a picture of the Grim Reaper holding Walter Hamada and Hassan. This is all stupid stuff. And the thing about it is, like, if there was no other good film in the DC universe that wasn't Snyder's, then I'd understand. But there are films like Shazam. There are films like Wonder Woman, right? So even if you love Snyder's films, there are still other good directors who've worked within the DCU. So I really don't understand like this boycott anything. Just ask for more Snyder films if that's what you want. You don't need to boycott shit. And it's not going to help you anyway. All right, so...
Well, we're clearly operating with the limited intelligence here, so.
So let's get back to this. Thanks for the crisps, man. In this past spring, Whedon invited me to spend a couple of afternoons with him at his home in Los Angeles. By then, I had spoken with dozens of people who knew him. After months of agonizing. Wait, there's one thing that I've missed here. Okay, Carpenter's comments threw the fandom into crisis. Fan organizations, Michelle Gellar, blah, 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 and Humans Fall. So yes, it is. This is where we are. Whedon lives in Santa Monica, 13 blocks from the ocean, on a street lined with magnolia trees and $5 million homes. His house is open, airy, modern. He sat hunched. This sounds a little bit too much like you're trying to prove that you know. Do you know what I mean? Now you're making me paranoid about this whole article, because that sounds a little too much like you're trying to make it seem like you know that you were actually with him. But let's carry on. We'll see how it goes. He sat hunched over a black leather couch, his fingers clicking together, the thumbs tapping each of the other digits in quick succession whenever the conversation shifted towards his recent troubles. Pale and angular with bags under his eyes, he no longer much resembled the plump-cheeked Puck who once impishly urged a profile writer to describe him as doughy and jowly. It was a perfect day in Santa Monica, as almost every day in Santa Monica is, but Whedon wanted to stay inside. Gazing through a wall of glass at his lush backyard, he announced in his quiet rumble of a voice that he was thinking of getting curtains. The sun is my enemy, he said. Scattered around the room were paintings by his wife, the artist Heather Horton. They got married in February 2021, just after the wave of allegations had crested. At the sound of the garage door opening, his shoulders relaxed. Heather's coming back, he said. She breezed through the room in a sundress and complimented me on my glasses. Then she was gone, picking up a cup of tea. Whedon said he could no longer remain silent as people tried to pry his legacy from his hands. But there was a problem. Those people had set out to destroy him and would surely seize on his every utterance in an attempt to finish the job. I'm terrified, he said, of every word that comes out of my mouth. Okay. Back when he was still a god, the kind that is contractually obligated to promote network television shows at press junkets, Whedon was asked over and over to explain why he wrote stories about strong women. For years, he would answer by talking about his mother, Lee Stearns, who died in 1991, was an activist and unpublished novelist who taught history at an elite private school in the Bronx. One of her students, Jessica Neuwirth, went on to become a co-founder of Equality Now, an organization that promotes women's rights. Neuwirth, who has cited Stearns as an inspiration, describes her to me as a visionary feminist. In 2006, Equality Now presented Whedon with an award at an evening dedicated to honoring men on the front lines of feminism. In his speech, Whedon referred to his mother as an extraordinary, inspirational, tough, cool, and sexy. That's a bit edible. Guys, are you there? You've muted.
I am here.
I wanted to say this. Why has Josh Whedon been declared some kind of feminist in the first place?
Because
he made a show with the hero as a woman?
They just said it.
No, it's because he has multiple shows with like female leads and stuff, you know.
No, he doesn't. He had Buffy the Vampire Slayer. What else?
No, and he has another show with
Dollhouse.
He has another show with who's the girl who played freaking with an A? You know what I'm talking about, Mike.
No, but
he played Sue Storm.
Oh, Jessica Alba. Oh, Dark Angel?
Yeah.
No, I've seen the one you're talking about, the latest one that came out. But he was declared this way before then. By then he was just playing into his reputation. He was declared this from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he create the first film, Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Yes, he wrote it. He wrote it.
So it was his idea.
He didn't direct it, but he wrote it.
Okay. So, all right, fair enough. I'll allow that. But really, is Buffy the Vampire Slayer some revolutionary feminist fucking thing? It's just a thing about a chick.
No, that was part of the problem that he had with the guy that played Spike, because this guy, James Marsden, he's on the dude that used to play Lex Luthor on Smallville has a podcast, and he was on there and he explained the altercation between him and Joss Whedon. And he said the way Joss was writing Buffy was as an allegory for, like, you know, a woman going from a girl to a woman, you know, a girl to a teenager to a woman. And the vampires are supposed to represent certain things, like, you know, like all these like creative types do, where they can't just tell the story directly. They got to use like, imagery and blah, 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 whatever. But apparently that was part of the problem. And this is what Whedon did. So clearly, Buffy is working on a level that me, you, and DC Dots don't understand, because we're heterosexual male with hairy balls. If we didn't have those things, then maybe it might hit us on a different level. But I'm
not saying that it's not a representation of a strong female character who goes through various female issues. But she doesn't go like, dude, I watched seasons of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
So did I, in spite of Geller being
was no more nuanced than fucking, you know.
Well, this was also a different, like, it was a different time. No, Alien. Nerd man, it was a different time.
To be quite frank, it had the same fucking problem as all Josh Whedon's fucking stuff. Well, all of the characters sounded like the same fucking character.
Listen,
they all do, because they all have that Josh Whedon-y type dialogue, and yet, because it was over seasons, it fleshed out a little bit more. But in general,
regardless of what you DC, and I'm going to have to say Coyotes, because I think raccoons might be perceived as a little bit racist, but because of you DC Coyotes, despite what you might think, I don't appreciate and I loathe Joss Whedon for introducing quipping into the Marvel universe. So I will always hold that against him. But it is clear, Nerdman, that Buffy was on another level for females. Anybody that has ovaries saw something different than what we saw. Because the only reason
I understand that. because they
So
don't
that's
see
where,
enough. They don't
but
see
that's
enough
where this
female
came
heroines.
from. Yes, that's where
They
this
don't-
came from. You know, that's where the accolades, you know, and the feminism thing came from, right there.
Yeah, I guess, but I just don't see it as worthy of like, you know, several intellectuals, you know, writing about it and discussing the themes and etc. etc. But you know, again, you're right. If you're not female, maybe it doesn't hit you the same way. So I'll give you that. But there was
Well,
like,
isn't art subjective?
and to be fair, he did have a lesbian couple on the show as well, which was revolutionary.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so there is that as well. Um, Sitting in his living room, he told me he sees a different side of her now. She was a remarkable woman and an inspiring woman, he said, but sometimes those are hard people to be raised by. Whedon had been thinking a lot about his childhood. He had been in therapy for the past few years, ever since he checked himself into an addiction treatment center in Florida for a month-long stay. As a younger man, he had channeled his pain into his work, but he was never particularly interested in picking apart the stories he always told himself about his past. Now he didn't have much else to do. The allegations against him had led friends to stop calling. He was out of work and wasn't writing. What story what story could he even tell? There were things about his life he was only beginning to understand. Not things being said in the press necessarily, but things I'm not comfortable with, he told me. I'm like, I have nothing going on. I can do some work on me. Born Joseph, Whedon grew up in a Palazzo-style apartment in the Upper West Side. Do I really want to read about his past? I don't really care. I thought
No, shouldn't care.
Whedon was the youngest of three boys, blah, blah. When he was 5, yeah, blah, blah, his parents. Oh, come on. Apparently it's now I'm okay. So how do I get this to be bigger? There we go. Sorry. Should I just read the bits that? But I want to read them in context. That's the only thing. I don't like reading.
I mean,
stuff
just
out
read
of context.
just read the stuff to talk about Ray Fisher and the Justice League stuff.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to find.
Charisma Carpenter nonsense really don't got nothing to do with this Justice League investigation. Those are from like stuff from like years ago. You know, that stuff. Sure, you can try to correlate behavior, but like they really this stuff, the Charisma Carpenter shit, that stuff has nothing to do with what's going on today. That's like years ago. Because I don't know, man. Look, don't you find it weird that like Joss Whedon worked on set with like 2 Avengers movies? And don't you find it weird that none of them, Scarlet, Chris Evans, no one ever came out about his bad behavior on there? And I was a huge like, yeah, sure, it's Disney, it's a different company, and they probably know how to keep things on the wraps compared to Warner Brothers, who had worse management. But don't you think it's weird? That's a little weird how like no issues on the Avengers sets at all. And Marvel was the one that came and did Joss Whedon dirty because they tried to force him to put stuff in Avengers 2 that he didn't want to put in there.
That's very true. But I guess the thing about it is it's one, it was a very different situation. Although, you know, people like Chris Evans weren't big stars, you know, but like Scarlett Johansson and stuff like that, they were already big stars. So maybe he could have, you know, been a bit more relaxed with them. That being said, the situation's different when you're coming in to direct something that somebody had already started directing. And then, later on, they bring in a new director. That's a little bit different. So I'm going to go to I'm going to go to the parts where he's talking about Ray Fisher, because I can't seem to find this whole article. Let's see. All right. So, it says, blah, blah, blah. They were joined by him. And it doesn't have anything more. And, sorry, guys. This seems to be the most complicated article I've ever had to find about somebody. All right.
Oh my gosh. Wait, is none of this person stuff?
It's all jumbled up, man. It's like literally like.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, so all right. Let me start from here. Okay, so a Firefly writer remembered him belittling a colleague for writing a script that wasn't up to par. Instead of giving her notes privately, he called a meeting with the entire writing staff. It was basically 90 minutes of vicious mockery, the writer said. Josh pretended to have a slide projector, and he read her dialogue out loud and pretended he was giving a lecture on terrible writing as he went through the slides and made funny voices. Funny for him. The guys were looking down at their pages, and this woman was fighting tears the entire time. I've had my share of shitty showrunners, but the intent to hurt, that's the thing that stands out for me. And then a high-level member of Buffy production team recalled Whedon's habit of writing really nasty notes, but that wasn't what disturbed her most about working with him. Whedon was rumored to be having affairs with two young actresses on the show. One day, he and one of the actresses came into her office while she was working. She heard a noise behind her. They were rolling around on the floor, making out. They would bang it out. They would bang into my chair, she said. How can you concentrate? It was gross. This happened more than once, she said. These actions proved he had no respect for me and my work. She quit the show even though she had no job lined up. Then there were the alleged incidents two Buffy actresses wrote about on social media last year. Michelle Trachtenberg, who'd played Buffy's younger sister, claimed there had been a rule forbidding Whedon from being in the same room with her. This is all out of order. So this is completely out of order. All right. I'm just going to this to the Ray Fisher stuff, because this is, again, it's completely
I mean, basically, he just said Ray Fisher. He said something about Ray Fisher can act or something or whatever. I don't know. This is why this person posted all this shit. I don't know why this individual Jumble Beats posted this dumb shit like this, because why wouldn't you just leak an article? You posting all this stuff, trying to get some, like, he probably just put the link to the article, like send people to the article.
Right.
Yeah, I know. And he just taking a part out of it. It's like, this is those people that take information and don't give it to you with the full context. That's why the way we're reading it now, this isn't the best way to read it, because it's not in context with the full article.
Yeah, I know. All right, look, I'm gonna try if this doesn't work, like because it's now talking about the Snyder stuff, so hopefully it's gonna be like a little bit more in context. But Snyder used the social media platform Vero to rally his followers, sharing pictures of his morning workouts alongside images that appeared blah blah blah. Around the same time, amid worldwide protests against racism, Fisher posted a series of tweets accusing Whedon of abusing his power and changing studio executive and charging studio executives with enabling the director. In a Forbes interview, Fisher said he'd been told Whedon had used color correction to change an actor of color's complexion because he didn't like the actor's skin tone. Man, with everything 2020 spin, that was the tipping point for me, Fisher said. Fisher did not respond to multiple interview requests. Whedon was stunned. He had given the whole movie a lighter look, brightening everything in post-production, including all the faces. He said the claim that he had disliked a character's skin tone, which Forbes ultimately retracted, was false and unjust. Whedon says he cut down Cyborg's role for two reasons. The storyline logically made no sense, and he felt the acting was bad, according to a source familiar with the project. Whedon wasn't alone in feeling that way. All at test screenings, viewers hello.
Yeah, okay, so wait, hold on, pause. About that race, the skin lightening thing or whatever, that was proven that the person that did that was Zack Snyder's own person. That was his guy. Okay, so that's already been debunked with whatever Ray is trying to throw out there.
No, I know about that. I don't really take that seriously at all. I was looking more for the new information about like what he just said.
Oh.
But yes, I agree with you that's complete nonsense. And again, I don't buy a lot of what Ray Fisher said. I think even if you look at what Ray Fisher claimed was racism, he was reaching. There was only one thing in the whole of the stuff that he said that even smacked of being racially insensitive, which was the angry black man comment. And even that was given context by Jeff Johns, which
and you know what's ridiculous about that?
And he wasn't even there when it was said. So go on, what's ridiculous about it?
No, I was going to say what's ridiculous about that is the fact that he might have legitimate concerns, gripes, whatever, like situations, but him doing all this other shit, like saying, oh yeah, they lightened the skin and blah blah blah, like that takes away from any of the potential serious allegations that are legitimate, you know, because everybody's gonna be like, well, you're lying about this, what else are you lying about? You got to throw when you're bringing receipts, you got to make sure you have the right receipts and they're actually factual. Don't just throw shit in there because you think you have the mob's sympathy and stuff like that, and they're gonna back you up regardless. And this is what he did.
That's absolutely what he did. And that's right. Even if you're going to present a case, you have to be thoughtful about which allegations you bring up so that you don't make yourself look ridiculous. Don't talk about your barber not getting, like you've been talking for months and months saying, hey, everything was gross and abusive on set. It was terrible, all of this kind of thing. There was racism, there was this. And then the first thing you bring up when everyone's asking you, okay, so what happened? And then you say, hey, my barber didn't get credited on the Justice League. That was his first thing.
Facts.
After everything he said, right? That was the first thing he chose to mention. You didn't choose to mention the angry black man or something that contextually people could be like, okay, I can see what you're saying here, bro. Let's hear some more. So again, it is about presentation as well. So even if he did have something really like real allegations, he's put so much shit around it that you're right. You're just like, oh, well, if you would lie or exaggerate that thing, why should I believe you in the other thing? That being said, I wanted to know if this woman who wrote this article was quoting something that Josh Whedon directly said to her, but apparently she wasn't. According to what I just read, she was just quoting something that people had, had said that was why Whedon cut out Cyborg's part of the movie. Because no matter what you want to say about, like, whether you like Zack Snyder's Justice League or you don't like Zack Snyder's Justice League, no one can look at me and say that thematically or narratively Cyborg's part didn't work, right? You can't say that the acting was bad necessarily. Like, I don't think the acting was bad by any of the actors. I mean, you're talking about the guy who played Silas Stone, who's like a
I mean, his acting wasn't bad, but it wasn't nothing like ooh impressive. Because it's like,
are you talking? Who are you talking about here? Which one?
Ray Fisher, just any of the actors in the movie. I mean, it's a superhero movie. Like, how many superhero movies do we really have acting on? Like, oh my gosh, they're so amazing. Like, it's a
and when you're looking to cut time, like you're gonna cut the guy that's like, not really a necessarily name. I mean, Ezra Miller has at least a little acting credits to his name or whatever, even though he's not that great either. But between the two, it's like, okay, well, we can. What would make the most storyline sense is getting rid of Cyborg, because I mean, there was like nobody might necessarily care about his history or whatever. Like, it's just, and he had to do this all in like 6 months.
Yeah, it's a Justice League movie. People need to understand. There's only 3 people that people are mainly interested in a Justice League movie. That's Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. You can say Flash, Aquaman, but Cyborg is the last thing on anybody's list of who they're first interested in for a Justice League.
DC Dots, actually, Cyborg might not even be on it. Cyborg is the new 52 thing. Up until then, it was the characters you named.
I'm just saying, let's say you walk into a random person and you say, hey, I want to do a Justice League movie. We're going to have Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Aquaman, and Flash. They're going to say, Batman and Superman's in it? Oh, my gosh. Oh, they're not going to be worried about Cyborg.
They're not going to say, you got Cyborg. Cyborg's in it. I'm in.
I'm not saying Cyborg's a bad character. Maybe you might have one person say, ooh, Cyborg, but that's not going to – Cyborg's going to be the last thing that is going to be their draw. Of course.
Now, look, going to cut down
and even in Nerdman, I'll say this. In the Whedon cut, if Cyborg didn't do what he did, secondly, if Cyborg was not there, and even if he didn't have as much screen time as he did, the heroes needed Cyborg to save the day. He was still a big part, even in the Whedon cut. Because even in Zack's cut, action-wise, he doesn't do that much. You get more story development of how his powers work and his relationship with his dad. But other than that, you really don't get even. He doesn't really even do that much in even the Zack's cut. That's like tremendously,
I think he was development. I'm gonna defend Ray Fisher here right now, and the whole Ray Fisher part. What you're saying about the dad not doing a good performance, the mother not doing, I thought they were excellent in the movie. Actually, I don't think there's, we're not talking about Oscars here, but each one of them.
Nobody said anything.
Their part.
Yeah,
it narratively made sense, and it was great acting.
Dude,
you can't.
No. I would take Joe Morton 99% of the time.
Right. So anyone saying we cut down that because the acting was bad, that's absolutely ludicrous, and that's why I'm trying to.
No, I think he was referring to Ray Fisher.
Well, even if it's Ray Fisher's acting wasn't bad in that. It was like, I think it was actually pretty fucking decent. So I'm not, I mean, in comparison to what? Like, in comparison to what was Ray Fisher bad? Like, in comparison to
the others?
Else in the film?
To the others, yeah.
Bad. Now, if you're saying he's a less...
I mean, he was better than Aquaman.
Marketable character.
Yeah.
If you're saying he's a less marketable character, I absolutely agree with you. All the rest of the Justice League are more named characters. Even Aquaman is a more named character than Cyborg. And people would put Aquaman above Cyborg in who they want to see in a Justice League movie. So just say that. Don't talk about the guy's acting being bad. That's really
Aquaman did $1 billion. That's sadly all I have to say about that. So there is an audience for it. Whether they're the audience that have ovaries or not, that's another thing entirely. But yeah, no, I you can't compare Cyborg and Aquaman because Aquaman's gonna win. And not just because it's Jason, just because it's Jason Momoa, but not because of his name, but because of what he does to women and makes their insides all tingly and stuff.
Right.
So it made $1 billion, dude. It made $1 billion. That's astounding to me. Like, but it made $1 billion. So if you're talking about the marketability of Aquaman as compared to Cyborg, there's something there. Now, granted, unfortunately, we don't have a Cyborg movie to, compare and contrast against it, but Aquaman made $1 billion, so you can't dismiss him the way we can at this moment, Cyborg.
Okay. So again, guys, I'm really sorry. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find this whole article because I thought I had it. And apparently it's they've cut it off somewhere in between. So I'm going to discuss this for a while longer, but I can't seem to find the whole article right now. If anyone has a good link that can link me to the whole article, it would be great. But at the moment, yeah, it's just different parts, that aren't, in order. So it's really kind of annoying me. What have people got to say at the moment?
Yeah, and look, Nerman, I'll say this real quick. I mean, out of all look, this is just the truth. Even in Zack Snyder's Justice, even in Whedon's Justice League, Cyborg was a better actor than Jason Momoa, Ezra Miller, Gal Gadot.
I don't think he was a better actor than any of those guys. I think they all played their part. Really,
they all had their
played their parts, and
they all played their part. But if we're talking about someone that had to act, like really act, I mean, he was a better actor than Henry Cavill in the movie because he barely was in the movie and did anything. He was like,
again, I don't agree. I'm
not saying that the others are bad just because he's the best, but he was better than a lot of the other Justice League characters with his acting and stuff, even in both movies.
What I'll say is that I was impressed by him, and by the end of it, a character who I've always thought was pretty uninteresting, which is Cyborg. I've never even liked him as a black character. I honestly, I don't like the fact like he's all monstrous and half machine and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't even think he's a good black.
Where's the rest of the Justice League? Yeah, exactly. Whereas the rest of the Justice League are these godly, beautiful beings, right? And he's
someone like Static Shock and Jon Stewart is proper black representation because you can see their full black skin and everything. You're not half Cyborg and stuff. Not saying Cyborg isn't a black character,
but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. So for me, and I'll let you finish after. But for me, I was completely uninterested in that character, and I think the miraculous thing Ray Fisher did, and the rest of the cast around him, like his dad and mom, was actually make me genuinely interested and excited for the future of that character. Outside of him, what Ray Fisher was doing, in terms of running his mouth outside of things, in terms of the film I saw, I absolutely thought that bit was such a good part and such a welcome part of the movie. The whole Cyborg origin was very good, and I enjoyed all of Cyborg's parts. I think all of the guys did their roles pretty fucking well. There was only one person, I think Gal Gadot, who I was like at one point, your acting's a little bit off there. But outside of that, I think they all did their parts well.
They all did. They all did their parts well, but Ray Fisher was better than a lot of them. Even in the Whedon, he was better than a lot of them.
Put it this way, I can understand anyone saying Ray Fisher was better than them, but I like them all. By the end of it, I was like excited for all future projects with these characters. I was like, let's get some new fresh voices in, get new directors, new people to take this story on further. That was what my hope was. But anyway, now you can say what you wanted to say. What did you want to say?
What?
Oh. You were going to say something. You were saying something.
I said, pretty much like Ray Fisher acted good to me in both movies. I liked him in both, But I may have preferred other characters over him, like Wonder Woman. Obviously,
which
Batman,
is understandable.
Superman. But acting-wise, he put in the most work as acting-wise. And I understand it. And look, I also understand why they cut it down, because like at the end of the day, you know, I'm not here for Cyborg. You know, dude, I understand why Ray Fisher's mad too. I totally understand that. And see, this is my thing, right? There's obvious reasons of why he did things at the certain moment in the way he did. Because if you look, let's look at it like this. This man waited until the release of the Snyder Cut to finally say something. Nerman, let me ask you: if the Snyder Cut didn't come out, would he say anything?
Well, I don't think he would have, and the reason I think he wouldn't have, and that for me is one of the most suspicious things about it. That he waits for they're going to release it, and then he says all these things. Because if you care about this person and you genuinely think he's an abuser of the people he works with, why would you wait? Yeah, so you're going to let this guy abuse people for several months after, years after, until the Snyder Cut is released before you start talking about how bad a person he is and how bad he is to all these people. It sounds to me political. It sounds to me like he genuinely thought that by doing this, he could get rid of the people who were obstructions to Snyder's vision being realized in the DC universe. Or at Warner Brothers. That's what I felt he was trying to do. And I think that's stupid. You're going to risk your whole career on that?
Right. And look, I'm not saying he's doing it in favor of Snyder. Zack Snyder sent him to do this, like some people are saying. But like, you wait until Snyder's Justice League gets announced. Like, you wait a couple months after. And then you allow this supposed abuser, to run around, as Nerman said, and just abusing people as Ray Fisher said. And it's like you say accountability over entertainment, but during the entertainment moments of the Snyder Cut Justice, he's promoting entertainment while this whole thing with Joss Whedon, it's like, what's going on? Like, it's not adding up. Accountability over entertainment. It's weird.
Yeah. And that's always been my main problem with this whole thing.
It's just
all self-publicity. It's all about, and he took a risk, and I think he's answering for this risk that he took. Right? Right now he is answering for it, and the sad thing about it is, I think he's actually a really good actor. I think he's very talented.
He ain't bad at all.
No, I really think there's something in that guy. I saw certain scenes in Justice League where I was like, you know what? This guy can really emote, and he can do it well. And every single time he had to hit that note, given that this character is the least interesting of the Justice League, he made you just like, and this is one thing I'll give credit to Zack Snyder for. I didn't think anyone could make me interested in Cyborg, or make me think that Cyborg is worthy of being on a team with Superman, Wonder Woman, and Flash. This film made me believe that he is worthy. It's the first medium where Cyborg has been in the Justice League where I felt, you know what, he's actually worthy a character to be in this league here. So, again,
I say Teen Titan Cyborg was a lot better.
Yeah, but he's the Teen Titans Cyborg. He's in the Teen Titans. I'm talking about the first time he's been alongside the Justice League, where I felt, oh, actually, I can see why Cyborg.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, he hasn't been a lot of. He was in Justice League Doom. Justice League Doom. Was he in anything prior to Justice League Doom, where Cyborg was part of a Justice League team, like outside the comics?
I think
the first time I remember seeing
he was in a whole Justice League run that Jeff Johns did with the New 52.
No, I'm talking about outside the comics, like animated or gaming, or whatever. First thing I remember seeing him, Cyborg, outside the comics part of Justice League was Justice League Doom.
Well, there's Flashpoint, Justice League Doom. I think there's one other.
I forgot Flashpoint, yeah. Using Flashpoint.
But I've always preferred Martian Manhunter on that team, right? Or Green Lantern. If you're going to give me a black character, give me John Stewart. John Stewart.
Right? Cyborg as a black character, yes, I understand he's black, he's a cyborg and stuff, but I don't want to say I care about representation, but if you're trying to represent me, oh, you give us the cyborg to represent us black people with, not John Stewart, not I don't know, even though March Manhunter isn't black, but when he's John Jones, you know,
he's
and
black,
in his
right?
private life, he's playing he's a black guy.
Right. And that's what I would prefer to see, because that looks better alongside this prestigious Justice League team. But you know, and that being said, also I also have always had a problem with him because he kind of gets in Batman's way. That's like Batman's thing, right? Like to be the gadgets guy and to be the technology guy, right? So now you've got somebody who can do that. It kind of makes Batman obsolete. So that's my big problem with Cyborg as a character on the Justice League. I just don't think he works like that well. But in this film, as I said,
to me, he should always be a Titans character, because you know he can actually thrive on that team.
Yeah, I still, guys, I'm really sorry. I thought I'd find the whole article, and I literally can't find this whole article now. So it's really annoying to me. I came on here heated, ready to read exactly what Josh Whedon supposedly said, and yeah, it's nowhere to be found. Like the whole thing, it's all messed up, and like on Twitter, like. People are putting one part of the article and then the next bit will be a completely different area of the article, so I can't make sense of it. Rogue, have you got anything final to say on this? I'm going to try and find this whole article, and I'm going to redo this stream so that I can properly react to all of it. Rogue, do you have anything to say on this?
Man, you know he's reading the MCU Bible right now.
No, I know. He's like, you can look at him capping for MCU as well. He comes on to like make sure that we don't. Do you hear what he said? He made sure he came on for.
Man, he comes to make sure we don't bring it up. You know, we just did.
These MCU fans come out at night, don't they? Anyway, I'm really upset about this though. I'm trying to find like just the fucking bits, and
yeah, it's just that, you know, with this whole Ray Fisher thing, right? You know, I'm not trying to go at him and keep talking about it and stuff, you know. I mean, because it's all DC related stuff, but at the end of the day, it's just like, this is my thing there, man. To me, getting your film cut down, getting your role cut down in the movie is not abuse. A lot of actors get stuff cut down from their films. Now, let's say Joss Whedon said mean things to him on set, like, "Oh, I don't think you're a good actor," and all that stuff, or blah blah blah. He said mean things, but racist. Like, I need to know like what racist stuff he said. If he said anything racist, like, "Oh, Ray Fisher, that dirty Negro, he can't do shit." Like, if it's something like that, okay, different story. Now, okay, this dude racist. But it's like everybody's grasping at straws of things. Like, remember the thing with the color, like Mike brought up, the lightening of the actors' skin colors and stuff. Yet majority of the Justice League is people of color. I don't like saying that word people of color, but just to make it simple for people, anybody that's not white. Like, there's only two white characters on the team. Ezra Miller, but Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and Cyborg, they're all people of color, like literally half white people, half people of color and stuff. And it's just if Ray got abused on set, like let's say Joss Whedon did something like touch him and do like some type of sexual abuse, and we know when people get sexually abused, you understand why they don't come out and say nothing, right? It's like how when children get sexually abused and they don't know they can't process what happened, and they may wait like 20 or even 30 years to finally say something about it because they fear the consequences. I understand why people who get abused in that way don't say nothing, but someone saying mean things to you and you wait 4 years to like finally say something about it, 5, it's like, come on, man, it's kind of fishy. It's a little fishy to me. And I question his intentions, because waiting when the Justice League film to release or get announced is not good a reason to finally speak out. You should have been spoke out at least a year after this stuff happened. because NDAs do not stop abuse. If there's any kind of abuse, like if your boss is saying, "Oh, I'm a dock your pay if you don't do this, and that," you can go to human resources and tell them my boss is being rude to me, and I want to get this figured out.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll say this also that in terms of what happened, the stress. I mean, it was just a terrible situation, right?
Check the community chat. Superwise sent us something for you to read. He says it's more of the bits and pieces of this article that you can kind of like read better in the community chat.
Community chat. All right.
But like I say, hey guys in chat, I don't blame Ray Fisher for feeling some type of way about his role getting cut down. I feel him, hey, shit, you filmed all this stuff. And I feel bad for all the actors having to come back 6 months, come back and reshoot stuff. Because like I say, they should have just originally released whatever that 2-hour cut was that Zach had and just released that of his stuff. And then if they want to get rid of it and reboot, then go ahead. But at least put that out there so nobody can complain. Really. Because trying to get Joss Whedon to come in at the last minute is just kind of just sloppy. They set up Joss Whedon for failure. They set up all the actors for failure. They pretty much, they set them all up for failure. WB set them all up for failure to fail. The actors, Joss Whedon, Zack Snyder, WB
it was a really bad concoction of different kind of elements like that was bound to go wrong. But I don't know why they couldn't, as a company, be able to be professional enough to deal with this, like internally. I did look at the community chat.
It would have just been easier because you knew after Zack Snyder Justice League, they was gonna move on anyways to do what they wanted to do. Either way, Zack Snyder, his time there was like not because of his daughter, but even then, we can see based off the reception of Man of Steel and BVS. Not saying those are bad trash movies, based off the reception, how people looked at them, and we know Warner Brothers is very reactionary. We knew Zack Snyder's time was coming to a close anyways. It was coming to a close very, very soon. And it was definitely going to be around that Justice League film. Whether his cut came out or Joss Whedon's cut. But they still should just release that 2-hour cut. In my opinion. If they wanted to release a 2-hour movie, just release that 2-hour cut of his vision and just be done with it. And then move on to the next if you want to get him out.
Yeah, I'm reading this article that was sent to me, and it's a kind of, it abbreviates again what was said in this article, but again, I don't have context to what he's saying. So he says his disconnect with Gal Gadot. Again, I can't imagine Gal Gadot from anybody, from what we've heard about working with her, anything that this is true. He says that English is not her first language, and I tend to be annoyingly flowery in my speech. And he thought that she misunderstood him because of how he spoke, basically. And he also says that the cast were like the rudest cast he's ever worked with. Again, I don't know if that's a quote or if that's something that she heard earlier from people saying that that's what Joss Whedon said. So again, until I get the actual article and I can read through these particular bits of it, it's hard for me to like make any decision. But if this is what he's saying, this has just made things worse for him, for Joss Whedon, because I think this is some of the dumbest stuff I've ever read. So saying Fisher was bad, his acting was bad, is ludicrous. It makes no, and that the bits of the film that he was in didn't make any logical sense. Again, it's completely fucking ludicrous. Saying Gal Gadot, her English wasn't good enough to understand you, and that's where you had misunderstandings. Again, is complete.
I just did that. You can understand Gal Gadot. Even in her interviews, you can understand what she's saying with her accent. She actually has one of the most easiest accents to understand.
Yeah.
From people.
And apparently Gal Gadot responded saying she understood perfectly. I need to find out more context about this whole article, who this woman is, and what's going on with it. Because again, just reading bits and pieces of it, like the most salacious pieces, I'd never like doing that because I don't like judging a person until I get the full context of what they said. So I can't go on one side or the other. All I can say is historically how I felt about Ray Fisher and what he did. And my problem was, you don't next week, oh, they they were really abusive. I'll tell you in a month. That was what he was doing for about fucking a whole year. And people could say, oh, everyone should have been patient. It's his story to tell when he wants to tell it. Well, sure. But then don't expect me to cancel the person, right, on the basis of you going, oh, this person was really horrible, but I'll tell you next month what he did. That's what the Snyder fans, again,
I'll
the
be
Snyder
back for the
fans
sequel.
Yeah, the Snyder fans were out of control. He goes, oh, this guy was gross, abusive, and what? Cancel him. I never want to see. I want to take all his movies away. You haven't even heard what the motherfucker supposedly did. Jeff Johns, same way. Guy who's historically done so much in the comic book industry, has a black wife, has a mixed race child, fucking adds loads of black characters or characters of color into comics. Continuously does all these things. All of a sudden, Ray Fisher goes, oh, he was racist to me, without any proof, any evidence, any context of the conversation they had. Everyone cancels Jeff Johns, so he can't do anything. He's been run off of Twitter. So it wasn't just, Ray Fisher, who I can understand why he's angry. It was also the way people responded to it, immediately jumping on the bandwagon to cancel people when they have no evidence or proof of what these people have supposedly done by the person's own admission, because he's telling you, hey, wait a second, I'll tell you next month. Oh, look, he may have said something a little bit like racy to me, but I'll let you know in 3 weeks. You know what I mean? It's fucking year.
Right, and then after when they say, remember when they said the investigation concluded, and it's like, okay, it's over. And then he keeps going. It's like, oh my gosh, dude, it's like, come on.
So
he keeps going. I'm not saying he can't still feel some type of way about the situation, but it's like you keep saying stuff like Joss Whedon is still racist, Walter Mata, blah blah blah. Like, come on, dude. And then this is what recently pissed me off. Whatever people feelings they have about James Gunn, the fact that he tried to pressure James Gunn, and then he knew what he was doing by putting James Gunn in that position where he had to apologize for liking a tweet. I was like, come on, man, that's childish.
Like, who are you?
And even if James Gunn did that to Ray Fisher, like, oh, Ray Fisher, why'd you like this tweet? That's still childish too. Like, that's childish. That's like me getting mad at Nerdman for liking a tweet and it's it's in support of the MCU. And I say, Nerdman, why the hell did you support that MCU tweet by liking it? I am disowning you as my father.
Well, I am going to do that to you if you like an But again, I really do think I want to hear this side of it, because I will go off. If this is genuinely this is genuinely Josh Whedon's response to all of this, that the cast were rude, dude. If there's 10 people in a room and you're saying all of them are rude, then maybe you're the rude one, because if all of them are accusing you of being rude,
yeah,
right, and you're the only one accusing them of being rude, maybe you're the rude one, right?
Right.
Like,
hey, maybe at this point, with that comment about the cast being rude, maybe they all would just douchey to each other. Because imagine, I would understand why everybody would be emotionally like probably angry all the time, because you're telling these actors, you just shot like 5 hours or 4 hours worth of footage. All right, now it's time to come back and shoot some more, and we're gonna shoot new scenes. Like, come on, man. Ben Affleck had to try and get back in the shade. Henry Cavill probably had to.
the director's wife has daughters committed suicide, as you were saying. Yeah, Henry Cavill has to get back.
It's like it's too much stress for everybody. Like I wouldn't want to have to come back, especially let's say I'm playing Batman. I have to get in shape, have to keep my physique up for a certain amount of time, and then we say, hey, we're officially done filming majority of the scenes, and then they just like out of nowhere say, all right, we're gonna have film
reshoot nearly all the film, reshoot like half the film again.
Yeah, it can be stressful for everybody. It was stressful for Whedon to have to do that too. It's stressful for everybody.
Yeah,
on that.
And I mean, so I can understand, like, maybe you can just go away and just say, hey, this was a problem of just human beings under a huge amount of stress. And can we just be adults about it and say, we don't have to like each other and go to our, nephew's brisks together or whatever. We can just be like, this was just a bad experience because of what happened. It's not Josh Whedon's fault. Warner Brothers paid him to fucking do that. It's not Jeff Johns' fault. The higher up people were telling Jeff Johns, you've got to change this movie because Batman v Superman isn't playing well. Right. Everybody has somebody that they were answering to in this situation. But what I am saying now is, again, want to read the whole context. That if Josh Whedon is trying to say Gal Gadot can't speak English properly, and that's why, and the whole cast were rude to me, and Ray Fisher, can't act. Go fuck yourself, bro. Go fuck yourself, because that ain't true. That means that gives me some idea that even though Ray Fisher's an idiot about how he put out all of these accusations, that maybe there's some substance to it. Now, when if I hear him say that, then I'm like, oh, okay, maybe there was something going on, because that's lunacy, bro. The acting was bad. On what level? And then the other, what was the other thing? The Gal Gadot can't speak English properly, and that's probably why she didn't understand what I was saying. That's sus. That's a bad defense. What Jeff Johns came out and said was a much better defense of everything that Ray Fisher was accusing him of. This is really bad. So I'm gonna have a look at it once I can get the whole article up. Yeah, it's okay, Kate. I'm gonna have to try and find this, or I'm gonna get all of the different parts of the article and put it in order so that I can do this properly, it's
just best to wait until like someone like Variety or whatever covers it, because the person who put out this information, the original person, they're not watching, but you did a horrible job at putting out this information by taking screenshots of segments, posting them in like 4 different places where they don't line up, and not just putting a link to the article where you got this information from.
Well, apparently the link to the article is behind a paywall. So that's the problem. So you can read the beginning of the article, but as soon as it gets to the juicy stuff, it cuts off, and like it's behind a paywall. And that's the problem. It might be a fucking big time scam.
Yeah, it could be a scam. Because I never heard of that site before ever. And Maxter, I never heard of it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that interview's bullshit. I'm saying like it's behind a paywall. Just look at it.
Yeah,
it sounds fishy.
Yeah, I think it's like Apple News, and it is. Yeah, it's behind a paywall. And so
I'm not paying for that. I don't really care that much. I don't hate Joss Whedon. I don't hate Ray Fisher. It's just like Joss Whedon's an asshole. Ray Fisher's a drama queen. That's just the facts of the situation.
Yeah,
in my opinion, like both of them, I can care less about either one, because look, dude, I'm here for the DC stuff. I just want to see DC stuff. I'm here for the entertainment. But when the bullshit comes up, I'll call it out. But like this controversy is literally disrupting how these movies can progress. Like I'm not saying that all Snyder fans are doing it, but it's empowering a specific part of the fan base to. I'm not saying you, Norman. I'm not saying you. But it's empowering some people to start trashing future DC products. Like they were just trashing the Batgirl thing, the costume, and a cosplayer, Liz Wonder, who's a big person, part of the Snyder fandom and stuff, took it personal about the director calling out people for trashing his work before it comes out.
Yeah.
And she took it personal as if he was attacking cosplayers. No, he's just defending his work. Don't take it personal. He's defending his work.
But also, I mean, the issue here with the people attacking new directors it's not gonna help you. I don't understand why there's a segment of these fans who are just fucking Snyder fans. They're not DC fans. They don't care about like Rick Famuyiwa's cancelled Flash movie, right? That's a movie I care about, you know, or it has to be something to do with Ben Affleck or the Man of Steel 2 or something directly connected to Snyder for them to care. Yeah, for them to care about and for them to campaign about, right? And they're talking about one of the things that really annoys me about this, those guys don't give a fuck about racism. None of those guys give a fuck about racism who are complaining about, you know, what happened to Ray Fisher, like these Snyder.
No, Herman, I said this day one. Majority of these fans only care about the characters. They just want to see the division in the movies realized. They don't want to see Batman and Superman and all them doing cool stuff.
They will use anything. They will use anything. They will destroy anybody's career, you know, just so that they can get that. And that's quite sad to me that they'll use racism and they'll use something like this to destroy somebody like Jeff Johns' career, who's had, you know, by all accounts, even his black wife comes out. And I know people are going to go, oh, that's the black friend fucking argument. No, it isn't. It's his fucking wife. His black wife.
I think it was his ex-wife, but you know, it's kind of telling.
That makes it even worse for your case. Your ex-wives hate their fucking ex-husbands. For an ex-wife to fucking come out and go, hey, my husband ain't fucking racist. I don't know what you're talking about, right? It's a very, very, you know, it's a very telling thing. And for them to just dismiss that as, oh, that's the black friend argument, like, oh, I've got black friends, so I can't be racist. That's not what that's saying. That's building up a picture of like, hey, this person has their evidence for their story. This person has their evidence for their story. Jeff Johns has his evidence for his story. And one of his big evidence is, look, dude, I'm not even coming out and saying this. This is my ex-wife saying this. She's known me for long. I have mixed race children. I care. Like, if you look at the history of what I've done in comics, I was the one who elevated fucking Cyborg's character to where he is.
Yeah.
Why, you know, maybe I had some misunderstandings because I'm not black, right? And I understand that sometimes. I am not, you know, a woman. I am not gay. So sometimes I might say something that might be a little bit insensitive, but I'm open to correcting, you know, that's what's important, right? That separates somebody who's racist or homophobic or whatever from somebody who just maybe doesn't understand something because they're not that thing, right? They can't understand the full picture of how something might offend someone, right?
Yeah.
So if I have a somebody who's white, right, and they do something that I think is offensive, and I go, hey, dude, this is the problem. This is why this is offensive. That's my first line of attack. They do it again, then I know they don't give a shit, right? That's the point. You have to give someone the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that kind of stuff, because not everybody understands what's going on in another person's head or the history of what they've been through, right? So that aside, okay, just talking about this Ray Fisher situation, what Ray Fisher had to say about everything. I'm not dismissing what he said at all, but I will say that you don't do it the way he did it. and you don't
Right.
weaponize a mob on Twitter and just ruin people's careers without like at least providing a clear story of what is so horrible that they did to you.
It's like,
and for anyone to jump on that band,
what you do is you put it all out there. It's like, you know, those, it's like when they do them specials on like say HBO or Stars or whatever, and it's like they said it's some let's say something about Kurt Cobain, like Kurt Cobain files, right? And it's like, you want them just make this whole documentary about all the information. Don't make it in different parts, and they make it in different parts. And like, oh, we got this next special comes, trailers hyped up. It's like, no, this is some serious stuff. Put it all out there at once, but in a clear and concise way. Like Ray Fisher should have either, I don't know, did a video or a interview, request to do an interview with a big news outlet, and just talk about everything. Make sure you have everything together on a notepad and stuff on what you're going to say, and just talk about it all.
Right. And it's the thing, and I respected this guy who was on the Daredevil production. There was an Asian guy who was on Daredevil, the TV show, and he called out one of the showrunners, and he just came out and he said, look, I'm sorry. You know, in other parts of working with this guy, I've had some experiences that aren't bad, but in this particular experience, he said this to me: nobody cares about Asians. He just came out and said it, right? That this guy said, nobody cares about Asians. That's why I'm cutting your part in the show, right? That's terrible. That's awful. You can't fucking say that, right?
Yeah.
But he put it out there so that the guy can answer back for what he fucking did or didn't do. I don't know, right? I wasn't there. However, I believe the guy from the pain I saw in his eyes and how he was expressing it. I believed him, and he put it out there, and the person can answer back. You know, you should always give your the person who's accused the ability to answer back if a bunch of people outside of the situation are going to judge him. Now, in this particular scenario, I don't think these people care one single bit about the racial issues of Black people. If they did, they would be repping for that Flash movie by Rick Famuyiwa. Why did he get fired? They would be caring about that, but they don't care about that, right?
Yeah.
Or, you know, I've given them an example before. If Ray Fisher had have said this stuff about Zack Snyder, said, hey, Zack Snyder treated me bad because of some, you know, like he was like really racially insensitive. You think any of those Snyder guys would be backing Ray Fisher? They would have fucking put him in the ground, like with how much hate they'd send him. They don't give a shit. All they care about is like the Zack Snyder movies coming out. And if that's what they care about, they are the ones who put a kaput to it. They are the ones who put a real asterisk on Warner Brothers doesn't want to touch it because of how toxic they've been. So that's the irony of the whole situation. But that's all I have to say on it for now until I see the article.
Yeah, it's not unless somebody's gonna make the sacrifice to get the actual article, the whole thing. I'm not paying for it. I don't pay for articles. But for now, I'm just sticking with my current position on both individuals and stuff. I can care less about Joss Whedon. I think Ray Fisher's still a diva. I can care less about either, but I wish them both the best of luck in life. And I just want to get on with more DC stuff.
I'll say one last thing though, actually, is that it's just to prove the deceptiveness, or at least what appears to be deceptive to me about what Ray Fisher did and why I'm suspicious about it is he's saying that Joss Whedon was an asshole to him. But like after about 2 tweets on Joss Whedon, every other tweet was about Walter Hamada and Jeff Johns. And according to him, they just enabled it. They just didn't do anything about it, right? So I get you'd be angry, like say you've got K-Dot, say you've got a boss who's like super racist to you. And then you've got managers who are above that, who they're not really there on a day-to-day basis seeing him being racist to you, but you go to complain to them that he was racist to you, and they don't really do anything because he's a really successful manager and blah blah blah, and they don't really. I get you'd be angry with those managers, but wouldn't you be also like every single time bringing up the manager who actually did the thing to you? I'd go after all of them, true, but I would definitely be,
focusing on the guy that
this
did
is the guy who fucking did it. He was the one who did it. These guys they didn't even know what was going on in their own company, and they let this happen for fucking ages. I'd go after all of them, but definitely it's like going after the women who went after Harvey Weinstein. Yeah. Like it's like them going after Disney executives as well, right? Sure, you should go after the Disney executives, but you're gonna go after Harvey Weinstein as the main guy who fucking did shit to you, right? You can go after the people who owned his company and maybe knew about his behavior as well and didn't do anything about it, and you should, but Harvey Weinstein's gonna be the focus of that shit. So that's another thing that made me really suspicious. It was more like he had an agenda to take out certain people. That's what he wanted to do, to take out those people so that, some new people could come in who would be more receptive to restoring whatever Snyder's vision was. That's my opinion. And until I have further evidence, that's what I make of it. So, that being said, K-Dots, thanks for coming on with me. I'm sorry that this is all like kind of capsized and stuff like that because,
it's all good. Thanks for letting me come on. I was gonna stream about it, but I already talked about it. It's fine. I already shared it and told people here they can see my opinions here. And why is this Nolan hater here, man? He's just gonna talk shit about Nolan.
What is up? Yeah. The truth is in the house. What's going on, guys?
What's up, Nolan hater?
Cool, man. Yeah, what's with you? I heard you talking smack about Batman Begins earlier, and you couldn't even come up with any, like, you were like, oh, they didn't do anything comic booky in Batman Begins. So driving on a roof.
I was speaking facts.
Driving on a roof with a Batmobile, that isn't comic booky. That's too realistic.
No, but they do that. Hold on. No, they do that in fucking Bad Boys 2. They did that in all kinds of other movies. So no, that's not super.
Did they summon bats? Did they summon bats in Bad Boys 2? Did they summon bats?
No, but I'm pretty sure they summon bitches or some shit.
Yo, fucking Nolan DC hating.
Not DC hating, just Nolan. Nolan.
Okay. All right.
What are we talking about here? What's going on with this Josh Whedon shit now?
Josh Whedon came. Apparently, there's some article that nobody can find. It's like a fucking unicorn or something.
Nobody can find that shit.
That Josh Whedon's come out and said some heinous shit about like how the reason he cut Ray Fisher out of Justice League was because he thought that the scenes he was in didn't make sense. And that his acting was bad.
That's bullshit. His acting was really good.
Right, exactly. That's why I came on. I was really impassioned because I didn't want to read it. I wanted to react to it live. So I just brought up the article so I could react to it live. But it's so hard to get the full article. It's like it's behind some paywall, and then there's other people who've posted parts of it, but they've posted it all out of order. So I want to be able, if I'm gonna like really get outraged at what Josh Whedon said, I want to.
You need to find the real article, right?
Yeah,
because people like to take shit out of context. You know what I mean? They like to take little pieces of what they read and then twist it up into their own words and stuff. So it's better for you to have the full article. I can agree with that.
Yeah. So yeah, we're basically about to end the stream. The stream because of that, because like the article I got, you read half of it, and as soon as it gets to the bit where they're actually talking about the Justice League, it's behind a paywall.
I got you. I wouldn't pay for that shit either. Well, at least I could say I'm glad that I woke up to a fucking link this morning, not like K-Dot who sees me in the chat and then says, "Oh, hey, let me send you the link." You know, at least you were thinking about me when you started the stream. So enough respect, nerd man. K-Dot only thinks about me after I show up in the fucking chat. And he's like, "Oh yeah, Hanzo, let me send you the link."
Nerdman only wanted to get you in here because you're an African American and we're talking about an African American person. He was only using you because your skin, man, your skin color. I invited you because you. I invited
I'm black,
you,
though.
individual.
I'm black. What are you talking about?
Right, there's black people that use other black people, man. And even on MLK Day, shit.
Yeah, I mean, look. In any case, though, I think the best thing is we just talk about it when we see the whole article. But
is this article supposed to be
Are you doing anything? Like, what are you doing in terms of streaming? Are you going to do your evening stream, K-Dots? So that we can take on this. I'm
chilling.
All right, because
I just got Danny's show at.
Mm-hmm.
I just got Danny's show at 9. Other than that, I'm free.
All right, cool. Because I know you've got your Nolan slander, your DC slander, your the fucking Infinity War's the best movie of all time.
That is a fact,
up, bro.
That is a fact. The fuck out of here with that. That is a fact. Infinity War is it's Infinity War and then Spider-Man No Way fucking Home. How you like them apples?
Man, hey,
Spider-Man No Way Home.
Spider-Man 1 over No Way Home.
The second best fucking superhero movie ever. How you like them apples?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say Spider-Man 3 over No Way Home. Spider-Man 3 over No Way Home.
You are out of your mind.
Why has everybody been going around saying Spider-Man No Way Home has already made $2 billion though when it hasn't?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't said that. Let me go see what the box office is so far.
I heard the box office was $2 billion, and then I saw the other day it's like 1.6. Still good, but
yeah, it's like a little bit over 500,000 right now.
Really?
Yeah, it's a little over 500,000 right now. The box office.
That's good.
And $1 billion, 500 million.
But that just goes to show you that Marvel is doing shit properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, watch the Batman make more money than that nonsense. We letting you guys breathe. We letting you guys, rest.
It's at 1.5
we letting you guys have this moment of
what are you gonna say when the Batman on a smaller budget, without all the gimmicks, without like 3 Batmans in there, like the Joker, like Jack Nicholson's Joker, all of that shit, just one Batman versus the Riddler makes about as much as fucking Spider-Man No Way Home. What are you gonna say, bro?
No. What are you gonna say when it doesn't?
Are you gonna say DC? Are you gonna say DC is doing it properly?
No. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say DC is doing this shit properly? What are you gonna say when it doesn't? Because I don't have to worry about that. I know it's not gonna come close to No Way Home.
Spider-Man 3 over Infinity War.
Whoa. Oh, WZ, get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, WZ. We already know you are fucking nerd man simp, bro. So preaching, bro. We know that.
No,
he's a simp for you, bro.
Real knows real, bro. That's what WZ is on.
I think that's your girl. I think WZ is your girl. You know what I mean? It's your girl. She's over there talking all kinds of shit in there. Yeah, that's definitely your wifey, bro. Because that is not no normal dude. That is not a normal dude kissing your butt like that. No. Sorry.
I'm telling you. WG just knows what he's talking about, bro.
No, he does not. Absolutely not. Wait, hold on, WZ. Nobody on this panel, right? I'll agree with you. Nobody on this panel agrees with me. But everywhere else in the world, they agree with me. Not with these.
You've got your simps. I know you've got your simps out there.
Not with these
simping
two.
And shit.
Not with these two. Oh my god, these two are out of their mind.
Even Sean is somewhat preaching, but I got Wonder Woman over Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3 better than Endgame, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Wonder Woman, Captain America.
I mean, it's better than the first Captain America.
It ain't better
It
than
ain't better
any
than
of
Wonder
those
Woman.
Yeah,
movies.
I'll give it Wonder Woman and Zack Snyder's
I'll
Justice
say
League.
it's better than Endgame. It's better
I'll
than
say it's better
Endgame.
than Zack Snyder's Justice League and Wonder Woman. I'll give him that.
No. It's only better than Endgame.
There ain't
Actually,
nothing.
it isn't really better than Endgame. Even I don't know that Spider-Man Endgame's trash though. I really like the beginning. It's so fucking trash. All of the time travel
It's just
stuff
that,
is
it's
so
just
trash.
that second.
It's just
that
that
second
third act, bro. That's it.
First
That's
and
all
third
it's
is great.
got. The third act is good.
And you know what?
And then any of the
You're
scenes
right.
with Black Widow.
And you're right. You're right, nerd man. Nothing in Endgame is better than them chicks sniffing Aquaman sweater. Nothing.
No,
That's
exactly.
a tight scene. That's the best
Exactly.
scene in the Justice League. You know what I mean?
Is it.
Or
That
the
is
Sesame
it.
Seeds
That's
falling
epic
in
cinema,
slow motion.
bro. Yeah,
This
bro.
facts.
You
That's
can't beat
fire.
that shit.
That's fire.
You can't
Yeah.
beat that shit. You can only beat that shit with leprechauns and shit. Like,
Because
leprechauns introducing boy bands into the MCU, bro. That's the only
because
thing
a
you can beat it.
4-hour movie has
Do you-
50% of the movie in slow motion. I get it. It's great.
Is Harry Styles going to do like the first MCU musical? The MCU has done it again. This time they made a musical picture. Is that what they're going to do?
Well, they already made a music. They already have a musical. You know, I can do this all day. I can do this all day. They already have a musical. You know, be prepared to see that on with Disney on Ice and all that stuff. Yes, you're gonna see that because Marvel can market. You know.
Look at what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
You need to invite a white guy onto the panel. First of all, I never need to invite a white guy onto the panel.
Facts. You guys just fuck shit up anyways.
You did not intentionally say the N-word to Ray. What is wrong with you, Sean? It can happen to anyone. You need a degree in speech to avoid saying it. Stop hating. Oh dear. All right, guys. I looked up and didn't find what Josh said. I don't know what the fuck happened in JL, but it was neither person's vision. Zach's vision worked with his mindset, and Josh Whedon's vision could only work with his mindset. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you get a guy to halfway through to direct the movie that's already shot. It's bad.
But for me, and I don't know about you guys, but when I was watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, I just kept saying, "But why would he cut this out? Why would he cut that out? Why did he take that out?"
Honestly, I understand, and I actually, in some ways, I appreciate that he cut all that shit out, because imagine how it would have ruined that Flash scene at the end where he's running back in time if Josh Whedon had done that. He wouldn't have filmed it properly. It wouldn't have looked the same. It wouldn't have looked as cool, and then it would have ruined that moment for you when the Zack Snyder's Justice League cut did come out. So in a way, I'm kind of happy he butchered it in some ways, because it meant that I could enjoy Zack Snyder's Justice League, that much more, because those parts weren't ruined for me.
But the running back in time was already filmed, right? So he could have just put it in there. Like, he didn't really need, like, we didn't need to see that stupid scene with the fucking Russian family or whatever they were. I didn't like that.
Yeah, but again, like, if you had think about it,
they didn't want to do that ending where they lose and then they have to. They didn't want to do that. They just wanted them to win.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, they put this Russian family in there, and it felt so out of place. Like, there's only one family in that spot. Like, it just seemed.
Well, Superman did save a building of multiple people. He saved one building of multiple people.
In the end, Onzo, look. Here's what.
Hey, but I feel though, Flash should have been.
Here's what Josh Whedon could have done, and I don't know what exactly his discussions were with Warner Brothers, but he should have just said, "Look, dude, this guy's filmed over 4 hours of footage, and it's the only way, like, to make a coherent story for it to be long. Give me 3 hours. This is the Justice League. Give me 3 hours, and then I think he could have made a decent. But as far as I'm concerned, you can't blame him for cutting out anything because he had 2 hours.
No, I agree. I don't blame him.
How can you not cut out like half the movie? And
No, I agree.
and you are and straight up facts. If somebody gave me 2 hours to cut down a Justice League movie, and it's got Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Flash, Superman, Batman, and Cyborg, I'm cutting out all Cyborg scenes. That's straight up. I don't even care how good they are, right? Like, I am cutting his scenes because people are there to see. No, people, how are you serious?
Yeah.
People are there to see Flash, Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman.
That's
who they're there to see.
But the younger generation are used to Cyborg being a part of the Justice League in the cartoons, right? Because you do have, yes, younger generations, they are, because he is a part of the Justice League now. So I think that you can cut out all those slow motion scenes. You can cut out the singing chicks, whatever the hell they were doing. You can cut that stuff out. You can cut out the fucking Bruce Wayne walking through all kinds of shit. You can cut all of that stuff, but you can still leave the Cyborg stuff in there. He could have found a way to leave the Cyborg stuff in there.
That Cyborg stuff is over like 20 minutes. I think it's like 15 to 20 minutes long in a 2-hour movie.
Yeah, but I think there's a few things that you can trim off of it without ruining Cyborg's story. Like, they butchered his story to me.
I don't know. Again, the problem is that if you're talking about audiences that are aware, like, oh, Cyborg's in the team now, but if you ask your average person, more people will know who Wonder Woman is than Cyborg. More people will know who Superman is than Cyborg.
I agree.
More people will know who Batman is than Cyborg.
I agree.
More people will know who Flash is than Cyborg. So Cyborg's the only one, like, nobody's going to know who he is.
I agree with that when it comes. I agree with that when it comes. Yeah, go ahead.
So, no, what I'm saying is if you're trying to sell it to general audiences, some of whom aren't, familiar with what's going on in comics or cartoons and stuff like that, then the people you want to keep are those people.
No, I agree when it comes to that, when you're talking about who people know more, but just go back in the last 10 years. I know when my son started watching the Justice League cartoons, Cyborg was a part of the Justice League. My son's 23 now. You know what I mean? So I think the younger generation can say Cyborg definitely is a part of the Justice League. So I can understand why they made him the heart of the soul of the movie. But hey, man, I think.
Look, I think the clever thing Zack Snyder did, I still have a problem with it, which is like Superman and Wonder Woman should have been more present. They should have done a little bit cooler stuff with Batman. But in the end of the day, probably from his thinking, he's thinking, I don't need to sell Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman. They're already sold. I already did a good job with them in BVS. So I sold Wonder Woman, and she's had her own film. Then Superman, I think he really underserved Superman throughout this trilogy, but at least he did some good stuff with him in Justice League. When he was there, I thought he was welcome and he did some cool shit. Batman, you definitely don't need to sell. I mean, Batman is like the biggest fucking superhero on the planet, arguably anyway. So the two people that you really need to sell in terms of movies was Flash and Cyborg.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he did. He sold Flash and Cyborg. Aquaman was already getting his movie. So I think his movie was coming out straight after Justice League. It was already filming. So the only two you needed to get people excited about was Cyborg and Flash, and he did that. So I get why Snyder did what he did. So when people are like, oh, why wasn't there more Superman in it? It's like, I would have liked more Superman, but again, those characters kind of sell themselves in a lot of ways. And I think he did a good enough job with Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman where, they were cool. I liked them by the end of the movie. And I wanted to see more of them as well. But, it didn't stop. It didn't prevent anything from moving and flowing by just making Flash and Cyborg stand out in the movie as well.
Well, I agree with you. And I say this, like, had they have gotten solo movies first, then he wouldn't have had to make them so prominent in Justice League. I think that's where one of the biggest issue is. You give Flash a solo movie first, you give Cyborg a solo movie first, and then you can focus on the actual Justice League in the movie.
Yeah, absolutely. But that being said, for what it was, 4 hours, that's a bit fucking over the top. You needed to cut that down to like 3 hours. You can maybe do a
20
director's
minutes,
cut.
3, yeah.
You could do a director's cut that's 3 hours, 30 minutes, like for DVDs and shit like that. But you needed to cut that down to a manageable 3 hours. Even Zack Snyder, if he was going to put that in cinemas,
he would have had to.
He would have had to. He would have had to. So
there's no doubt about
it. But for what it's worth, that 4 hour movie, I think it's fantastic. I really do. I don't have any problem with it. And this is somebody who had major problems with BVS and major problems with Man of Steel. And I have very, very little kind of issues with Zack Snyder's Justice League. If you were going to do a film about the Justice League as your third movie, so that you do the Justice League and then you do the solo movies, then that's what you do. Because that was an exciting movie. It got me excited about seeing every character. I can't imagine that there was a film that could get me to like Aquaman and fucking Cyborg. And that film actually did. It got me to be interested in both of the stories that would have come out of Zack Snyder's Justice League. So, that's my opinion on it. I know a lot of people disagree in this community.
I like what he did with the movie. I think the movie is great. When I say it's fucking better than Endgame, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed Endgame. I really did. I like Endgame. Endgame is a fire movie, hands down. But for me, I just find that middle part of Endgame just is like, oh my god, I can't watch this. I can't watch this. It's way too boring, So.
Okay, so Sean says they didn't just limit Batman and Superman. They might as well have not been in the film. I don't agree with that. I mean, there are scenes with Superman that I fucking love. I love that flight scene when his dads are telling him the right things to do. I love the scene on the farm with Superman where he's like his mother comes up and hugs him. He goes to propose to Lois Lane or whatever. He gives her the wedding ring. I love all of that stuff. And when he comes in at the end and he just lays down the law, I mean, you couldn't give Superman a more badass fucking scene to do. I think it was really good. I'll agree with you on Batman, but again, Batman, there's nothing that can ruin Batman. At this point, Batman is he's golden forever. After the popularity of the Burton movies, the popularity of the Nolan movies, the popularity of the animated shit, he's one of the biggest selling comic book characters of all time. It doesn't matter what you do with it at this point.
Right.
So
everybody knows Batman. Everybody will go and watch a Batman movie. That's what they're banking on with the Pattinson movies, right? Nobody fucking likes the fact that Pattinson is Batman. At least a few people don't like it. There's some that do. But we're going to go see it because it's Batman. That's why we're going to see that movie. Not because it's Pattinson playing it. Because it's Batman.
Right.
So,
I mean, he's arguably the most popular superhero of this generation, at least.
Yeah.
I think Superman was of the previous generation. Now it's between Spider-Man and Batman.
Sure.
I don't really see how anyone can argue with that. If you asked people like 10 years ago or even 20 years ago, everyone would have known who Lex Luthor is. This generation now, some of them don't even know who Lex Luthor really is.
Yeah.
That's how much I think Superman is. It's sad to say because I think he's a great superhero, but
a lot of people don't like Superman either, though.
Yeah, but that's because they haven't. they haven't had the definitive version of this generation's Superman. That's why you always have to retell the stories. Otherwise, I remember before the Wonder Woman movie came out, everyone fucking thought Wonder Woman was silly. I'm telling you, I used to have these discussions with people where they were like, "Oh, what are you talking about? Like with Linda Carter, with her twirling around and all of this stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, but that was good for that generation. You need this generation's version of that, and then you'll see people once they see it, then they can understand. Oh, okay, that's why it's good because they're doing a version of the character that speaks to the generation that they're in now." And I'm not just talking about like. Put it this way: if Burton's movies were the last movies of Batman, Burton and what's it called? You would see within like a few generations, people would be like, "Oh yeah, Batman ain't that cool," because the action of the Burton movies doesn't match up to what you can do now in terms of action, right? Just the general aesthetic is not something that modern generations would be able to look back at and be like, "Oh, that fits in with our film watching sensibilities."
Yeah, but I think people just think that Superman's kind of corny even from the comic books, right? Not talking about movie wise. People think he's OP'd and think he's corny and stuff like that. I hear that a lot.
Yeah, but here's what I'm saying, Tony. That's why I'm giving you the example of Wonder Woman, because people who watch the animated stuff knew she was dope, but in general, most of the people, if you go back like before Wonder Woman 2017 came out, like a couple of years back, most of the people knew Wonder Woman through Linda Carter. They did not know her through the Justice League cartoons or the Justice. Most people knew when they pictured Wonder Woman, they pictured Linda Carter. That's what I'm saying. Now, when most people picture Wonder Woman, they picture Gal Gadot. That's how powerful, having a modern day film is. I just think it's so important. Like, before you give up and you just say, "Oh, this superhero just doesn't work," at least give them the opportunity, like, to give them a modern day iteration that like really plays to the strengths of the character. And then if it still doesn't work, then maybe it's something to do with the character and there's nothing that you can do. But I just don't think Man of Steel or Superman Returns, I don't think those were fair chances for Superman, because one of them, in my opinion, just isn't Superman. I don't think Man of Steel is Superman. And then the other one is trying to be a sequel to a 70s movie. And that's just dumb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. I might, unless you have something pressing you wanted to talk about, I might leave it at that.
No, I'm good. Just came over here to spread some truth on the bullshit that you guys were about to.
You talk some shit though, man. Like the stuff you were saying about Nolan. Weren't you embarrassed after you said all of that stuff about Nolan today?
No, me and Mike were on point.
You weren't. There was no. What were you saying? You were saying that it was too realistic.
Yeah, it's not a super. No,
there's no superhero.
No. I'm saying it was grounded in reality. That's the issue with those Nolan movies. They're not.
What's wrong with that?
They're trash. They're making trash. That's not what I go to see superhero movie for. That's not the reason why I went to go see fucking Joker. I didn't go to see a fucking movie about a dude with fucking mental health issues that could have been any other movie. I went to go see a fucking superhero movie.
But Batman Begins and The Dark Knight aren't just about a guy with mental issues who, like that argument. I can see you saying that for Joker, but I can't see how you're saying that for Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Those are totally superhero movies. The guy is doing things that are completely physically fucking impossible. Plus, he's driving on roofs. He's calling bats for backup against the police, like the police when they're chasing him. He's disappearing people.
Bro, Fast and Furious, they do shit
Furious isn't realistic.
Exactly. They do shit that's almost impossible too. So what? Those superhero movies?
I
It's
didn't
Fast and
say that. That's not the point. Your
No, it is the
argument,
point. My
your
argument
argument
that he
is
didn't
that
do
they're not.
superhero shit. He did normal shit that you could see in a Fast and Furious movie. They took a car to
So
fucking
wait,
space in Fast and
what is?
Furious. They took a
So
car
wait
to
a second.
space.
I'm so fucking confused now. So what? You can see most of the stuff Captain America does in Captain America: Winter Soldier in a Fast and Furious movie or in any action movie,
No,
right?
but
Yeah,
Captain
you can.
America does superhero shit. He has
How?
superhero strength. You understand? He's running fast. He's
But
jumping.
Batman
He's
is a
punching people
human.
through walls.
Batman. So you don't like Batman? That's what you're saying. You don't like
I
Batman.
do like Batman. I do like
So,
Batman.
but
I think.
you're saying that he's
Hold on,
not
hold on.
super enough, but he's not supposed to be super. He's not. That's the whole point of Batman. He's a human. He was a human in the Burton movie. What did he do that was super in the Burton movies that you couldn't find in any action movie?
No. But the Burton movie at least stayed true to Gotham and made it feel like a superhero movie. The Nolan looks like I could go outside and see someone in a Batman suit trying to swing from a building and shit.
You're baffling me. You're killing me right now. So Spider-Man: No Way Home doesn't. Oh, sorry, Spider-Man Homecoming doesn't just look like a normal city.
Yeah, but Spider-Man
he lives in a normal city. He's
but he does. But
normal,
Gotham is not a normal city, though.
Yeah, but Gotham in Nolan's Batman Begins is like it's not just a normal city. It has a whole different aesthetic to a normal city. Like the Narrows, you don't remember the Narrows? That where he's like driving into, like, it's literally like his version of Gotham. That's one of my critiques of The Dark Knight. I was like, why did you stop doing that? That was cool. You made your own version of Gotham. Whereas in The Dark Knight, it does just look like a normal Chicago city or whatever. It's not a massive problem, but for me, I enjoyed more when in Batman Begins, he made it look like a darker, like edgier, like weird, creepy city. That's what he did in Batman Begins. So I'm really confused
I tried to watch Batman Begins and fell asleep on it. So
yeah, well, I think you need to give it like a proper go.
Nah, that movie's trash. I'm not watching that movie again. That movie's trash.
You want it to be trash because
it's
confirmation bias. It's confirmation bias because, again, so it's because what? It doesn't have enough jokes.
No, it doesn't have to have jokes. Justice League didn't have a lot of jokes in it. Superhero shit.
What is calling bats? Right? To say what is having a fucking spray thing that the fear toxin that
have you ever watched the James Bond
movie? Scarecrow has.
Have you ever
watched
the
James fear Bond fucking movie? Toxin.
Have you ever watched the James Bond movie? They have shit like that all the time. Lasers to
James Bond is practically a superhero. What are you talking about? He's practically a superhero.
But he's
the only
not.
difference between him is that he doesn't have a costume.
My point is the shit that they do in those movies you could see in normal and fucking in a Nolan movie. Like, I want to see shit that you won't see in a fucking Nolan movie or a regular movie, in a superhero movie. You know what I mean? Like fucking go into space or aliens and Thanos and shit like that. That's what you want to see. You want to see.
So you want to see him, Batman, going to space?
No.
Does that sound like a Batman comic?
Hold on. I'm not saying that's what I want to see. I'm just saying you have to put those type of elements into your superhero movie to make it seem like it's a superhero movie. There were no superhero elements in this damn movie. It was fucking trash, bro.
He's driving a tank on rooftops, jumping from rooftop to rooftop.
They did that in fucking Bad Boys.
He's a psychiatrist.
In Bad Boys 2, they were fucking driving through cities on rooftops and shit. They did the same thing.
You are so full of shit. So, okay, let me get this straight. Batman in a Batman movie has to do superhero shit, but he's not really, like, he's human.
But he's still superhero,
in
no?
in the comics, what he does is he fights bad guys in Gotham, and he saves Gotham from whatever the bad guy's terrible plan is to destroy or to kill people in Gotham or whatever. That's what Batman comics are.
Did you see Justice League War?
So clearly, you don't like Batman.
No, did you see Justice League War?
Yeah.
The animation?
What about it?
Batman did Batman shit, superhero shit in that. That was a superhero Batman.
So you want Batman to face Thanos in a Batman? Darkseid in a Batman movie?
No, I want him to do some superhero shit. He did superhero shit.
So you realize who are Batman's main villains?
Joker, Riddler, Scarecrow.
And what is the difference between them and Darkseid?
What do you mean? They're humans, I guess.
How do they usually fight Batman?
How do they usually fight him?
Yeah,
with tactics. You know what I mean?
With tactics, right? So, what are we talking about? So, in the Burton movies,
are you not listening to the words?
Are you not listening to the words that come out of my mouth? Make any sense? Nothing makes sense. You are hating. Can you? All right, I'll tell you how I'm gonna. Tell me one good thing about Batman Begins.
Nothing.
You're biased.
Nothing.
I can tell you. I will tell you one good thing about Infinity War.
There's more than one good thing.
The performance. No, I know, but I don't think that film's as great as everyone says. I think it's overrated. A number of different things, but I think Thanos. The performance by Thanos is really good. I like Iron Man in the movie. I like Captain America for the most part in the movie. Right? So there are good things even in movies that I think they're a bit overhyped, or I don't like them as much as you. If you can't say any good thing about Batman Begins, then you're biased.
No, I can't.
If there's something that I literally like, there's some piece of art or whatever I cannot say one good thing about, then there's something that it's my own reception of especially if most people like it. If I can't say anything good about it, then my opinion is straight bias.
But most people can be wrong, though. You know what I mean? And I could sit here and maybe, you see, I didn't like the performances. I didn't like fucking Liam Neeson's performance as Ra's al Ghul. I didn't like fucking Christian Bale's performance as Batman. I don't like the guy who plays the Scarecrow. I don't like the movie. Like, there's nothing I can say good about it. Now, if you want to say The Dark Knight, then yes, I could say Heath Ledger's Joker, hands down, was the fucking man in that movie. I can say good shit about that one. Batman Begins and Dark Knight Rises, I can't say shit about that. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Those words did not come out of my mouth. The villain is on point. The villain is on point.
Have you told Mike about this little thing?
I've said that many times.
No, you haven't said that to Mike.
Heath Ledger is on point. Heath Ledger is on point.
So is he comic booky enough for you?
No.
Is he comic booky enough for you?
No.
No, a guy walking around in a Joker fucking clown suit, like taking on gangsters. That's not fucking comic booky enough.
No. That's anybody. I could do that. I could put on a fucking clown face and go fucking hunt down gangsters.
You think you lost? You think you lost a day? Like just one person?
Maybe not, but I can still do it. Maybe not, but I can still do it.
That is straight comic book shit.
No, bro.
First of all, here's what happens. Here's what happens. Here's what happens if Heath Ledger's Joker walked into a fucking room full of gangsters. They would crack the fuck up. If I'm sitting there with a bunch of criminal dons, like the biggest fucking Italian mafioso, fucking, the Chinese mafia, all of that kind of shit, and a guy in a fucking purple suit with fucking clown makeup walks in, I'm fucking laughing till I die, bro. Like, I would laugh so fucking hard, and everybody else would laugh as well. It's not realistic. And it's not realistic.
You're right. But that's the thing. It's a movie. Movies aren't realistic, but it's a superhero movie, which should be grounded with superhero shit. and it's not. It's not the fact that it's not realistic. You're stuck on that. It's the
You
fact
said
that there's
that
no
it isn't realistic. That's
No,
what your
I said it's
problem.
grounded in reality, which makes it not realistic.
Again,
What makes it not superhero shit.
when can you like try? You can try it. I'd love you to try it. Try and get a grappling hook, shoot it onto a fucking moving train, and then try and get into the window of the train.
Bro, they took a car
How
into
can you do that?
in Fast and the Furious. This is my point. You can see those type of things anywhere. When you're watching a superhero movie, you have to see shit.
Did Captain America go to
movie.
space? Did in Winter Soldier?
Not in Winter Soldier, but in Endgame he did.
So what did he do in Winter Soldier? I swear he just fought like guys on a ship and did some other stuff.
But
like
he has super soldier serum, which makes all the stuff that he does.
Batman
and hold on,
have
and here's the difference. Serum. No, and here's the difference, right? And here's the difference, right? You can watch Captain America, Winter Soldier, or Civil War, and you can see the difference between the stuff he can do, and you can see the stuff that fucking Falcon can do. Falcon can do the exact same shit that Batman has done in his movies. You could put anybody in, just a regular guy in that movie, and he could do the shit that Batman's doing. Batman never did anything superhero special in that movie.
So wait a second. Anybody can take on the League of Shadows.
Yeah,
like a group of ninjas.
If you were to put Eddie Murphy in that movie, he would have fucked them up. If you put Eddie Murphy in that movie, he would have fucked them up.
Murphy,
yes, he would have fucked them up.
Would have taken on ninjas, yes, he would have fucked them up. Machine guns.
Yes, Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando took out a whole fucking platoon of army dudes.
You've lost all sense of proportion.
You know what I'm saying?
This is just Looney Tunes. This is Looney Tunes. I don't even know what you're saying anymore. It doesn't make any sense. So all superhero movies have to be the same, is basically what you're saying. You want all of them across. What about Kick-Ass? Is that good?
Shit. Kick-Ass was all right. Kick-Ass was all right.
Why?
They did superhero shit. But Kick-Ass but Kick-Ass is a different type of movie, though. I was not expecting like fucking, flying people.
What did you expect Batman to do in Batman Begins? What would you have got him to do? I'm just curious.
I'd have to think about that. Come back to me on that, and I'll tell you how you could have made that movie more superhero-y. I'd have to really think on it. But
come on, give me a spitball, just like out of interest. What
okay, so let me give you an example.
Because the Burton movies, he does similar stuff.
Let me give you an example, right? The warehouse scene in Zack Snyder, that was some superhero shit.
Okay, that was Batman doing superhero shit.
That was Batman doing superhero shit, yes.
Okay. But it's funny. I kind of get what you're saying in that. I'll give you some credit in that. He does have a warehouse scene where he's like taking on all of these guys, and I do think, on one level, I like Nolan's action because I think it looks at what Batman would actually do. Because Batman is not a fighter who comes like straight out and just beats people up. He's more like what's the word? He's more of a stealthy fighter, in my opinion. Right? That's how I imagine Batman. But that being said, he can go into a room full of goons and do some karate and martial arts and other kind of things and take I think a number of guys out. But I think that Nolan just didn't direct those scenes so well. Where he really excelled was the more stealthy Batman stuff. So I can see what you're saying in that, but I don't know that makes the whole movie, just because it doesn't have a scene where I don't know. I just think it's a different version of Batman then. I can appreciate what you're saying there, but I do like this stealthy element that he brought to those Batman movies. And Batman still was fighting people and stuff like that in it.
But
Like
you
he
see, this
bent
is
the
what I'm saying.
nozzle of a gun, you know. Like,
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. You have this fucking movie that's grounded in reality, supposedly, because he said that the Batman movie is supposed to be grounded in reality, and then you have Batman
yeah.
bending the nozzle of a fucking gun. I'm like, what? No.
Yeah, but again, I don't think grounded in reality is something that got taken out of hand. I think, again, for me, what he did was he fleshed out the characters in a more psychologically grounded way, specifically Bruce Wayne and the villains, right? So, Two-Face or Joker and stuff like that. And then in Batman Begins, you get that psychological journey, so you see from A to B to C how Batman really becomes Batman. And I appreciated that psychological realism. But I didn't like the idea that people were saying that this is realistic, because it isn't. I mean, you don't summon bats by throwing down, and bats just come and fly. You don't have a thing where people have fear toxins that they're spraying in people's faces, or like all of that. The microwave emitter, where what did it do? It basically dried up the water or something, so it turned into vapor. But that would do the same thing to the water in your body, right? So if it was doing that to water, it had to. So all of that stuff is very unrealistic. So I don't really see it as
let's just say
realistic
maybe
in the way you're saying.
Let's just say realistic may be the wrong word, but grounded in reality sounds more something that you probably can get your head around, other than saying realistic. Because to be honest with you, unless it's like a documentary or some shit like that, what movie is really realistic?
Don't you like Daredevil?
Which one? Series? The movie? Yeah, it was okay.
No, the series.
Yeah, it was okay.
No, the TV series.
Oh. It was okay. Yeah, the first season was fire.
And what was the superhero shit in that?
He was blind and he was fucking seeing things with like a sonar array and shit like that. You know what I mean? That there was superhero shit in that. Absolutely.
But then again, Batman doesn't have powers, so you can't. It's like you're saying one thing, and then what about Batman seeing in sonar?
Does Daredevil?
Do you remember in Dark Knight where he's about to confront the Joker? And he basically has to take out all of the police because they're going to kill the wrong people, right? And then he's seeing all of that in sonar vision. That's fucking superhero shit. He has loads of gadgets and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what
Batman has the gadgets. I give you that.
If Batman has any superpower, it's his gadgets, and that's what he's, that's what he has in those, Dark Knight movies, except that they're a little less ridiculous than the ones that you would find in Burton's movie or in especially the Schumacher movies, where it went completely out of control. The gadgets he had.
That's what I'm saying. At least the gadgets in the Schumacher movies were comic book type of shit, right? This is something that the government can make. Like, the government can make those eyeglasses, and you could have that based in reality. Here's a perfect example, right? So, Last Jedi, I hate that movie, right? But the minute they put a fucking mama joke in that movie, they brought it into like real world type of stuff. And then you go and watch Boba Fett, and the guy says mate in it. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's not supposed to be Star Wars dialogue. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be a galaxy far, far away. You don't do shit like that. And that's what I'm saying. The same
People
thing with
still have mums. People still have mothers in far, far galaxies far away. So you'd assume that people might like
they do,
mother,
but no, that's a mama joke, bro. No, that doesn't work in Star Wars. No, Star Wars is
anyway. I'm not here to defend that stuff, so I don't really care about that stuff. I'm just saying that there are different types of comic books, there are different tones, and it depends on the character, really. So I think it's perfectly plausible to have a Batman that is a little bit lower tech, like that doesn't have like technology. It's interesting as well to see, how would his tech, again, it's not realistic. but it's like just that kind of fake realism where you're like, oh, you can imagine that somebody could have that kind of technology, and it puts you in that place where you're like, oh, you know, you could have a Batman in the real world, and that's the kind of fun of those kind of takes. I like when things are a little bit more grounded, and especially when they deal with social issues that are actually in the real world, not like SJW shit, but like just like issues that, you know, where you're confronting things that happen in the real world, because it makes it seem like, oh, if a hero is going up against that, then they're going up against something you actually genuinely care about. That's why I like Black Widow, because Black Widow feels like, oh, that's not just evil in some weird sci-fi space, you know, whatever way. That's a kind of evil that I can understand, like somebody trafficking girls to do like you know, terrible shit. So that kind of stuff I appreciate a little bit more in superhero movies sometimes.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but for me, like let's say even the Pattinson movies, right? I find the Pattinson movie has a kind of Nolan-esque type of look to it, which kind of worries me about that movie. It looks good. It looks really good, but I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit grounded like the Nolan movies, and it might end up being a little bit trash. So
I think you just don't like grounded stuff. I can't explain it any other way, because what you're saying is like the kind of interpretation you're talking about has been in the comics.
I like
Like
grounded
that
stuff
has
all
been
the time. I just don't want it in my fucking superhero movies.
fair enough. I think it's that's the issue. But I like that. I appreciate that, and I think there's a market for that as well. So it's not like, you know, it's just coming out of nowhere. I think there's a genuine market for, you know, having superheroes exist in a world that isn't just completely fantastical, that there's some kind of realer elements. And again, when a villain is doing something that, you know, is an evil that I recognize, I find that more interesting than just doing some like even Thanos. Like I'll even give you Thanos. Like him doing a genocide where he's killing half the people, and he has some kind of, you know, rationale for it. That reminds me of like dictators who would do that. Joseph Stalin had his kind of conception. Like certain dictators who actually thought they were doing a heroic thing by murdering a bunch of people. So I appreciate when it has some kind of thing that I can, you know, hold on to, where I recognize the evil that they're talking about, rather than, you know, whatever the fuck that guy was trying to do in Thor 2. I had no idea what that was. Like, that was just gobbledygook to me. You know, what was he trying to do? He's trying to, what was it, get the ether to put in, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Why should I care about that?
Yeah, I don't even remember his plan, to be honest with you. I don't remember his plan or what his goal was in that movie. Well, the villain in that is forgettable, and that's the thing that we always talk about with Marvel, is that they do have an issue when it comes to their villains, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, I think so many of and this is across the board. Like, again, Wonder Woman, that film I liked because it was an evil I recognized. This guy is trying to, you know, make this war go on forever and whatever. And then that way she could actually deal, you know, I don't think it was really super deep or anything like that, but it was something I care about because, you know, war is a horrible fucking thing in the world. Right. And the suffering that goes on in war to people who really, you know, a lot of the time, especially historically, they had no choice but to go into these wars, or, you know, or to be, you know, they had to become soldiers. They had to defend their country. They were ideologically brainwashed to believe in the stuff that their countries were doing. So that for me is something that, when she's talking about those things, it hits a little deeper than just somebody talking about, I don't know, some space gobbledygook or whatever. You know, again, Guardians of the Galaxy. Do I really care what the villain's doing? Yeah, it's a fun movie. I don't care what the villain's doing in that. It doesn't have any. basis in reality for me to hold on to.
Well, in Guardians of the Galaxy, he was trying to get the ether so that he could take over Thanos and stuff like that. Or not the ether, the whatever the freaking stone was they were looking for, so that he could take over the universe and kill Thanos and stuff like that. So I get that.
Mm. No, I know. I'm not saying Guardians of the Galaxy
he wasn't a great
bad
villain though.
But I don't think. I think the more interesting thing was the Guardians of the Galaxy and the family element of it. That was what was interesting about that movie. But I'm just saying that the villain plan itself. Oh, here we go.
Mike,
are you still 3 hours later still talking about this shit?
I knew Mike was in the house. What up, Mike?
No.
Thanks for coming in here because I had to defend this Nolan shit against this guy.
There is no defending Nolan shit. It's shit. It's shit of the highest order.
Yeah, I know, but he's like, oh no, I don't understand how you guys are saying it's not a superhero movie and blah 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 blah. Yeah, we're getting that kind of talk from him.
We've already done it, bro.
The dude himself already said that it's not a comic book movie.
Absolutely.
So I don't know what else you need. What else do you need? Yes.
Well, when did Nolan say that? Because as far as I know, it's based off The Long Halloween. It's based off.
It was in one of the.
Batman Year One.
Well, you can take tropes. You can take tropes from those things. Doesn't necessarily mean that makes it those things. Because Nolan doesn't like comic books. I don't understand what the problem is. Like, why people don't understand this.
There were literal panels that were taken out of.
Well, allegedly,
Batman Year One, right?
The
Batman Year One was the one where
the comic book fan
escape,
in the family is his brother, the one that's not in prison, the other one. Okay, so
yeah, I know.
It's a comic book film. It's just a poorly done one.
It's not. But what were you saying,
the
Sean,
Nolan
about
movies are
the
poorly
article?
done.
Oh yeah, Josh is spitting facts. Damn.
Okay, I was wondering what you meant, like whether they were spitting facts or Josh was spitting facts.
Oh yeah, Josh, totally.
Okay, really?
Mm-hmm.
How is Josh?
Ray's shit actor and those scenes didn't belong. It was just there for development, which wasn't needed if he didn't rush to make Justice League. It was poor in the timeline, out of pace.
Well, as I said about like 7 hours ago when Nerdman first started this stream, when Joss had the task of cutting down 4 to 5 hours of shit and making a cohesive 2-hour movie.
And
so
it wasn't even his vision. They stopped him from his as well. It was supposed to be 2.5 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, well that's
there you go. Where are you reading the article out of interest? Where is it?
But just the one you sent in the group chat? What do you mean?
Is that what you're reading? Because because all of it is out of order, so I couldn't
let's see. There's people saying he's racist because he said that Gal Gadot doesn't understand English, which is just wrong. He said English is not her first language, so sometimes she can joke in phrases and take it serious, which happens a lot with people when things aren't their first language.
That's what Nerdman. That's what you said earlier. Yeah.
No,
and other directors at the time have said that about her. 50% of her complaints have been proven wrong already, and 80% of them in the first place are literally just her saying Josh called her a bad actress, which is just spitting facts. And why did she come out this late? Wait
a second. Look, in any case, Josh is a fucking bad director, so I don't really think he has much
he's
to say
an
in that.
Average director.
I don't think he has much to say in that department in terms of like the quality of artists.
He's competent.
He's
very,
very average. If that. Very, very fucking average.
Oh, look, hold on. Nerdman, look at it. Superwise chat posted something in the comments.
Nerdman, there's a new Vulture article on the Josh situation. It's in the community chat. Okay, god damn, I was just about to finish this. All right, cool, guys. I'm gonna have a look at this.
That's what happens. These are your people, man. This is what happens when you're in like a toxic fandom like DC. See, we don't have this problem in Marvel.
Thank you, Superwise. All right. All right, I'm coming back in just 1 second because I was about to finish, but if they've got the article up, I might just read a little bit of it. So I'm going to put it up, but you guys can talk for just a second. Yeah?
So yes, Joss Whedon is average. I hate he has tropes too. Like he feels he has to kill a character in every movie that he does, with the exception of Avengers.
Oh yeah, I hated Age of Ultron and killing them all, but
Yeah,
Age of Ultron was one of the worst Avengers movies, to be honest with you.
It's mediocre.
Yeah.
And he has that thing where he has to focus, and he also did this in the Justice League. His cut of the Justice League, like he focused on that Russian family. Like he always has this one particular, like it was the chick in the waitress in the restaurant in Avengers, and then in Avengers Age of Ultron, it was that chick who Quicksilver died, the son. He rescued the son, and he died because of it.
Yeah,
and like that. Like I don't know why he does those sorts of things. Oh, great. Nope.
Yeah, I hated that scene. I think he just killed Quicksilver off because he looked better than him.
Look at that. He needs a subscription. They're doing this shit. They keep putting this shit on their paywalls.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
It is. And then you know what? I wonder if like Nerdman read this article from Vulture, like from beginning to end, if they would try to claim the stream.
Good point.
Be like, you know what? I paid for this motherfucker. This is mine. I own this now. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's dumb. It's like, I guess it's the way that they get people to pay to read their articles, but it's dumb.
Yeah. Your job as a director is to work with the pieces that you have, and Gal Gadot was one of those pieces. And from what I saw of Zack Snyder's Justice League, from what I saw of Wonder Woman, she can be worked with. So
I wouldn't mind working with her.
And I believed her.
Oh.
I believed her in those roles. So I don't really see that as that's a detriment to your skill as a director if you can't work with your fucking actors.
Nerdman, can you do it in a Joss Whedon he was editing it, and then he did a couple of reshoots because he wanted to do what he felt would make it more cohesive. But
he was just telling them, hey, can you actually try in this scene? I don't think there's any wrong with that as a director.
Nerdman, can you get like the what is it called, like the reader view or something like that? Can you do that? Because sometimes it gets around those paywalls and you can just read it. Like I don't know if your browser can do that.
Let me see if it's.
I'm trying to do it this way.
With
can
the
you
Russian
see it now?
family, he just added in, I think, because he realized Zack Snyder is such a shit director. There was like no moments of him saving anyone.
Okay,
They saved more people than Zack Snyder's Justice League. Can we listen? I'm not.
I got it.
Oh yeah, because after he failed
I'm not gonna sit here, right? If you're just gonna be biased on your opinion on this, and I don't mind.
Oh no, because after Zack Snyder failed halfway through the first cut, the first time he got a second chance, so he corrected some of those mistakes.
And if you're just gonna say things that are just clearly unfactual, he saves the scientists in the fucking room. All the Justice League. In fact, they save more of the scientists in when they go when they first meet Steppenwolf. They save more of the scientists. Yeah, the scientists.
That can you not hear what I'm saying though?
No, listen.
No, you said in Zack Snyder's version they don't save anyone. They do save people.
No, I didn't.
And they
say
save
that.
More of them. Yes, you did. You said that,
let him say it. Go ahead. Go, Sean.
No, I said because in the first time when Zack Snyder was doing it, yeah, that was the case. But yeah, now that he got his cutty the second time around, then he got the chance to fix some of his fuck-ups, which he clearly did if you notice it in other scenes from his original version in the first film.
That fuck-up. You can't fix that because the scene that you're talking about was filmed before. Right, like way before, like several years ago, before the reshoots. The reshoots that he did were clear. You know them. It was the reshoot of the Martian Manhunter scene, The reshoot was of the epilogue.
Oh, yeah,
scene
no. That one he filmed.
Those were the reshoots. The rest of the stuff was in the can already. Now he might have had other versions of it where they don't save them on time. I don't know, because they shoot many different versions of the thing. But at least one of the versions was him saving the people. So I'm not going to
I didn't say there wasn't.
You know, I'm not going to sit
I didn't say
here
there
and just
wasn't any of that,
to,
nerd man.
like,
I was joking when I said that they
I
don't
get
save
you
anyone.
being joking and hyperbolic, but it's just it's like after a while, it's just like, come on, dude. If you can just sit here and go like, oh, the movie's shit for fucking an hour. I don't mind, but like, let's be real here. Fucking Josh Whedon did a terrible fucking job. He did a terrible job, and I'm not even talking about his recut of the film. I actually don't think that's that bad. I'm talking about how he dealt with these fucking people. He did a terrible job, and him coming out and saying all of this bullshit, whether you hate Zack Snyder's cut, you like Zack Snyder's cut, saying some of the nonsense that I've heard, if that is true that Josh Whedon said that, you should call it out, because I call out Ray Fisher when he says bullshit. So you should be able to call out the other side. This isn't an ideology. I don't have an ideology where I'm just going to justify a person because I agree or I like the film or I like their part in the film. I do it. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Just before you finish, if you have an issue with that, I sent a link in the private chat where I think it has the full article.
All right, cool.
Yeah, so if you have an issue with that.
So back when you were selecting, this is another part. Let's see. Yeah, Buffy. Let's see where it gets to those parts. Whedon. One more Buffy stuff. Bloody hell, this is a long article, isn't it? Jesus, how long is this fucking article right here? Are you guys still there? You've just...
Yeah, okay. Still here.
So, all right. That year, Whedon took a job doing rewrites for Warner Brothers' film Justice League, a DC property directed by Zack Snyder. For two white men in their 50s, I don't know what that's got to do with anything, making comic book flicks, he and Snyder could hardly have been less creatively or philosophically aligned. So because they're white, they should have been creatively and philosophically aligned. I don't get what that means. While Whedon's superhero epics were leavened by irony and wordplay, Snyder's were brooding and self-important, with a visual style that combined the artificiality of video games with the fascistic aesthetic of a Lenny Riefenstahl production. Wow, this person's going in on Snyder. All right, Snyder fans were every bit as ardent as Whedon's has been, but his previous effort, Batman v Superman, had faltered at the box office and offended critics, with A.O. Scott going so far as to assert that Snyder and his corporate backers had no evident motive to produce such a joyless spectacle of power beyond their own aggrandizement. Now these backers were concerned about how their new venture was shaping up. An early screening did not reassure them. They asked me to fix it, and I thought I could help, Whedon told me. He now regards this decision as one of the biggest regrets of his life. Now, I'm going to say this about just this first comments here. I agree with some of this. It's a little bit hyperbolic as per usual about, like, you know, everything about Batman v Superman and what Snyder had done before. But I agree with a lot of it. And I suspect that Snyder, before he had the chance to redo the Snyder Cut, I think it was probably a much, much darker movie. You agree with that?
It probably was.
Yeah.
That's my feeling. I feel like without, you know, the Warner Brothers
interference,
after they were reacting to BVS, I think the Snyder Cut or whatever he was doing with the Justice League was probably a much, much darker affair. And
Yeah, I
that's
can agree with
probably
that.
the thing that everyone saw that they didn't like. At first, the studio executives told Whedon his role would be restricted to writing and advising, but soon it became clear to Whedon they had lost faith in Snyder's vision and wanted him to take full control. A representative from Warner Brothers denied this. Snyder has publicly stated he left the project to spend time with his family. His daughter had died by suicide 2 months earlier. Whedon, now installed in the director's chair, oversaw nearly 40 days of reshoots, a complicated and laborious undertaking. From the start, things were tense between him and the stars. It wasn't just that he wanted to impose a whole new vision on their work. He introduced an entirely different style of management. Snyder had given the actors exceptional license with the script, encouraging them to ad-lib dialogue. Whedon expected them to say their lines exactly as he'd written them. That didn't go down well at all. One crew member told me some actors criticized his writing. By Whedon's account, Gal Gadot, who played Wonder Woman, suggested that he, the director of the highest-grossing superhero movie of all time, didn't understand how superhero movies work. At one point, Whedon paused the shot and, according to the crew member, announced that he had never worked with a ruder group of people. The actors fell silent.
Not wrong.
So, what's not wrong? What's not wrong?
A bunch of bitches, those two actors.
What does that mean, Sean?
Yeah,
Add some context to what you're saying.
And Gal Gadot and Ray Fisher, two biggest bitches. Yep. He isn't wrong.
So are you just trying to be funny? Is that your?
Oh no,
he probably
no
is.
Other
because...
other actors had a problem with him, and if they did reportedly, then it was only like
that is not true because the Buffy the Vampire Slayer actor had an issue with him too. So
yeah, exactly. So I don't mind, Sean. It's fine being funny and all of that kind of stuff, but I'm actually serious. Like from what I'm reading here. I look at what Gal Gadot said, and I'll if she said that to him, I think that's unprofessional. I think that's not how you work with someone. That's
okay,
not how
but no. Okay, fine. Jokes aside, there, man. No. Obviously, Josh Whedon had issues as well. I'm just saying, all of them did.
Yeah, but
that's the thing, though, right?
But
Sean?
I get what Gal Gadot is saying, though.
No, but what I'm going to say to Sean, what I was going to say to Sean is that's what I'm saying though. Like a lot of these actors and directors, they have that fucking diva mentality. You know what I mean? So it's not like to say like he's done something that other directors probably didn't do, right? You can go look at a video of Christian Bale going off on one of the light dudes because he was in the shot. You know what I mean? So it happens. This is what they do. Like when
I need to see a clip of that.
Oh, you never seen it?
Nope.
Yeah,
okay, I'll find it for you. Yeah, I'll find it for you.
Couldn't watch that.
It's to the point is I'm saying
that
all
facts,
of these actors and all of these directors, they have something in them like that. So
okay, when I get to that part, we can talk about that, and you can say your part if you believe that it didn't make sense. But let's take it step by step. So the first thing I'll say, I understand what Gal Gadot means in terms of, he made the Avengers, but he also made Avengers Age of Ultron. And I do think one of the problems I have with Josh Whedon, even though I think, he's done some good work. But one of the problems is all of the characters sound the same. Every character he writes, all the dialogue sounds exactly the same for each fucking person. And it's a problem. Right? It's like, it's not the character themselves. I can imagine he's getting Wonder Woman to do all these jokes, and it's like, that doesn't really fit my character. And she knows the character from having done the Wonder Woman film. So I don't give a shit about whether you did Avengers, the biggest selling movie of all time, because that movie had the same problem, except that fit the tone of that like the MCU at that time, especially when you have a character like Iron Man who's always quipping anyway, so it kind of fits that, whereas that don't fit Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman, does it? So I can understand what she's saying there. Does anyone have anything to respond to what I just said there, or do you disagree? I'm sure, Sean, you disagree with that.
I agree with some parts.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I have something to say. Wait. I have something to say to what you just said. What you said is ridiculous because fucking Wonder Woman wasn't shot until after Justice League. So don't give me this bullshit about she knew what Wonder Woman was. Fuck that shit.
Wonder Woman came out.
Number 2.
Wonder Woman came out before Justice League, bro.
No, it didn't. Wonder
Woman
came out in 2017.
Yeah, it did. It came out in 2017, and so
Justice League came out in 2016. Justice League came out in 2016.
No. It came out in 2018. It came out in 2018, but they did shoot Justice League before it.
Oh, okay.
No,
well,
they shot Wonder Woman before fucking Justice League, dude. Wonder Woman was basically. This is what happened. Wonder Woman was shot.
I'm on the phone. Jesus Christ.
Wonder Woman was shot, and then right after, Gal Gadot had to go straight in and shoot Justice League.
No, you must have it confused with Captain Marvel, the other one of your favorite.
Because
movies.
they came out in the same year. That's better than
Infinity War.
Oh my god! All right, I'm gonna look it up right fucking now. I know I'm right.
Yeah, he did say Captain Marvel was better than Infinity War, though.
Yes, he did.
Trash.
Josh Whedon's Justice League comes out in it came out in 2017, as it says here, and it was after Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman came out first. It was BVS, then Wonder Woman, then Justice League.
When they were shot.
Before Justice League.
Justice League was shot
before. By the time Josh Whedon, no, it was not shot before, dude. The only reason and certainly by the time Josh Whedon was doing the reshoots, it was just about the time Wonder Woman was released, and then he does the reshoots, and then I think Justice League came out in December or something like that.
November,
somewhere
that was
around
the date.
November, right? And Wonder Woman came out in March.
Okay, well, anyway, I agree with some
Wonder Woman came
parts
out
you said during that rant, but for the most part, though, she's still 100% wrong because he really did not add much comedy or anything to her character. It was still mostly dramatic.
Sean,
lighten it up a bit.
Wonder Woman started filming November 21st, 2015. Justice League started filming April 11, 2016. But 3 months does not give her full intellect on exactly what Wonder Woman is, because each director has a different fucking style. Zack's is different from Joss Whedon's. Patty Jenkins is different from both of theirs. Whatever the case
shows
is.
She's didn't take acting classes or been in many films before that, so you know.
Oh no, but she was in Fast and the Furious. She was in Fast and the Furious, so she knows.
Wait a second. That's not my point.
No.
I'm saying that one of Josh Whedon's. I'm saying one of Josh Whedon's problems,
dude.
This is a problem across his films. Is that when he writes characters, they all sound like him. They all sound like one fucking character because they're all too busy making snarky fucking comments.
Scroll back up a little bit in the past so I can see what you're saying, because my monitor is a couple just to the previous paragraph.
This is according to him, by the way. This is according to him. This is according to what he said. So he said,
according to
the actors exceptional
hold on. According to the article by Whedon's account, Gal Gadot, who played Wonder Woman, suggested that he, the director of the highest grossing superhero movie at the time, didn't understand how superhero movies worked. Are you fucking kidding me? Really?
How did she suggest that?
I don't know. This is what it says. It said at one point,
I would agree with her. I would agree with her.
That's because you hate the Marvel Universe. That's because you hate the MCU.
I don't think he does.
You're right. You know what? There's $2 billion movies that says that you're wrong.
I don't
see. That's how that works. When you have to quantify something.
I look at Wonder Woman, dude. I look at Wonder Woman, and I like the way that film presents Wonder Woman.
Dude, that's fine. See, but your facts don't care about your feelings, and the facts are those two movies that he fucking directed made $1 billion each. Whatever the case was, whether it was a bunch of fucking Hemsworthites that went to go see him shirtless, whatever it was, it doesn't matter. They made $1 billion. Dude, they made $1 billion. Say that with me. They made $1 billion each. I would assume that he would know exactly how to make make a superhero
Nolan
film.
made $1 billion. Nolan made $1 billion.
So you know what? Unfortunately, that means that he knows how to make a superhero movie based on that. But you know what? Real fans like me and Anzo are able to say that he's fucking wrong.
See how you exactly.
Just shows Gal Gadot is a petty bitch.
Exactly. But no, that can't be the case. She knows all the nuances and the intricacies of Wonder Woman.
Because we have different fucking tastes. And according to her taste,
she's also a bitch at everything in life, even politics.
I can see what she's saying. If he's getting Wonder Woman,
you can see what she's saying because your hatred for the MCU blinds you. You can't be dude. What's the word? You can't be impartial. You can't be impartial.
One of the biggest criticisms of the Justice League is that he's getting Batman to do all these fucking quips. But that isn't Batman's character. Everyone knows that isn't Batman's character.
I agree. When Batman fell on the floor and was like, "Oh, I think I'm bleeding," and made that joke, I'm like, "That's not Batman."
I'll say this. Josh.
Yeah, well, we didn't make Superman, so Zach. So that's 1 and 1, I guess, for both.
Josh Whedon knows how to make superhero movies, right? But this is my thing. He's very similar to. He reminds me of James Gunn, right? James Gunn knows how to make superhero movies, but he has a very similar style that he does for all his superhero movies that is pretty much the same. He turns all the characters into majority of them comedians. They crack jokes a lot. They quip. It's a very repetitive style of how he does his superhero movies. Just his superhero films. I'm not talking about his films in general, but his superhero films. Wait. So I just got here. So are you guys saying Gal Gadot was saying that Josh Whedon didn't understand superhero movies, or like
she's apparently suggested that he didn't know how to make superhero? It's in the article. It's in the article there.
But also context.
And now Nerdman is saying because she filmed Wonder Woman before that, she knows everything about superhero movies and how they should be made.
I didn't say that. I said
you did.
That maybe she had a bit of a handle. Maybe she had a bit of a handle of how her Wonder Woman was.
Dude,
and maybe
she can't get a handle on English. She's going to get a handle on a fucking character?
Maybe she doesn't want Flash falling on her fucking boobs. Maybe her Wonder Woman, as she saw
I'm sure Scarlett didn't want Mark Russo falling on her boobs, but you know what? She did it because that's what was in the script.
She has the right to fucking say that. She has the right to fucking say that.
Does she? Also, because when you're hired as an actor, you work with the script. You don't get to say exactly how you want the script to be.
Relationship between them at that time,
dude. So out of all of them, the only one that has any Hollywood clout to speak that way to him is Ben Affleck. Because Ben Affleck is the only one that was a quote unquote seasoned actor outside of the main heroes. Stop, Nerdman. Because now you're just being obtuse just for the sake of it. Knock it off, because it's off-putting. Okay? Because you know how fucking Hollywood works, and you know how these movies work. Don't fucking sit here and say you don't know how to do it, trying to defend them because you want to defend it against the MCU. Because the MCU actually made money as opposed to this fucking movie. Okay? So take your fucking propaganda and bring it somewhere else. Okay? Because we're on to it. We know how you work. Knock it off.
I don't want every fucking movie to be like a Josh Whedon.
And I agree with you. What did I say on the earlier stream? What did I say on the earlier stream? I said the one thing I hate about Joss Whedon is the fact that he introduced quips into the Marvel universe. But you know what? I can see impartiality. You can't.
Josh Whedon's Justice League made fuck all at the box office.
Get a mirror, come out from your little cavern underneath your fucking bunk bed, and go to a fucking mirror and look at what you're saying while you're saying it, okay? Because right now all you're doing is spouting nonsense.
A lot of people don't like Age of Ultron. It's a one-trick pony. He's not a fucking great director.
You know what? That pony made $1 billion. So I guess a lot of people wanted to ride that fucking pony, didn't they? $1 billion.
I'm not going to lose my voice again because of you, Mike.
Put that in your saddle. Put that in your saddle and giddy up.
Watch Menace Schneider's pony.
Okay, let me just say one thing, Mike, and I know you're using the $1 billion thing a lot, but Transformers made $1 billion, and those movies are trash.
So apparently Michael Bay knows how to make Transformer movies. Dude. But see, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is what happened. This is a common argument in music too, because music, people judge it by how many Grammys it's won, and you know what? The best thing doesn't always win a Grammy, because there might be 5 good things in there, and whatever the one is, they did the most promotion, or they did, they got the inside track, or whatever the case is. This is what it doesn't seem to understand. So when you're a new actor and you've only been in 1 or 2 movies, and you're coming in expecting to tell someone who directed a Hollywood motion picture how they should do it, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
So Mike, I'm agree with. Hold on. Just let me say one thing, Nerdman, real quick. I'm agree with Mike 100%, because that goes to a lot of, let's say, I'm going to use a sports analogy, right? A lot of basketball players, a lot of these football players, they'll go on a team with a coach who hasn't won anything. And if they're a player who has won something, they will not respect that coach. You haven't won nothing. Why do I have to listen to you?
Dude, Alex Rodriguez. Rodriguez. That motherfucker came to the Yankees and he thought he ran that team.
Right.
It's like, nah, motherfucker. That team's Derek Jeters. I don't know what you're talking about. Because you know why? Because that motherfucker won.
Your sports analogies are sorry, finish what you're saying, Hunter.
No, I'm just saying. So a lot of these guys, and it goes with actors too, you have to kind of prove your worth to let them, you know what I mean? So it's like to say, Gal Gadot, who only has done 1 movie, you have no right, or even Ray Fisher, you have no right to come in there with a director that made $1 billion.
You could suggest things, I'm sure, but
that was that was the first. Do you remember the first thing I said? Unzo, I said it was
with WZ. That's different. I said it was Joss Whedon's was before every film made $1 billion.
Thank you, Sean. I said it was unprofessional of Gal Gadot to say it like that, if she did say it like that. But
what are we arguing about? What are we arguing about then, Nerdman? Why do you do this? I'm agreeing with you then.
Can you let me finish? But I said, do I agree with the sentiment of what she's saying? Yes, I fucking do. Because remember, he writes a lot of scenes, right? A lot of scenes that we haven't even seen, right? There are criticisms against his Wonder Woman script. It's hugely fucking criticized. It's been put out on the internet. People have hugely criticized it, didn't get the character. That's why it got cancelled before it even got shot. Then you're talking about Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Clearly, he didn't find the voice of those characters because we saw the end result. And the end result is Joss Whedon's Justice League, where Flash is talking about how brunch doesn't make sense.
I'm about to pull a Nerdman and say, well, neither did Snyder. Snyder didn't find those voices for those characters either. Okay, well, but then again, you know what? I'm just like, wait, hold on. He did it. No, he did it. They were both terrible. You know what? Getting kicked in the balls is the same as getting kicked in the face. You don't want to do either of them. So stop with saying, well, it wasn't as bad as this.
Again, you can say what you want. I can say what
I know. I'm in America. We have free speech here.
It is the best reviewed Zack Snyder movie across the board. Across the board.
This is great.
It's the best reviewed Zack Snyder fucking movie.
Yes. Because we haven't seen what the Snyder cult's been doing, have we, for the past 3 years? No, not at all.
Audience fucking approval.
Wait, talking about Rotten Tomatoes? Rotten Tomatoes.
Whether Rotten Tomatoes or IMDb.
Mike Nerman, I do have to say this. I do have to say this. I have to say this, and this is the honest truth. I've been waiting to say this whole time. The MCU is fucking dog shit.
Fuck you, Data. DC Dots.
Oh, I don't know what she's talking about anyway, because he just likened the mood in a handful of scenes. He was still mostly dramatic.
So the guy who says this was the rudest group of people that he's ever worked with, according to him,
you know what?
Plenty of
it's
people
possible
have
that's true
about Joss Whedon.
Possible that's
no
true.
one else has complained about Gal Gadot. No one else has complained about Gal Gadot.
Well, wait. See, no, I guess I'm speaking to. Wait. I guess Morning Nerdman. Hold on, no. I guess Morning Nerdman is different from Afternoon Nerdman, at least on the East Coast, because early this morning, your son brought up a good point, how through those 2 movies that made $1 billion, by the way, nobody had any complaints whatsoever about his attitude or the way he was directing. And no. I'm speaking about what your son brought up, which was the Avengers, which were the previous 2 movies before this abomination happened. Okay. So nothing untoward happened on those sets. And you know what? I'm sure there were a couple prima donnas there, especially Robert Downey Jr.
Why did Marvel part ways with him then? If that's true.
What was it? DC Dots? What was it? Because they were also trying to do.
They interfered with Avengers 2.
Because Avengers 2. Oh, they interfered with Avengers 2. So you don't think he would have come back for Avengers 3? That's
what your son said. Well,
you don't think he would have come back for Avengers 3 after he's just made 2
Hold on,
movies
take
that
a break.
$1 billion
Didn't you hear what I said before about Charisma? Didn't you hear what I said to you before about Charisma Carpenter and about how some people that are directors get it in their head, like, they're the end all be all, and especially when it's their creations, they feel a certain proprietary way towards it. And when you do something to disrupt that, then all of a sudden, like, for people that are like OCD-ish or like on the spectrum for autism, okay then.
I'm just saying, so people haven't complained about Gal Gadot. People are complaining about him. She's not the only one to have complained about him. And to be quite frank, she seemed to be quite professional about it, because what did she do? She went to the higher up, she talked to them, and they settled it that way. And that's
that doesn't mean that she's not rude. Like, she can do it, say, you know what, I'm going to say this, and then she said it, and then she ran to go take care of it the way she should.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point.
Again, we agree.
If we're a jury here,
you want to be obtuse and argue.
If we're a jury here, we've got one person who several people have made complaints about, right? Because we don't know what happened. We can only run off the evidence that we have. We've got one person who has several complaints about being a rude motherfucker. We've got one person who everybody talks about, she's a delight to work with, apart from this fucking guy. So who am I supposed to fucking believe? Who am I more likely to believe? I honestly don't think Gal Gadot's that great an actress. I am a fan of how she comports herself.
Stop it.
I'm a fan of how she comports herself as a professional, but I don't think she's that great an actress. I think she did a decent job as Wonder Woman, considering her limitations as an actress. So this is not about me being like a big fan of her or a big fan of Joss Whedon. I'm just taking from what they've said who is more likely to have started.
See, wait. Read the paragraph that you have on there now. Read the paragraph that you have on there.
I've always believed part of what Ray Fisher's saying. All I said is, it looks to me like this guy's an asshole, and Ray Fisher's just adding race to it to just because that's a more hot topic than just saying a guy's an asshole.
Read the paragraph that you have on the screen.
Anyway, that's what I want to do. The actors, at least some of them, felt Joss Whedon had been rude too. Ray Fisher, a young black actor played by Cyborg, it was his first major role. Snyder had centered the film on his character, the first black superhero in a DC movie. Was he? No. And he treated...
Wait. First black superhero in a DC movie.
Steel.
Oh no, we don't count that shit. Yeah, we don't count that.
No.
I would have thought even the Suicide Squad kind of counts. It's not like they didn't have black representation up until then. But I guess if you're talking about pure superhero, then maybe they're right there. And he treated Fisher as a...
Don't ever bring up that Steel movie again. Don't ever talk about that trash movie again.
See, when I was on one of Nerdman streams where we were just
No Way Home, Mike.
When I was on Nerdman stream and we were doing the trailers, the DC trailers, saying whether we would watch it or not. Mm-hmm. Watching that trailer, man, it looked like a good movie.
It was fun. It did look fun.
Dude,
I have to agree with Mike now.
You guys are smoking.
I'm serious.
No, that's some crap.
And Jonah Hex looked kind of fun as well.
Yes.
It wasn't just fun.
Yes,
dude. I'll tell you what. One of the worst trailers, and I love this movie, was actually Batman Returns. That trailer wasn't that good. Going off the trailers, I would rather watch Jonah Hex.
Well, that's
like
because
the Batman Returns from the trailer.
They didn't have the stereotypical trailer formula down yet. When Batman Returns came out, they were just showing clips, like random shit. There was like no narrative or whatever, no through line.
Yeah. All right. So let's finish this. So Annie treated Fisher as a writing partner, soliciting his opinions on the film's representations of black people. Whedon downsized Cyborg's role, cutting scenes that, in Fisher's view, challenge stereotypes. That's your problem, bruh, Fisher. Sorry. When Fisher raised his concerns about the revisions in a phone call, Whedon cut him off. It feels like I'm taking notes right now, Whedon told him, according to Hollywood Reporter, and I don't like taking notes from anybody, not even Robert Downey Jr. I'm kind of curious, why hasn't she asked him if he said that?
Ray Fisher?
Like, why hasn't she asked, because she's apparently interviewing Josh Whedon, so why didn't she ask him if he said that? Because he's there. Why don't you? This is what Ray Fisher said. You said.
I'm confused. Oh, right. Well, yeah. That's what she said.
Why aren't you?
That's what. Yeah, no, she asked him.
No, she's saying she's taking this from the earlier Hollywood Reporter that Whedon cut him off.
I'm sorry. On my TV, you went ahead on the next paragraph. I don't see the last paragraph, but I thought that was.
That's why I'm confused. Is she talking to Josh Whedon or she isn't talking? I thought you're supposed to go, hey, they said this. What do you say about that? Like, did you say that? Or is there more? Can we get your side of things? Anyway, Gadot didn't care for Whedon's style either. Last year, she told reporters Whedon threatened her and said he would make her career miserable. Whedon told me he did no such thing.
I thought he would end it, people. Not make it miserable. I thought he said he would end it.
I don't know. One or the other. He says, I don't threaten people.
That's a difference.
Who does that? He concluded, make it miserable, end it. It's I mean, you know, he concluded she had misunderstood him. English is not her first language, and I tend to be annoyingly flowery in my speech. He recalled arguing over a scene she wanted to cut. He told her jokingly that if she wanted to get rid of it, she would have to tie him to a railroad track and do it over his dead body. Then I was told that I had said something about her dead body and tying her to a railroad track. He said, Gadot did not agree with Whedon's versions of the events. I understood perfectly, she told New York in the email. Do you know what? I actually believe that.
Nerdman, do me a favor and say...
I actually believe that.
Do me a favor, because I see WZ's comment there. Look up top, see when this article is from.
Oh, from the top of it?
Yeah, at the top, where it says, the title, and then it says who it's by, and usually how long ago the article was posted, it says underneath it.
Okay.
It was, well, on my site, it was posted 2 hours ago, so yeah, it was
2 hours? Oh, okay.
Today.
I just saw what WZ
anyway,
said, that's all.
But do you know what? I can kind of believe that kind of thing might have happened and that she could have misunderstood something there.
You said that before too. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
This morning. The morning nerd.
It's not that I don't think he should say English is her second language. I don't think it's that. It's just in the heat of things happening. Certain words are said that might. But I don't know where would she have got that he said that he's going to make her career miserable, or he's going to end her career. Yeah. Why would she have got that notion? But I do believe that he could have said something like that to her, and then she goes and complains about it because she doesn't like him anyway, and she's probably emotionally wanting, hearing everything he says in a bad way. He's like trying to be charming.
Like with Ray, apparently Snyder was using him as a sounding board and all that, and he was encouraging him to contribute and all that. And then when Whedon comes on, he's like, no, I'm good. I don't need your help or whatever. Imagine how that would make you feel. Like, you feel like this is, oh my God, this is my first movie. And the guy's asking me for my input, this kind of thing. Right. And then when Whedon gets on, it's like, yeah, no, I'm good. I already got this. And that's going to piss you off,
And I think, I guess it's not Snyder's job to do that. Like, Ray Fisher should be smart enough to know that is unusual. But maybe if he's like,
that's not usually the norm.
His mentor, he should have said to him, look, dude, I work my way, Whedon works his way. You can't expect everyone to work as I do. Because I'm sure Ray Fisher phoned him or something to say, "Oh, he's not listening to any of my ideas anymore."
But
anyway.
Wait, no, never mind. This was Zach meant to say. Zach was like, "Hey, Ray, I'm less racist than other white people." Other white people.
Yeah, I know. That's probably what he said. That's probably what he said.
That's what he meant to say.
You fucking DC Coyotes, man! I swear to God. I swear to God.
Anyway, all right.
Anybody can say the N-word, right? It's a common slip up.
Oh, sure.
Well, you need a degree in speech.
There are levels to this, nerd man. There are levels.
Sean is on rare form today. Okay. As for Whedon's claim that he doesn't threaten people, an actress on Angel told me that he that hadn't been true back when she knew him. After her agent pushed for her to get a raise, she claims Whedon called her at home and said she was never going to work for him or 20th Century Fox again. Reading Godot's quote, she thought, wow, he's still using that line. Whedon denied this too. Justice League premiered in the fall of 2017. It was critical and commercial debacle, which is true. Snyder's fans blame Whedon for its failures. I don't. I think whoever told him to cut it out to 2 hours, it's their problem. Because
wait,
again,
Sean, hold on. Sean, where did you get the 2.5 hour thing?
I forgot where, but he said something about how his was going to be longer and stuff, but they cut it down like half an hour or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to cut down a 2 hour a Justice League movie that was 4 hours, which it never should have been in the first place, and you're going to cut that down to 2 hours, I'm cutting Cyborg. I'll tell you straight, I'm cutting fucking Cyborg.
See, that's
the fact of it.
But you just did what Joss Whedon did.
No, but but again, don't come out and say it doesn't make sense. The story of Justice League of Cyborg's origin in the Justice League make complete sense. Whether you want to say the acting's bad or not, I don't think the acting was bad. I think the actors were very competent. I think you have fucking the guy from Terminator who is a very seasoned actor. You had a very great British actor playing the mother. Let alone the stuff that actually Ray Fisher was doing. So saying it was bad acting is just stupid to me.
Nerdman.
And the story
Nerdman. Let's pretend that you are Joss Whedon for 6 months or however long you worked on it. What out of the 4.5 hour cut would you cut? What do you think would be superfluous? Because you just said Cyborg. So that's
what I'm saying. Even if he was the heart of the story, and they told me I've got to cut it down to 2 hours, I'm not putting a 15-minute Cyborg origin in a 2 hour Justice League movie.
And I don't just
the first Justice League movie.
But
that
what
ain't
about
happening?
What about his
not
mom
for my professional
and his
career.
dad?
I ain't gonna. Of course, I'm gonna cut all of that stuff. But what I'm saying is, just say it is the obvious thing: Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash. What are you going to do if the studio asks you to cut it down to 2 hours? Don't say the Cyborg stuff didn't make sense, because it did make sense. And it made the film actually flow better because you cared about Cyborg, you cared about Flash because of the scenes that happened before with them. Now, you can say whatever you want.
Until now.
You can say whatever you want. I guess you didn't care about them, but it made me care about them, and it made a hell of a lot of other people care about them.
Actually, you know what? After seeing Justice League, the Joss Whedon cut for the first time, I enjoyed the interaction the most between Cyborg and Flash when they were digging up Superman's body. They had that little dialogue between them.
Racially insensitive joke.
What racially insensitive?
I guess I'm not.
What was the racially insensitive? He said we were the two that were like not necessary or whatever it was. What are you talking about?
We were the two accidents, and then he goes to daps him, and then he goes, "Oh yeah, I guess it's racially like all of that stupid Whedon joking bullshit." He says some stupid thing about him being. No, he says something. If anyone wants to pull up the dialogue, I can't be bothered at the moment. But he says something about like how he's.
I remember
to adapt him because that's what black people do. White people don't adapt. It's stupid.
So you're saying wait. See, this is what I'm trying to.
I think the dialogue was.
Hold on.
Terrible.
You're saying that you would cut Cyborg. So you're essentially saying that what Joss Whedon did is what you would do. And I'm talking about by the entire.
But I'm saying what Josh Whedon's excuse now is bullshit. Josh Whedon's excuse that it's because his acting was
he's bad. He was bad. Okay,
dumb.
now I see what you're saying.
Either if he's incompetent, right, because he thought that was bad acting, right, because the acting that I saw in the Justice League of his
mediocre,
that was mediocre. Terrible acting. The acting I saw in Zack Snyder's Justice League, I think that was pretty fucking good acting.
He was mediocre. He was mediocre.
Either he's incompetent because he doesn't understand good acting, or he's lying because he's angry at Ray Fisher or something like that. Which I can understand. I can understand him being pissed at Ray Fisher now.
So you're
now
taking
he's lying, but it doesn't help his case.
You would do okay. So if I understand this correctly, you would do the exact same thing as far as cutting. If you needed to cut it, you would cut the exact same thing. But you would be upfront about, well, I'm just doing it because Cyborg is, it's not important, or it's not, the Trinity. And I don't disagree with you. But you're taking Whedon to task because he didn't say it should be the Trinity. He said Ray Fisher's acting is just bad. Is that what you're saying? Am I understanding that correctly?
And that those scenes did not make sense. Because they did make sense. If you don't understand those scenes,
listen, Nerdman,
put them in order. Cyborg did one, went from one thing to another thing, and then it shows how he became. He had an accident, and then after the accident, his father did the mother box thing. So
maybe he's talking about they didn't make sense. Maybe he's talking about they didn't make sense after he did whatever his preliminary cuts were, or something like that. Because if you left any of those things in there, any of those scenes in there, without all of them, I don't think it would make much sense.
Oh, of course,
but right? Because you're going to cut them
again. He did not say it like that. He said the scenes didn't make fucking sense. He didn't say, the scenes didn't make sense after I had to cut little bits out. Now you're putting it together. He's saying
you're picking nits here.
Again, I haven't even got to that part yet. So I'm just saying that's what I took issue with. So let me see what he actually says when I get to that part, because maybe it's not what I think it is. So anyway, Justice League premiered in the fall of 2000. A critical debacle. Blah blah blah. The power of fandom, a force Whedon had done so much to cultivate at the start of his career, was now wielded against him. The fans launched an elaborate campaign pressuring Warner Brothers to release the version Snyder had originally planned, charting a plane to fly a banner over Warner Studios. Just as Whedon had once used message boards to bond with Buffy obsessives, Snyder used the social media platform Vero to rally his followers, sharing pictures of his morning workouts alongside images that appeared to be derived from his cut of the film. Several months into the pandemic, the studio, desperate for content, announced that his cut would air on HBO Max. At an online fan event celebrating the upcoming release, Snyder declared he would set the movie on he would set the movie on fire before using a single frame he had not filmed himself. Our Lord and Savior Snyder, someone wrote in the comments below the live stream. I was like, where's she going with this? I didn't even understand where she was going. I thought she was fully mocking Zack Snyder. Okay. So around the same time.
Sounds like
Is that real? Is that real? Wait.
Sounds like a DC. It sounds like a DC dot thread right there, Twitter thread.
Hey, I could say what I want. Like when he was saying he was releasing the Snyder cut, that's how I felt. Like at the time, I was like, oh, Lord, I'm joking.
Y'all need help, man. Anzo, dude, you hear this, right?
Hey, go back. I'll show you off screen, like offline.
DC Coyote.
I'll show you in the back room. I'll show you in the back room my reaction to when the Snyder cut was announced, and it is not what you think it would be. Because anyway, you'll be surprised at what my feelings were when it was announced. So around the same time, amid worldwide protests against racism, Fisher posted a series of tweets accusing Whedon of abusing his power and charging studio executives with enabling the director. In a Forbes interview, Fisher said he'd been told Whedon had used color correction to change an actor of color's complexion because he didn't like the actor's skin
repeat
tone.
that sentence again.
Absolutely outrageous.
No, so repeat that
Fisher
sentence again.
So Fisher said he'd been told Whedon had used
been
color
told.
correction.
Okay. He'd been told. Exactly. Got it. Okay.
to change the actor's complexion because he didn't like the skin tone of the actor. Man, and then this is Fisher's quote: "Man, with everything 2020's been, that was the tipping point for me." So the guy was trying to destroy his career.
Yeah,
you know. And I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying Whedon should take the high road, but I'm just saying, considering how people are responding to Whedon at the moment, saying dumb shit like he just said is not going to help him.
But see that right there.
Maybe he thinks his career can't bounce back anyway. There's no way for his career to bounce back, so he's just saying whatever he feels. But what he said about, again, the Ray Fisher's acting and what he said about the coherency of those scenes makes no fucking sense if that's what he's in fact going to say. So, did you want to say something, Mike, before I continue?
Oh, just know that right there makes me suspect everything that Fisher says. You don't, I mean, he heard from a friend, like, you don't give third party things. You say what you were there for. You say your story, or what they like saying these days, your truth. You tell your truth, not like somebody else's. Yeah,
but again, I'm concerned with what Whedon is saying, because this is his chance to answer back to all of this, right? Yeah. So what Ray Fisher said, I've already made my comments on them. Somebody's just popped in. Yo, Jay, man.
Hey, guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. We're just going through this article right now. Is there... Let me go through the next paragraph, because I think it's quite a bit to get through, and then I'll get your take on things so far.
All right, well, I'm going to go now, so...
Cool.
Later, Sean.
Later, Sean. Thanks for joining, man. So Whedon was stunned. He had given the whole movie a lighter look, brightening everything in post-production, including all the faces. He said the claim that he had disliked the character's skin tone, which Forbes ultimately retracted, was false and unjust. Whedon says he cut down Cyborg's role for two reasons. The storyline logically made no sense, and he felt the acting was bad. According to a source familiar with the project, Whedon wasn't alone in feeling that way. At test screenings, viewers deemed Cyborg the worst of all the characters in the film. Now, again, I don't know what the test screenings were and if it was the version that I saw, but it does kind of make logical sense that people are going to think he's the worst character because he's fucking Cyborg. He is the worst character. You're talking about Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and fucking Aquaman.
If this is the Teen Titans, if this is Teen Titans, he's God tier on the Teen Titans, man. But I agree with it here.
I'm sure he's God tier on whatever Teen Titans. But as far as this movie is concerned, though I like him in the movie, he's still the worst character to me. He's still the one that is least interested. I fucking came to see Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Now, do I like his part in the film? Yeah, I do. But it's fucking Cyborg. So I get that, but I don't think you can't then use that as a kind of justification. According to test screenings, everyone else thought Fisher was worse. I cannot imagine they said his acting was the worst. They probably just said he's the worst character because they know Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. That's probably why. All right, so I don't know if anyone wants to say anything about that before I finish the sentence, because I want to.
Well, you can't dismiss. You can't dismiss the test screenings. That's the people's they pay to get those things. You know, I mean, they might be wrong. You know, people do think they're wrong with their dumb decisions or whatever, but sometimes they could be on point. It just depends. You know.
Yeah. No, and I get that. I get why people might have said that, but I doubt that it meant what he's saying, that his acting was bad and that it didn't make logical sense to them. It probably just meant, hey, this is Cyborg. Is he like the coolest character in the Justice League? No, he's not the coolest character in the Justice League. Obviously. What, is he cooler than Batman? Come on. I mean, anyway.
I think with Justice League, the name Justice League, when someone says Justice League to me, I think Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and then secondary would be Flash, Aquaman, and Green Lantern, right? That would be kind of Justice League.
Or Martian Manhunter even.
Martian Manhunter would be in there for me as well, yes. But like, if I'm in a test screening and there's a lot of Cyborg stuff and not much Superman stuff, I might say, well, perhaps we don't need as much Cyborg and we need more Superman. Like, what is this? That's my problem with the movie anyway. Like, I'm literally waiting to see the three of them team up and go kick ass, and you don't really get it for majority of the movie, and even in the other cut. So if I'm in the test screening, I'm thinking, well, it's great that we're having this Cyborg character, but he should almost be like a guest appearance character, with the three of these guys leading the show. So I liked Ray Fisher in the movie. I had no problem with him. He looked cool. Like, I thought his origin was like super generically bad. Like, oh, my dad didn't come to my games. Oh, okay, whatever. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the origin from the fucking comics.
Sure.
I mean, like, you can't.
Sure, but they could have played it.
Dude, I don't like Cyborg. That's precisely why. I mean, I've always been like, that's a dumb origin.
It is dumb.
Like his football. If his dad doesn't go to his football because his dad's got a job. Right.
right.
You know
His
what
dad
I
paid
mean?
for everything.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sorry that your dad had a job and paid for it. I don't even know who my father is. I don't know his name. So I'll take my absentee dad who pays for my stuff versus, my dad who doesn't show up and doesn't do anything.
Right.
Plus, if his dad was in the car, wouldn't he have died with the parents, and then he wouldn't have become Cyborg?
No.
Well, that is unless
she would have been looking where she was going. Sorry,
I guess so. He's a better driver than she is.
Maybe,
anyway.
maybe the father's a better driver.
Right.
Because
he's a man.
Because the mom is a woman. I'll joke. But she was a horrible driver. I mean, she was looking at Cyborg driving in the snow.
Yeah, really.
Cyborg's got a horrible problem with drivers in general.
Yeah, she cannot drive. Like, even
no
Iris,
one can drive in his movies.
Iris can't drive. She's just looking at Flash like, ooh, I want to fuck him. Ew.
Yeah.
And she's like,
Iris can't drive. The guy with the burger can't drive. The mom can't drive. The people in the beginning of that zombie movie, like his next zombie movie, they couldn't drive. It's like,
right, they couldn't drive
like,
either.
You've got some really bad drivers in your. But to be fair, I didn't mind it that much. It's like whatever. Like they crash into some things, whatever.
Yeah,
it's have an action scene. But what I'm saying is, J-Man, I don't think Cyborg's origin is good, but that is the best version of Cyborg's origin I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
So that's the most compellingly I've seen it shot it's not been shot that many times, but even like in Justice League War when he was, I like that, film, but like I'm looking at Cyborg's origin, I'm thinking, what the fuck is this? So that was the best I'd ever seen it.
Right. I just want to point out too that everybody involved in film is there because they want to be involved in film. This is just to say that, like, I'm at my day job right now. I'm on my lunch break. So like everybody, you don't accidentally become a filmmaker or become a part of movies, right? It's not like, I'm broke, I got fired, let me look at the want ads, and then I applied to be an actor. So my point is that the people there are getting paid. They're getting paid reasonably well. They're doing a job they want to do and they like the job. And let's say Joss Whedon is a completely awful man to deal with. He's a dick. He's a douchebag. I'll give you all that. But you want to be there. It's like I've had managers that suck too and make fun of me and call me names and say,
but you're not paid as much.
I'm not paid as much, and I don't want to be here. So it's like, I'm sorry, I feel really bad that you're high paying, a job that you want to be in. You're dealing with a manager that sucks. It's like, oh no, this is so terrible. What can I do? This is the first time in the history of mankind that a director's a dick. It's like, no, this is what it is. Hollywood sucks. Everyone's an asshole. It's like, this is what you signed up for. Like, I hate to say, sorry, but time to put on your big boy pants and walk it off. It's like, this is what you signed up for.
Oh, and I agree with that. That's what
you don't see firefighters. Do you see it? Do you ever see firefighters show up and be like, no, this fire looks pretty bad. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and just sit this one out, right? Like, it's like, or like a nurse. It's like, ooh, I can't handle this. This is like, give me a break, guys. Like, this is what you signed up for.
I think outside of, sexual misconduct, diddling a child or fucking, massive racism or like horror, like calling people like a bitch, cunt.
Right. That's outrageous.
Like,
yeah.
I think outside of that, you should be pretty fucking happy you're in Hollywood, dude. Like, really,
if he
really,
went to Ray Fisher,
stick to it, and then the next director hopefully will be a good one.
Right. Yeah. And
Because
if he
I've
went up to
heard
Ray
David
Fisher,
Fincher's an asshole, like for instance.
yeah, like if he went up to Ray or Gal and said, you know what, it's like, Ray, I'm cutting your scenes because you're black and I can't stand black people. Like if he said that, that's a whole different story rather than, sorry, dude, Cyborg's not really that interesting. What do you want me to do? Like, even if he said your acting wasn't good, it's like, or if you went to Gal and said, you know what, you shouldn't be in this country. I can't understand you. Why don't you learn English? Like if he said stuff like that, that's a whole, because my wife is Indian and she's been told a couple, and she's got 2 English degrees. So it's like, it's like she has an accent though, but whatever. But I mean, and so something like that, it's like, well, then that's completely, I'm 100% on your side. That is uncalled for behavior and that needs to be called out. But oh, he's a dick, and he said, he said my acting sucks. Like, oh, okay, sorry.
Well, to be fair to Gal Gadot, like I think an interviewer asked her the question, "What happened with you and Josh Whedon? Do you care to comment?" She never came out and like was on Twitter or something like that. She just like let it roll, and then maybe she did. At that point, she maybe wanted to jump on the bandwagon a little bit, but like she was directly asked about the situation before she ever mentioned anything, right? And she just basically said, we had problems, I went to management, we dealt with it. And I think that's fair enough.
And that's great for her. That makes her look better because she's just like, you know what, I have a problem with this guy. I'm going to go and talk to people and say, listen, I don't know what we're going to do. And they worked it out amongst themselves behind the scenes and they got the film done. I'm cool with that. That makes her look really good to me.
Yeah. So what Ray Fisher did, on the other hand, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I just don't think he's come with anything juicy enough for me to understand why you would torpedo your career for this. You're going to die on this hill,
not strong enough.
You see, the problem that I have with that is Ray Fisher doesn't owe any of us any explanation for why he's doing what he's doing. It's just us that are sitting here saying, "Oh, well, no, we need more content." But to him, he doesn't care. He doesn't have to prove anything to us.
That's true, but he's trying to smear another person just because of whatever reasons, whether they're legitimate in his mind or not. But that's not really like if my boss, does something bad to me, I don't go on Twitter and post his name and say, hey, by the way, this guy here did all these things allegedly or whatever. And now my boss is going to be in trouble or his career is in trouble because of what I said. And if people challenge me on that, knowing that people do challenge others on social media to produce some sort of evidence. And then I say, well, I can't produce that evidence. I'm just telling you, you should just trust me. That's problematic.
Well,
right?
no, but that isn't even what he did. I mean, that's again my whole problem with this whole scenario of what he actually did was like he was abusive, he was this, he was that, just a generic kind of descriptions, right? Of like abusive. I can't remember the other thing, gross, something like that, with no content behind what that actually was, and then he just go, oh, but I'll tell you in a month. Oh, in good time, you'll find out. And what he knew that was doing is that there's a certain group of Twitter fans who are just or Twitter, and social media and people who are just going to hound these people, right? Just in virtue of that. They don't need evidence. They don't need anything. Right. You just say, oh, this person did something bad to me. That's enough for them to just, go. And that's what I do have a problem with. And I don't even necessarily have a problem with Ray Fisher because of that, because maybe he did hate him for genuine reasons and he doesn't give a fuck about, what happens to the guy, in terms of Twitter mobs and other mobs going after him. But I do have a problem with the mob because you cannot just take somebody saying something like that and decide like a person's whole career needs to go under, because you've just decided like you're just going to believe this person because you want a film franchise to continue, right? And that's the only reason they're doing this. If Ray Fisher said this about, like, if Ray Fisher was on the set of Transformers, or he was on the set of like some franchise that no one gives a shit about, and he said this stuff, no one would be hounding these guys. They wouldn't give a fuck. It's only because it's it's this thing that they like, right, and they think this is a way that they could get the people who are apparently against it out of their jobs and replace them with somebody else who will continue the Snyderverse. That's their hope.
They're weaponizing. They're weaponizing his. They're basically weaponizing his words to attack the non-Zack Snyder group, sort of.
Right.
Is that what you're? Yeah.
And that's it. That's what I fear Ray Fisher was doing this for, and I think it was a horrible miscalculation on his part, because I think his career's done because of it.
Always better to be positive and be an ambassador of the character, too. That's the other thing.
No, there will
I get more excited when actors
people that want to.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I always like when actors are excited about the roles they're playing, like where they come out and be like, wow, I'm gonna be Cyborg, I'm gonna be the best Cyborg. All you Cyborg fans out there, you just wait and see how awesome Cyborg is, and embrace the character, sort almost like a Hugh Jackman, where he was like proud of being Wolverine, and so you have these actors who come out and they're like, I want to be this character, I'm gonna play this character for 20 movies, I don't give a shit, like I'm gonna be there, and then you get people behind that, versus like some actors who are like, well, it's a job, I played the character, and then I went about my business, and then that's the end of it. You're like, well, it's like Christian Bale. I don't know if he was into being Batman or not. I don't really know for sure, but I know more from Doctor Who. I know more from Doctor Who because I follow that a bit.
I think he was.
Yeah, he was like
went
excited
to children's thing.
He went exactly. Yes. Yeah, so when he goes to children's hospitals as Batman, that's really like, wow, like this guy's into it. Anyway, whatever.
Let me finish this bit, because this is the bit I was really interested in. So despite that, Whedon insists he spent hours discussing the changes with Fisher, and their conversations were friendly and respectful. None of the claims Fisher made in the media were either true or merited discussing, Whedon told me. He could think of only one way to explain Fisher's motives. We're talking about a malevolent force, he said. We're talking about a bad actor in both senses. Again, I get he's upset, but like the guy's not a bad actor. So I don't know what to make of that. He's not a bad actor. He may well be a bad actor in the other sense that he's talking about. Some of Whedon's defenders proposed a theory. What if Fisher had been doing Snyder's bidding? Without furnishing proof, they speculated that Snyder had tricked Fisher into thinking Whedon was racist, or maybe Fisher knew perfectly well his allegations were bullshit. Either way, is this a writer? Like, is that the kind of language you're going to use in articles these days? I guess. I'm trying to work out how real this thing is. But anyway, either way, the actor and director had manufactured a controversy that made Snyder seem like a progressive ally, while diverting attention from the fact that their early cut had been a disaster. Whedon's advocates believe this campaign had poisoned Carpenter against Whedon, causing her to see the complicated story of their relationship as a simplistic narrative of abuse. Once someone lights a fuse and people see there's a flame, they run to it and throw stuff into it. One person in Whedon's circle said. Snyder declined to be interviewed. Do you know what? I don't disagree with all of that, I have to say.
Sure.
Now, I think he's being a bit hyperbolic on the Ray Fisher's a bad actor bullshit, and the scenes didn't make sense, and that Snyder's cut was a complete disaster. From what I've seen, I don't think it was a complete disaster, but what he's saying about this manufacturing of a controversy,
but that's not Whedon. That's not Whedon saying it, though. It's Whedon's camp people, whatever.
Yeah. I'll read this next paragraph before we go on. In our conversations, Whedon was somewhat more circumspect. I don't know who started it, he told me. I just know in whose name it was done. Snyder's superfans were attacking him online as a bad feminist and a bad husband, They don't give a fuck about feminism, he said. I was made a target by my ex-wife and people exploited that cynically. As he explained his theory, his voice sank into a hoarse whisper. She put out a letter saying some bad things I'd done and saying some untrue things about me, but I had done the bad things, and so people knew I was gettable. When Snyder's 4-hour cut was finally unveiled, it was critically acclaimed. His fans poured through both films to analyze the differences. Some seized on a belief first put forth by Fisher that Whedon had intentionally erased people of color from the film. A remarkable reversal has taken place. 15 years earlier, Snyder's work was widely seen as the epitome of problematic cinema. His breakout effort 300, a sword and sandal epic about the Persian Wars, was so overtly racist in the view of the UN delegation from Iran that it threatened to incite a clash of civilizations.
Wow.
I didn't even know that. Now the internet has recast Snyder as a progressive hero while branding Whedon, its progressive hero of yesterday, as a villain and a bigot. The beginning of the internet raised me up and the modern internet pulled me down, Whedon said. The perfect symmetry is not lost on me. Now, what do people have to say about that? Because I do have some things to say about that, but I want to hear other people's opinions first there.
I remember the 300 thing, though, because I was actually getting married at the time of 300, and I remember because my wife's Indian, so we have a lot of diverse friends. I also have a lot of diverse friends as well.
Hey, nerd man, I gotta get ready to head out.
Cool, that's fine. Sorry, man. Thanks for joining, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Take care.
That's fine. Thanks, dude.
Catch y'all
later, man, Junior.
MCU's trash, guys. Later.
So basically, there's a guy there at my wedding, and we were talking about 300, and he's like, "Oh, that's a racist movie," and he felt really offended because of the whole Persian thing and all that. And I loved the movie. I'd seen it 3 times in the theater by the time we were talking about this. And I said, I was like, well, I actually thought the Persians were awesome in this. Like, I was like, dude, it's like they had ninjas and they had vampires on their team. I'm like, this is great. I was so it was funny because I didn't see it that way, but also it's like it's not supposed to be like a historical accurate movie. It's supposed to be a fantasy. It's fantasy based in some
wasn't it like that in the Frank Miller comic as well? I mean,
it's pretty much exactly the comic because I have the comic. He added the parts with Lena Headey doing all her stuff. Like once she says goodbye to Leonidas, you don't go back to that. You just follow her on. But I mean, it is what it is. It's like you can't change like some historical things that happened too, right? Like I know this was a fantasized, romanticized version of this event. Like obviously they had armor and they weren't bare chested, but like, it is what it is. So yeah, but I do remember that there was some kind of like pushback to Zack Snyder saying, "Oh, he made this kind of racist movie" or something like that. But like, I think that term gets thrown around just for anything now. It's like they just I like people just throw the R word for anything.
I think also though that sometimes it's a little bit minimized that people are doing this, but there's certain racial things like can be minimized. But in this case, I don't think so. In fact, I think both Zack Snyder and Josh Whedon are pretty good when it comes to that. When it comes to, I'm not a huge fan of Josh Whedon's kind of movies or whatever. I'm somewhat of a fan like of Watchmen and Zack Snyder's Justice League, but that's all she wrote for Zack Snyder in terms of a movie that I just think I can defend completely. I can't defend Man of Steel completely. I can't defend BVS completely, but I can defend those 2 movies. That being said, I've always thought that, he wasn't going out of his way to give diverse roles. I don't think Watchmen had a really diverse cast. There could have been a few race swaps in Watchmen. Certain characters didn't need to be white. But I think he
already pissed off Alan Moore by doing the movie. He's not going to piss Alan Moore off by changing the characters. Come on, dude.
No.
Alan Moore doesn't like anything.
Yeah,
Alan Moore doesn't like any one of. He believes that comics are made to be comics. If you write an original script, like a RoboCop movie or Terminator or Alien. It's like if you write an original screenplay to make it a movie, that's what it should be. If you write a book, then it should stay as a book because a book is a book. It's written as a book. He's sort of like one of like a purist in that sense of the art form. It's like if you want to make a film, write a screenplay, original screenplay about a film, not adapt. Anytime you adapt, he doesn't like any adaptations of any of his stuff or really of anything.
Well, look what they did with Constantine.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, I mean, my point is this: like, I don't know about the diversity in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but I know that some more recent Josh Whedon movies has had a little bit more diversity. I mean, he had no control over Avengers; those people were pretty much all set in place, right? Like all of they were, you know, the 5-6 characters that were in it. Apart from Hawkeye, maybe he cast Hawkeye, I'm not sure. But apart from that, it was Robert Downey Jr. was already there. You know, everyone else was already there, right? So you couldn't really do anything about like adding diversity so much to that movie. But in Justice League, there's some his version of Justice League. He hired people from diverse backgrounds. I even did a thing where I broke down how many people he had that were Black or Asian or, you know, other kind of races. So that whole thing of how he cut all the Black actors out of that is a complete bullshit. That just didn't happen. He cut just as many white people as he cut Black people because he had to cut down a 4-hour movie to 2 hours. And then he actually added people of color into the movie as well. And then, you know, the rest of his stuff more recently, there's a lot of diversity in it. So let's
not forget he cut out that lady sniffing Aquaman's sweater. How dare he? Right,
which was bullshit, man. That scene needed to be in it.
Oh my god, yeah.
That was the best scene. And Zack Snyder, I feel like his thing is comic book accuracy. He likes the characters to look like the comics or whatever. So that's how he works things in. And I think he's done a pretty good job, you know, himself with having diversity in his movies. So again, I think it's a wash for both of them when it comes to that. So I think that really has been manufactured when it comes to Josh Whedon, you know, and certainly it's not like Zack Snyder hasn't got movies that there's no people of color in. I'm pretty sure I've seen movies of Zack Snyder where like there's not that much diversity, even Man of Steel, you know, for instance. So, you know, I don't know when Zack Snyder became the champion of diversity, but he's not bad on it either. You know, I don't think he's bad on it, but I think, it's just a wash for both of them. And I do think that what the article says there about, you know, Josh Whedon being bad in that area is bullshit. And he certainly didn't cut people of color out from all the evidence I've seen. Response?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we'd have to see like what is the cast and crew list before and what is it after, or if you went through each one and to see. But I mean, I don't know how to play. Like, I'm not aware of like what you're supposed to do. Like, are you supposed to, like, I've seen some actors saying, "Oh, I won't work on a film unless it's 50% women or something." And it's like, well, how are you literally going to go and count everybody? And then what happens if someone gets sick and the replacement's a man? Are you going to walk off the set? Like, I just don't get how that works. So I guess if you're on set, you visually look around and say, oh, there's some Black people, there's Asian people, there's white people, there's some Latinos. Yeah, this looks pretty diverse. I'm cool with that. Like, I don't know, you know, how to respond to, you know, the percentage of people hired versus their minority groups or whatever. But it doesn't seem like Zach or Joss are doing anything weird in that way. At least I don't think so, but I have no knowledge. Like, I'd have no way of really knowing.
I'll send you something because I actually did a video on this where I broke down literally all the people who had been cut, all the people who had been added, you know, and there just is nothing there to that accusation. It's just
okay. So yeah, I'll trust your
nonsense.
Yeah, because I've done zero research and you've done some, so I'll bow to your judgment.
Yeah. So, I mean, in the end of the day, I don't know if there's much more to read of this article, or if it goes on to say anything more interesting, because that was the bit that I was interested in. Let me see.
Well, while we've been chatting, the truth, I don't know if you follow the Truth 31, but he just posted a video about this. I didn't watch it because we're talking about it now, but I'm wondering what he's going to have to say about it, because he's a heavy duty Snyderverse supporter. So I wonder what his take will be on it.
I mean, I don't know what to say about this. Like honestly, I think the guy is angry. He's hurt. He's defeated. And he said some really stupid things because of that. Because the nonsensical stuff, the stuff about Gal Gadot not understanding what he's saying, I just don't believe that for a second. But in the end of the day, should he have been cancelled for any of the accusations that have been made against him? Even if he did say, you know, Gal Gadot, like, I'm going to make your career miserable because you're making this really hard on set for me. Is that the worst thing a director's ever done? No. I don't think so. That's just being a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
and
you're right. I'm against canceling any like in the sense of canceling to say like, okay, like I always go by what your wallet is going to tell you. So if you don't like, if you didn't like a Spider-Man movie, then don't go see the next one. You know what I mean? Like speak with your wallet in the sense of like, if you don't think this director's good, then don't go watch the movies. There's no point in trying to get someone fired from their career over stuff like that. And if you don't like this, let's say he was very rude and very mean to Ray and Gal, and they were like, you know what, I don't feel comfortable. Then they play out their contract, they finish the film, they leave, and they say, you know what, I'm never working with this guy again. I don't care what it is. And just do it that way. Like the idea that someone needs to be canceled for having, problems with them on the set. Like, what are the problems? It's different if he tried to, actually harass you sexually or something like that. Right. Where that's legal action. Because that's now we're talking about a legal action. This is not like being a dick and calling someone names is not a legal action. I've been called shitface and what am I going to do? Right. Like,
a manager telling you, look, I'm going to make your life miserable in this job because you're not doing your job correctly, or I don't like you, or something like that.
Right.
That happens every day. It doesn't even mean that they're actually going to do it. They're just saying something in the heat of an argument, and it's all about context. When did he say it? How did he say it? Was he just really furious at the time, and there was like a whole big blow up on the set between the two of them? She said something, he said something. It's all very tedious, especially when you're doing something you love and making millions of fucking dollars for it, right? Like, and my thing again is why I have a bullshit meter up against Ray Fisher, and I hate to do that against somebody. This isn't a thing, but like I hate to do that against another black person. I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, but I certainly don't want to come out like against a black person who's saying like he suffered some racism and stuff like that. I don't want to just completely dismiss what he's saying. But the problem is when you start saying something, in January, right? And each month you're going, in time, I'm going to tell you what's happening. I'm going to tell. Meanwhile, you're letting Twitter mobs like go against, someone. It gives me the feeling that you're taking that time because you need to construct a story. That's what I feel. Because usually, if I'm telling,
or you're just you're letting the mob go forward. You're letting the snowball continue to roll down the hill, so it gets bigger and bigger without your involvement.
True, but he also needed to construct something. Think about it. You have to construct something that kind of, has some truth to it, right? But that will justify the statement that he made. Because in the end, I think that first statement he made, he was gross. He was, you have, once you say something like that and you put something like that out there, even if you were you were exaggerating a bit, all you meant is that he was an asshole, he pissed me off. You've got to now make a story or come up with something that justifies the words that you use. Otherwise, people are going to think you're full of shit. And I think he needed time to construct that story because when the story actually came out, as Mordecai says here, most of it was either secondhand, hearsay, or it was stuff that Josh Whedon had done on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which is none of his business.
Yeah. Yeah, and people didn't like the way he seemed to co-opt when Charisma came out and said what she said. It was like, it's not about you, Ray. It's about Charisma. Like, this is what she went through when she was on Buffy.
Yeah. But I really have to say this. I don't like just dismissing, because I think it happens far too often. People of color come out and they say some stuff, and people have such an aversion to the word racism. They have such an aversion to, that they think that they have to come out and defend anyone who's, like anyone against that kind of accusation. And I think that's a problem. But in this particular scenario, I'm sorry, I'm lost. I can't defend what most of what Ray Fisher's done or said. It doesn't make a lick of sense.
There's too many things being diluted, though. That's the problem, because you got, for every true racist act, there's there may be one or two untrue ones that people are just using now, and that's what's disturbing, because the people who are real victims and really need our help and support
I said that earlier.
Lost.
Yeah. Yep.
They might get lost, right? And that's that's absolutely the worst thing that can happen, where someone feels they have nobody and they're telling the truth and no one believes them now, right? And then they don't believe them because there's a lot of wishy-washiness, and people throw the term around all the time. And then when someone really needs our help, we're not giving it to them, and it feels shitty. And what can you do? And it's actually shittier with, I'm not trying to say the celebrities should know better, but they kind of should, in the sense that, look, you're in the public eye. You need to use that responsibility more so and be as truthful as you possibly can be. And like everyone talks about the Weinstein stuff, man, that was going on for 100 years, man. Like everybody knew about that, and they let it slide and slide and slide and slide, and a decade and another decade. And it's like, well, at some point in time, you're going to start to be like, well, why didn't you speak up earlier? And you don't want to say that, because it's like, people are scared, but there's people out there who could have benefited from the support, and this sucks for them.
I mean, I think from what I've read, even in this, he sounds like a little bit of a dick, like even just from reading
Joss
this
Whedon?
article. Yeah, like he sounds like a little bit of a dick.
He sounds like a director.
But he sounds a little bit like a dick. But from everything I've looked at, because I researched this quite a bit in the beginning, and then I was just like, I don't care anymore. This is just giving me a headache. But the person that I feel worse for is Jeff Johns. And I am a fan of him. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I'm a fan of Jeff Johns. But I feel very, very bad for him that he's been dragged into all of this. And, nothing. Like he's apparently in some, and this is again hearsay from Ray Fisher's point of view. He heard that Jeff Johns had been said that we don't need another angry black man. He quoted it. We don't need another angry black man in the film or something like that. And Jeff Johns responded later on, and he actually explained the situation, and he said that they discuss all of those things about the representations and the presentations of people of color in these films all the time. It's just something you necessarily have to do because of how sensitive the world is nowadays, and that he didn't say it in the specific way that they're talking about. It was discussed as a thing. Like, is he a little bit too angry? And now if you see what he's talking about from when what was it, like the when people got to see the film early or whatever, and they said that they didn't like the cyborg, the previews, right?
Oh, you mean they
didn't like the cyborg character.
Yeah,
you can see how that conversation might have come up, right? So again, I think Jeff Johns, that's the worst thing he said Jeff Johns did. And then the other stuff was just
that whole thing with
like Quasimodo.
Dude, thing with Jeff Johns, the what's her name, the chick from Superman and Lois, the writer, she piggybacked on Ray. I think he enabled that because she's like, oh, when I heard Jeff Johns tell a black woman how to do her hair or how her hair should be or whatever, it's like, Dude, he was married. His wife was black. Do you think, as a husband, as hopefully a good husband, he would not take an interest in his wife's, like, to know like what like black women go through with their hair and stuff like that? Like that's stupid to assume that. Like he just enabled it by doing what he did. That's it.
Well, there's also a difference between being racially insensitive, right, and being racist. Like, there's a thing where she could have just said, "Look, you can't tell a black woman like about this kind of stuff with her hair. You just can't do that. Like, really, don't do that again, Jeff." Maybe she felt too intimidated to do that at the time because of his position.
Well, she didn't feel intimidated on Twitter.
Right.
Well, I know, but I can understand how she would feel intimidated on the set of, like, she's just got a new job, being a writer on the show. The person says something.
Well, what if he said it? What if he said it and she didn't appreciate him saying it? Period. Like, how dare you say something like that? Because you're not black and you're not female. So she decided to put this as part of the narrative. Like, maybe he wasn't. Maybe it's like you said before, Nerdman, about like the way you say something, between two people or something like that. Maybe he was commenting like, "Oh, my wife, the way she does her hair or something like that. I like the way, whatever it was, whatever the conversation was, she took it another way, as you said before, in another situation, between two people, the way they talk and stuff like that. So, but then when you already have this mob with the pitchforks and all that, and you throw that in there, that's just throwing gasoline on the fire.
Yeah, but again, my point is that from what I was saying earlier and what you're commenting on is, I think as human beings, we come from very, very diverse backgrounds and we have very diverse histories. And I always say, look, I'm not going to get angry the first time somebody offends me on something, unless it's something like they call me the fucking N-word or, something ridiculous where it's like everyone knows you shouldn't fucking do that. But if it's something that personally, because of my history and where I come from, I'm like, hey, dude, you can't say that to me, right? The first time, I'm not going to be super offended because people can't read minds. People come from different backgrounds. People are different genders. They've lived their whole life a certain way. And
pause that. Let me ask you a question. What if somebody said it to you? What if somebody said that to you that was a friend of yours and they happen to be like white or Hispanic? Well, Hispanic, we kind of get in because we're grandfathered apparently for some reason because of the Afro Cubana or whatever. But let's pretend that it was a white person who's a friend of yours and says that. Would that offend you in that way? And he doesn't say it because I understand there's like we joke about what DC Dot said about there's levels to everything. But I mean, somebody saying it as an intended term of endearment is different than somebody spewing it at you and you can see the hatred in their eyes or you can feel it coming out of their mouth.
N-word?
Yes.
N-word. You know what? Like when I was younger and like 18, 19, stuff like that. I had a group of friends. We had gay friends, we had Indian friends, we had, black, like we were a big group of friends. And we'd say anything. We were like the South Park generation, right? We'd say pretty much anything to each other. And we knew that between us, it's a joke. You don't say that to somebody you don't know. Right. Nowadays, I don't appreciate it. I just don't appreciate it at all. Right. I'm just like, just don't say it to me. Like, really, unless you're black, then you can say that to me. Because even when you give people an inch with that kind of thing, I think even some of my friends at the time, I was like, that's a little bit too far, right? I get it. We all joke with each other. We all say things. And I've done the same thing. I really offended a gay friend of mine, when I was about like 21 or something like that. And he said something to me like at the time. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm never saying that again. Like, I'm never going to say, because in my head, I'm like, I'm not fucking homophobic. I hang out with I hang out with gay people. You know how I talk. You know how my opinions because I've even spoken to you about my opinions. So I'm not homophobic. So if I say something like that, I must be joking. But even that, it's like you can take it too far, and it's just like, okay. Once that person said that to me, I was like, you know what? You've got a point. That's not my place to say that, and that's how I feel about the N-word. Like at the moment.
I guess because people can't figure out exactly what I am, it doesn't really like all this, like with the slurs and all that. None of that really, it doesn't bother me. I mean, I think like you said before, the context and the way they're saying it, like, and the feeling behind it, like I think that matters more than like if somebody came in and said, "Hey, you fucking spick" or whatever. I mean, and I didn't know them, I wouldn't really care. I mean, I'm Puerto Rican, but like those words don't mean anything to me. But if somebody was saying it in anger, like, you know, get the fuck out of my way, you fucking spick or something like that, then maybe it might be a little more. But you know,
I personally don't actually, and I want to get what J-Man and Anzo think about this actually, because it's an interesting point. But I personally don't internally feel hurt, but I feel I need to say something, right? So that they don't like start disrespecting.
Well,
you,
listen, I'm gonna tell you something, man, and this is the truth, right? Me and my son, he's from the generation they say the N-word all the time. He has his white friends say it and whatever. But one time, me and my girl were here joking, and she was like, and said the word "please," right, as a joke, and I was like, "What the fuck did you say to me?" I was like, "No, don't say that shit again." I don't want to hear it from their mouths, whether it's a term of endearment or anything. Yeah. And I've always said to myself, I don't think we should say the word as a term of endearment, anyways.
Yep.
So I stick to that, and I'm like, if I don't want it used in that way, then I don't want to use it at all.
At all.
I mean?
Yep.
So,
yep. No, I agree with that. Definitely.
That's my take on
because then there's always that thing where, well, why do they get to say it and I don't? And then
that's exactly what she said to me. You and your son say it. And I was like,
you know,
well,
they just
black.
They just no. I'm talking about like other people.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, no, absolutely.
And if they see it as like, well, hey, you know what? They're friends and they're bonding and they're saying that, then I want to do that too with them. Like, you know, I want to be like cool with them and whatever else. And that would encourage that. And it's like, don't.
People can say like a racist joke to me, you know, like or something like that.
Yeah, me
like
too.
Not again, it's all got to be in context, right? But like people can say a racist joke to me. And of course, I'm going to be like, you know, we're boys. We say stupid shit to each other.
Right. Let's do it. It's an MSK stream. Come on.
Right.
That's absolutely fine. And that's why I was saying that earlier, you know, when you're in the limelight and you might have a group of friends like that, you've got to be careful because someone could just quote something you said and it's going to sound fucking awful. Like, honestly, that thing he said about like, the Terminator, are you gonna have the baby, right? I honestly could imagine saying that as a fucking joke to a certain girl who I would know who's pregnant. Like, not again, it would be a completely like a context that is like, you know, I wouldn't just say it out of nowhere, but there would be a context to it where it's just like a fucking playful joke. Right, I've made abortion jokes before, you know. Anyway, J-Man, before I'm probably going to get myself cancelled. Like,
a couple of things. Well, me personally, I'm never offended by anything. I don't care about anything. But secondly, I agree with Nerdman. I agree with you in the sense that, like, look, you're professionals, and I'm talking about on a film set or something, or in a professional workplace or something like that, not people on the side of the street or at a poker game or something or chilling with their friends. In a professional setting, you have to be able to sort of, you know, speak your mind, but also set your own boundaries for yourself. So, for example, as you said, Nerdman, you know, you get kind of a one strike. So if someone comes up and says something that sort of offends you, you have to say to them, hey, listen, you know, be careful. That's sort of not something that I want to hear. And then they might be like, oh, you know, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize, you know, I'm just joking around. Oh, well, okay. I see that you were joking around, but, you know, maybe not do that. Because the way that you respond reflects on you. Like, what people say reflects on them, but what you say and how you react reflects on you. So if someone jokingly says something to you that offends you and you start going all crazy and start yelling back, it's like, well, dude, he may not have known that offended you. It's better to just be like, hey, you know what, that offends me. Now, if they continue on, you know, and like I used to be like extremely overweight. I was like morbidly obese. and I lost about 110 pounds. Now, let's say before that, people would, make fun of my weight, and they'd be like, oh, let's say fatty. And I'm like, yo, dude, like, come on, man. Like, can you not, not say that? Oh, what's the matter, fatty? Why? Is that a problem, fatty? Hey, fatty. Right. Then it's like, dude, okay, now we got a problem. But they may have just been like, oh, I'm so sorry. I thought we were just joking around, something like that. So you got to tell them what your boundaries are, because they're not mind readers. They don't know your boundaries. Right.
Right.
So that's the first, that's really the main point, right? Like, no, this isn't a professional setting. Now, if you're out and about in the day-to-day world, you don't know what someone's day has been like. Someone may have just gotten let go, or they just had a flat tire and they're pissed off, and they may say something they don't mean. I mean, it's very difficult to condemn someone based on words that they say in an angry voice that they may not really feel, right? So I tend to give the benefit of the doubt in that sense too. And if it's a situation I feel is getting out of hand, I will remove myself from that situation if I can.
And also, J-Man, do you not feel like if somebody literally, I swear, I ought to have nightmares if I became a famous person, because I'd be like, anybody could literally just take something I said, like a quote or something, and it's gonna look so fucking bad, right? in comparison to the actual situation and what happened, right? It's just the printed word versus the spoken word is just it's night and day, like how it's you present it vocally, right? And so that people know that, oh, he's just messing around, he's just being JP, there's a huge difference there.
I owned an escape room, and then we had to close down because of the pandemic, but I did own an escape room for about 5 years, and we had all sorts of people come and go, races, genders, and different pronouns and all that stuff. And I would always come, a group would come in, and I'd be like, oh, hey guys, yeah, you come this way to pay. And then after you get your tickets, you can go over there. And I kept saying, and I would say guys, and whether there was men, women, or mixed or whatever. And nobody ever had any problems with anything that I'd said in that sense. But, if someone had said, hey, you know what, I don't want to, don't say guys, say, hey group or something like that, or, hey, everyone, then I would just change, and it's this whole, even with the pronouns and all that, because that's a big thing in Canada. I don't know where you guys are all at, but in Canada, we had a big thing about that too. And let's say,
you're Canadian?
I'm Canadian. Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So we had a whole thing on that. And so if I had transgender,
don't say it as if you should be proud about it. I mean, come on.
I like Canada. It's good. So I did have a trans person come in, and this did not happen, but I for some reason I thought of this, and I was like, oh, I hope she doesn't leave her jacket behind, because everyone will always leave their jacket behind or something. And then and I was actually nervous as to what to say, because if they were leaving, I'd be like, oh, hey, hey dude, you forgot your jacket, or I would say that to a guy if it was obviously a guy. This, I could tell that this was a male who is now at least appearing as a female. And I was thinking, oh my God, and I was so nervous because I thought that this person would get very angry at me. And I thought, man, if they really did get angry with me, if I just said, oh, excuse me, ma'am, you forgot your jacket. And then she turns and says, oh, I go by sir or something. And then it'd be like, okay, well, I'm sorry, you forgot your jacket, and I was so scared. I'm thinking, why am I in this position now that I'm nervous whether or not this person is going to be upset with me? And I thought, wow, this just doesn't feel right either. And I would think if I was in that position, I would just say, hey, I prefer to be called this. And then I would just adhere to that. So I think we have to be human beings. We can't just walk around looking to pick fights to be offended. And I think some people, especially on Twitter, they're looking to be offended. They're like, this offends me. And I'm like really? Unless
go on. Sorry.
I was gonna say, unless somebody asked me, I can't remember what celebrity it was, and maybe it was James Gunn when that whole thing was going down with his tweets. And I said, unless James Gunn tags J-Man me and says J-Man is a fat piece of crap and I can't stand his ugly face, that probably still wouldn't offend me, because I'd probably get a lot of followers. But so, hopefully James Gunn does tweet me. But I would just be like, okay, well, block him or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know what to tell you. What am I supposed to do? Yell back and say James Gunn is racist? It's
the thought police or something. I mean, it's like
it's nice
I didn't even understand that. It was like so he liked the tweet in support of his friend, and you get to say he can't say that. Wait a second, didn't an investigation happen and the investigation said that most of your claims were baseless? So even by fucking legal standards,
Right.
like or the standards by which we judge these things as a society, your side has been shown to be wrong. Ray Fisher. So you have no leg to stand on. It's not like somebody comes out and like tweets in favor of Harvey Weinstein and goes, "Hey,
Right.
I always thought Harvey Weinstein was a nice guy. I can't believe anything that's been said about him." Well, it's been proven, right, by an independent body who's actually gone out and done an investigation and said, "Hey, this is the outcome of the investigation. Harvey Weinstein is a fucking creep and criminal." Right? That's not what's happened to Josh Whedon. Quite the opposite. Right?
There's
and
no
he
evidence.
Still gets to say you've got to apologize. I'm baffled by what's going on in society at the moment.
Yeah, when there's a legal case and someone's been convicted, this is a completely different thing. Like Weinstein and Josh Whedon or James Gunn or any of these, these are not the same facts. That's the other thing too. I don't like lumping all cases together as one case. It's like we're not. I can't remember who said this, but someone was like, we don't put groups of people on trial. We put a person on trial. It's like you don't say everyone who ever said anything is automatically this and guilty of that. It's like that's not really how it works. It's like Weinstein did unspeakable things and terrible things, and it was proven, and he's now serving time. And we're never going to get justice. Well, nobody's going to really get justice for something like that, anyways. But it's just like a mass murder. Somebody kills like 12 people. How are you going to get justice for that? But in any case, that's not the same thing as Josh Whedon, even if he said all that stuff. It's like God, like.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, it's weird to me. Guy, Mike, Anzo, do anything before I wrap it up?
No, I'm good. You guys said everything. I agree with a lot of the things you guys said. So
yeah,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. But I agree with you, J-Man, in the sense like just walking around a bit too much, like looking to get offended. And I don't know what it is about, but maybe this generation or something like that. But it's
not
just
enough
a thing
problems.
that I'm. Yeah, it's like they have to look for issues or something. I don't know what it is, but it's something about.
Yeah, I think that might be it. There's just not enough ailments in the world, and and sometimes I think they feel that they can solve large problems which are very difficult to solve. And I think maybe it was Obama who said this. I don't follow American politics, but he was like, any change is good. Like a small amount of change is good. It's so difficult to improve society, but it's very easy to destroy it quickly. Like to get 1% of improvement is so difficult, but to get, to lose 20% of everything we've gained is so easy. And we got to be careful. That's the thing. We got to be careful not to lose ourselves.
I think this generation has a overinflated, I don't want to say worth of self, but like, I think they think the world works a different way than it actually does. And they think that there are certain things that they're entitled to. Like I saw somebody online on Twitter somewhere say that David Ayer should get his Ayer cut released because it's only fair.
Right.
And like, but
what's your concept of fair?
But that's not the way that's not the way things work in Hollywood. Like, I mean, the world isn't fair for some people. For a lot of people, actually, okay.
Most people,
yeah, So if everybody's like, oh well, that's not fair, and then okay, well it's not fair, so here we'll fix it. We'll do it the way that you want it done. Like the world would be a much better place, but it doesn't happen that way. So sitting there railing against something that just because you don't think that's the way the world should work, it's not going to change it. It's going to make it worse. Do something positive to fix it. Because, okay, you know what? It might not be fair for me, but I'm going to try to fix it so it'll be fair for the next person or something.
Oh, that is a beautiful.
I mean,
that's perfect, right? What you just that last sentence you said was brilliant. That's exactly what I've always thought. It's like it might not be perfect for you right now, but you're going to try your best. Like my life has been a little bit better than my mom's. My mom's was a lot better than my grandfather's, who came from communist Croatia. So it's like, as these generations go, we got to make it better. And remember, too, a lot of these people are arguing on Twitter on their phones. It's like, dude, you're paying hundreds of dollars for service, internet service. Like, it's like my grandfather
do something better with it.
Right, yes. And they argue from a position of ignorance.
They feel they are doing something better with it by putting their 160 character tweets out there.
But here's the thing for me. Look, just to bring it back to the actual thing we're talking about, I was never a big release the Snyder Cut person at all. I never tweeted that, not once. I wasn't interested at all. And if anything, I wanted to see it eventually just out of curiosity, but I was much more like, let's let the next crop of DC films come out first, and then you can release the Snyder Cut in a few years.
Start going forward. Start going back. Go forward.
Yeah. But I'm happy it came out, and I think it was really good, and all of these things. But even till today, I'm still I don't understand why people say that Warner Brothers really did anything bad to Zack Snyder. He made 2 films that were critically, panned and underperformed, and they were like, maybe we need to put a kibosh on this because we've just started, shooting all of his films in a row, right? Maybe we've got to do something.
Well, see, but it's the way
the way they did it.
It's the way they did it. Yes.
What way they did it? What nice way could they have done it?
Well, they looked at it as so his daughter, she unfortunately killed herself. Like, that's the time you choose to, hey, we're going to push you out, dude. So that kind of thing.
Right. And it's not
done. What should they have done? They should have waited
they could
for him to.
They could have waited.
To get over
but this was all
daughter's death, and then
this was all tied into This was all tied into the sale of Warner Brothers. They didn't want to push the film back or do anything about it because it would be seen as they don't know what they're doing, and maybe the deal might not have gone through. If you see you have executives in higher positions that can't keep their shit straight or keep their shit flowing, working.
I'll tell you something. If my daughter committed suicide and I'm working on a $300 million film, right? And I'm halfway through shooting, or I've even shot the whole thing or whatever. But I'm saying right now I can't work because that's what Zack Snyder said. He said he could not work at that time.
Well,
right?
no,
but you have some sympathy for the man, bro. He lost.
No, I'm not saying I don't have sympathy for him. I'm sure I don't think the Warner Brothers executives just went, didn't say
no. So they told him. They told him that he should go take care of his family. And when they did that, they brought somebody else in to change it to what they wanted. They wanted it to be lighter. They wanted it to be more Marvel-y. And then what happened is they used that as a reason to get Zack out to have him not.
Sure. They used it as a reason to get Zack out because his films already had.
No, man. I agree with you.
So yes. I'm looking at it from this point of view. I'm saying, well, personally, if that happened to me, I wouldn't give a fuck about this film, and it would probably take me a year and a half at least to deal with the issue of my fucking daughter.
Yeah,
really
but you also got to understand
about what his wife is feeling like. Think about what his other children are feeling like.
I agree, Nerdman. But Nerdman,
a year and a half.
No, Nerdman. But you got to understand, this was a baby to him as well. You know what I mean? You can't just say, "Oh yeah, I would fuck this movie." You put your blood, sweat, and tears into this movie as well. So you can't just say someone right. You can't just say someone will say, "Oh, this is I don't give a fuck about this movie."
So wait. Are you trying to say you would have come back after a month if your daughter committed suicide?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
so how long would you have taken?
I don't know, bro.
There's no right
there's
answer
no
to
time
that.
limit to that. I
Yeah.
lost both my parents until this day. I still feel it. So there's no time limit to that. But what I'm trying to say is, at a certain point, it gets better. It never goes away, but it gets better. You get to be able to deal with it.
But they're dealing with a $300 million movie that they have to bring out, and the critics didn't like the last two fucking movies of this guy.
Yes, we're not saying we're not saying what you're saying is wrong. We're just saying the way they did it, it was wrong.
I don't think there's a way to do
I don't know how you. I don't know.
You don't do it when the dude's daughter commits
down
suicide.
and out, right? You know what I mean?
Okay.
So what
you do it like beforehand. They shouldn't have started making it to begin with.
Let's just put it this way. Let's just put it this way, Nerdman. But let's just put it this way, Nerdman. But that's what I'm saying, though. If she didn't commit suicide, he would have got his movie. Because they wouldn't have got rid of him. He would have got his movie. They seen it as an opportunity. Okay, now we can say this is how we get rid of him, or we can change things because he's gone, right? And we got to get our movie out there. But if that didn't happen, he would have got his movie out.
Okay, J-Man.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. What the thing is, though, he would have gotten his version of a 2-hour movie out,
right?
Not the version he wanted.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, like, look, it's a tragedy is a tragedy, but also, like, these people know what they're getting into. Like, I'm the only one who does my job at my place, and my job is an important job. So if something happens to me, let's say I'll use I don't know who my father is, so I'll use my father just to not have bad karma.
Yeah.
My father passes away and I'm distraught. Well, they're going to say, like, sorry, dude, we need someone to come in and do this because we're running, like, I make toilet paper and boxes and stuff like that, so I do a lot of important things that are needed, and it's like they need someone. And maybe I was sucking at my job or whatever, and they're like, well, thinking, well, now we can get J-Man out of here, we get someone else in here, and that would be sucky, but what can I do? Like, there's no right way. Like, if they would have waited a month, 2 months, 3 months, like, they can't wait years and have $300 million invested into this thing with the actors.
After the Justice League, they would get rid of him. I mean, they should have gotten rid of him after Batman, Superman.
How can they do that when he said himself he can't work because he's dealing with his daughter? He was the one. So basically, Warner Brothers were down his neck, saying you have to cut this down to 2.5 hours.
No,
you have to. Wait. Let me finish. They were down his neck, saying, people don't like this. They had a preview of the movie, and apparently that didn't go well. Okay, so he's feeling all this pressure. Then his daughter commits suicide, and then Zack Snyder, not Warner Brothers, says, I can't handle this at the moment.
But what Mike is saying is
when they've got a $300 million movie, which they have to bring out at a certain point.
But what Mike is saying, you get rid of him after Batman versus Superman. That's what he's saying. If that's the case, because you already know that movie didn't do what it was supposed to do, so that's the right time to do it. You don't wait until there's a tragedy.
First of all, the Snyder fans wouldn't have even cared about that. If they had got rid of him after Batman v Superman,
I know.
If he had a plan, they still would have been pissed off anyway.
Yes.
So,
we're not worried about the Snyder's fan. We're talking about how Warner Brothers would have done it better.
What's right and what's wrong, and I'm just saying
how Warner Brothers could have done it better.
They already, before BVS was even released, they'd already started shooting Justice League.
Oh,
right. So there was no space of time. It was then, and then the investors are like, "Wait a second! You said this movie's going to get me fucking $1.5 billion. I invested all this money in Batman v Superman. Now
you can't say there's no time.
More money in Justice League.
You can't say there's no. You can't say there's no time because they have gotten rid of directors in the middle of shoots for many movies. Solo was one of them. They got rid of the director in the middle of the shoot.
Yeah, they were like 90% done.
So you can do that.
The entire thing.
Yes, so you can do that.
But again, the sale of Warner Brothers was also pending and stuff like that. And you don't want to have looking like you're a mismanaged company because
I don't know what you're doing.
I don't think Nerdman and I are not arguing the morality of the decision, which was very bad morally speaking, but Warner Brothers is dealing with so much money and so much pressure and investors, and they have to get this movie out. And there's like, they're pumping advertising, they're getting people excited,
right?
That they're just like, look, we got to get this out here regardless. And, we're really sorry about Zach, but we have to do it. It's difficult to make their decision if you were in their place dealing with this money. And everyone's like hounding you, saying, well, what's going on with this thing? We got to get this out there. It's like, well, but Zach and his poor daughter, it's like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. We got to get this out there, right?
Well,
like,
J-Man, that's why they brought in Joss, because he was proven at that point to make, $1 billion movies. So, hey, let's bring the dude in.
Yeah,
right.
And it didn't pan out.
And we're all saying the same thing. We're not saying that Warner Brothers was wrong for doing it or anything or shouldn't have done it. We're just saying the way they did it wasn't kosher.
I don't. Again, I'm not. But business isn't about morality. Business is about making money.
That is true.
And that's what I'm trying to get at. This deserves the.
No, we don't disagree with that.
Right. None of that is disagreeing.
If Zack Snyder invested $300 million and they took the movie away from him, then I'll be like, that's
Nerdman. But Nerdman, whether there's money involved, whether
Nerdman,
he didn't.
If I was in charge of Warner Brothers, Nerdman, if I was in charge of Warner Brothers, that motherfucker would have been gone after Man of Steel. Okay, after I saw what he did to Superman. Okay,
and this is what we're saying, Nerdman. It's like this. You can say all the things. We agree with that, but just because it's business doesn't mean it's right. That's what we're saying.
I certainly wouldn't have let him be the architect of the DC universe.
No. That was but that was Nolan's fault. Nolan is the one that brought him in there because DC wanted Nolan to do a Superman movie, and he said no. So he said, "Oh, but I'll produce it and I'll grandfather it in, and I'll be like the architect," because they wanted to repeat what Nolan did with the Dark Knight movies. They wanted to repeat that with Superman. So Nolan is the one who hired Snyder. Nolan brought Snyder in, and then Goyer and Nolan wrote Man of Steel. Yeah. And then that's where this all started. He was intended to be the architect, like you said, Nerdman, of the DC universe. And that's where they went. Because they wanted, and this isn't a wrong thing. I mean, they're making billions of dollars. They wanted what Marvel had. And they're like, hey, you know what? We have according to Anzo, we have better characters than Marvel does. Why can't we do this? Why can't we have a connected universe? Why can't we have they even tried that one time where they announced, okay, this is all the movies we're coming out with. Hold on, we got them, but they were all like,
What do you mean, according to me? I don't say DC has better characters than Marvel.
I thought that was you.
No, that's not me.
Oh, maybe it was Paul then.
Whatever it was. I don't think they have better characters.
But that's the problem. I agree with you, Nerdman. That's the problem. They had him. They wanted him to set up the DC universe, and that's a problem. I agree with you. Yeah. They should have had it where they can continue to, continue what you're doing. Like have Nolan do a movie, have Joel Schumacher come back and do a movie, have, whatever, different people if you're going to keep it that way. Because clearly there was nobody there that had the fortitude or the intelligence or the experience that Kevin Feige did, the way he was doing things.
Okay. The problem with Warner Brothers is that they only see money, as we know. So they're just going to go by what makes money. And they were never going to have what Marvel had, in the sense that every director that comes aboard for most of these DC properties is an auteur director who wants to make it their way and doesn't really give a crap if that character fits the way that they want to make their movie. Mm-hmm. So Nolan's Batman films basically erased all fantasy elements. So of course Nolan would never want to do Superman. It's like flying around. That's dumb. It's like Bane doesn't have the venom. It's like there's no Lazarus pit. He removed every shred of fantasy from Batman, and that may have worked because those movies were good movies, and the first Batman Begins movie was actually a good Batman movie and a good movie, whereas the subsequent two may have been okay movies, but not great Batman movies in my opinion. But in any case, Warner Brothers.
Nerdman, hold on, J-Man. Nerdman, you are now officially outnumbered.
Facts.
There you go. Anzo and I don't like the Nolan movies either, J-Man.
Yeah, he likes the Nolan movies. What is he?
No. They're okay movies, but they're not good Batman movies. Exactly. That's my problem.
And that's what
wait. Batman Begins. You just said Batman Begins. Batman Begins. That's my favorite one. That's my favorite one.
No, Batman Begins is a good Batman movie and a good movie. but the other two are good movies, but not good Batman representations.
And one of the best comic book movies of all fucking time.
Which one? Dark Knight?
Batman Begins and Dark Knight.
No, I said Batman Begins was good. I said Batman Begins. I saw it 3 times in the theater. Batman Begins is a good Batman movie and a good movie.
No, J-Man, he's trying to backdoor Dark Knight into it.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, that he took all the fantasy elements.
There's no Batcave,
which is what I said earlier.
There was
today.
a Batcave.
Like, no.
An apartment building.
No, what I said is it's not. What I said is it's not realistic.
It's awful.
Like,
the Batmobile is a tank or something stupid.
Yeah.
He said he took away all fantasy elements.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the realism of what Batman's doing in those movies. It's not realistic.
No, we were talking about it not being a comic book movie.
You can't do that shit.
Right, but he thought it was realistic, but Batman looks silly in those movies because he's the only one who's adhering to comic book realities where everyone else is more grounded, and Batman ends up looking silly. It's like, why does he have the cowl? Why does he have the horns? Like, what do they do? They're just there. Why does he have a symbol on his chest? Like, why even have that? Like,
I think you're thinking about it too far, man. Like,
well, that's this is what I do all day. I literally think about this all day. That's the point of all this. But in any case, Warner Brothers just sees money, and they're like, "Oh, the Nolan movies made good money. Let's get him to do Superman." He doesn't care about Superman, morons. It's like, okay, well, let's get Zack Snyder, who also doesn't care about Superman or doesn't understand the character.
Dude,
okay, morons.
If you want to see something that will make you fucking cry,
dear.
there's a video up there. Where
I thought you were going to say there's a 6-hour Justice League.
No. There's a video. I'll share a link with you sometime. But like, it's basically talking about the history of the production of Superman movies,
right?
And it's so fucking upsetting. The amount of great talent who clearly love the character, who asked, begged, put feelers out there. Warner Brothers, let us make this fucking Superman movie, and they've just said no.
They won't.
It's just outrageous. It's. I'm talking about Matthew Vaughn, dude. Matthew fucking Vaughn of X-Men, First Class, a Kick-Ass. Clearly loves comics. Says Superman's one of his favorite characters. They haven't even listened to a pitch. They haven't even got a script together for the fucking guy. And then you've got the guy, what's his name? The guy who did Mad Max.
George Miller
loves the character. Wants to pitch something. It's infuriating. And the people that they have let do pitches like J.J. Abrams, which is
who doesn't care about anything.
Who doesn't care about the character, doesn't like the character. It's like the first thing that they want to hear when you pitch a Superman movie to fucking Warner Brothers is, oh, I don't like Superman, I want to fix him.
Right, they want to
deconstruct it.
Deconstruct, yes, that's the term. Yeah, they want to deconstruct a character that's like 80 years old that has worked and has been around us our entire lives. Look at what Marvel's doing. There's a cartoon right now. My niece and nephew are 3. They just turned 3. There's a cartoon called Spidey and His Amazing Friends, not Spider-Man, not the one that we would have had when we were kids. And it's like cutesy versions of Miles, cutesy versions of Gwen and Spider-Man. And they go around, they fight Green Goblin, and Green Goblin throws pumpkin bombs, but he makes a mess. They don't blow up. They just make a mess, right? So then they're like, we have to clean up because Green Goblin's just messing up the town, and Rhino isn't a killer. He runs around smashing stuff. They're like, he's breaking stuff. And the thing is, my niece and nephew love it. So I bought them all the Spider-Man stuff. And the point of it is that they're going to grow up in every stage of their life. They're going to have something Spider-Man related to link to. They're going to have this cartoon, which is a baby cartoon. Once they get into their 10s and 11s and 12s, they'll have a better animated series to look forward to. Once they get into their 15, 16-year-olds, they'll have live action film to get into. And this is how you build brands and franchises that last forever. Same like Superman. We grew up with Superman birthday cakes. We had cartoons, we had toys, and we had them for different levels. Like,
and that's what I'm saying. And I think the most important level is film, to be honest, because I was saying this about Wonder Woman. I can't tell you how many arguments I used to have about fucking Wonder Woman before 2017 Wonder Woman came out.
Yep, me too.
About how cool a character she is. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? You mean the one who has the lasso of truth and she spins around to become Wonder Woman? I'm like, dude, she's evolved since then. People don't understand that. General audiences don't understand, like, they're really different in the comic. Oh, you see the cartoon. If you see the cartoon, you'll understand how cool the character is. They don't get that. You have to read for each generation with the new technologies that come out in filmmaking and stuff like that. You have to present that character for them, because Christopher Reeves doesn't make sense to kids. And I don't mean the spirit of Christopher Reeves. I'm talking about the literal how he looks flying. That looks lame to them.
Yeah. And you know what? There's people out there that think Dick Grayson is still Robin. Like, and he hasn't, and he wasn't even Robin when I was like a kid, right? Like it's like, because I've got the first appearance of Tim Drake that I just bought off the comic shelf. Like I was like, oh, Tim Drake, who's this guy? Oh, okay. And, and I remember Jason Todd dying, and you have to phone in. You could phone in and make him live, or phone in and make him die. You could vote for it. And I actually have that. So, but people don't know, and it's not in the public eye. So you have to get it. But the trick of it is to, when you introduce them to the public eye, you have to make a good quality movie that also appeals to the nerds, but also to the general public. The general public is tough because they want to have a good time. They see superheroes as a good time in the theater.
And
right? Hold on a second.
I kind of agree with that, but
if you can't take your son and your family to Superman, what the hell world are we living in? Like, if you can't take your kids and have an enjoyable Superman film, then something's been lost. You can deconstruct Superman in other mediums. You can deconstruct them in a comic book and an Elseworlds title, something that adults read. Kids don't read comics really. I go every week and I never see kids there. And so it's like you can deconstruct them in other mediums, right? You maybe do a TV show that's a little different or something. You can't deconstruct them in a $100 million film.
Or you can do a film with the normal Superman, and then along the way he can have a journey where he does go to a bit of the dark side. But at least present the normal one first, so that it makes sense when you can have the contrast to with a darker version. I mean,
Superman 3 had the dark Superman, right?
Right, exactly.
Not Superman 1.
Superman 3.
I don't agree. I think general audiences are quite easily satisfied. I mean, look at Transformers. Look at fucking, even the MCU. Most of the DC. Wait. Very easily.
Why did you bring up Transformers? Because a lot of people aren't satisfied with those Transformers movies.
Whatever. I'm just saying, general audiences will eat up a lot of fucking stuff. I don't think I would like to see a masterpiece, like fucking the Godfather of Superman movies. I'd love to see that, but I don't think you have to do it that great for people to be like, oh, that's a really cool character. We want to go and see more of that. I think you just have to get it maybe as good as something, even just Spider-Man Homecoming. If you got a Superman movie as good as Spider-Man Homecoming, I'm sure a lot of people will be down for it. But I'd like to see it done. I'd like to see it done much, much better than that.
Right, I agree with you. Yeah, I think with Superman, it's the character more. Like for your Transformers thing, the Transformers directly speaks to a specific age group. Like literally my age. I'm 44. So if you're in your 40s, you're a Transformers guy because you watched that as a kid, right? So it's like that's the age group. And for us, those movies were offensive. But for a generic person who doesn't know anything, they're like, oh, giant robots are fighting. This is cool. But for Superman, because he is so globally known and he has been with everybody on this planet for a long time, like people have lived and died within a span where they could have had everything with Superman because he's 85 years old. So literally there's people who have lived and died and Superman has outlived them, right? And because he's so known, he has to be portrayed as a good guy. Like people, when BVS came out, everybody asked me like, why is Batman fighting Superman? I thought they were friends. I'm like, well, they're fighting each other because of this Frank Miller thing. And really, you know what? This movie's trash, so don't worry about it. But like, it's like, why are they fighting in the movie? I don't know, because the script tells them they kind of have to, I guess. And people were like, does Superman kill? It's like, sure, I don't know, maybe. It's like these movies suck. Don't worry about it. It's like it's whatever you think, right?
That was Zack Snyder's diversity for you right in the beginning.
Right, that's his And Wonder Woman.
First thing he does is kill a black dude. Like in PBS. The first thing you want to see Superman do. The guy who cares about everyone, all human beings, no matter what race or creed. Kill a black guy in the first fucking.
He should have killed everybody equally. That was the thing. He should have killed more people.
Well, to defend that scene, like I said, we never seen the black guy die, right? So,
all right, come on. Then you have to make it clear that he didn't die.
I know he went through a while, but there's shit in these superhero movies where we've seen like Black Widow fall off a fucking rooftop and survive.
That guy was dead.
But Black Widow has plot armor. Black Widow has plot armor. That guy didn't have plot armor.
Yeah, good point, but I'm just saying it doesn't
no
mean
need for it. I swear to God, Zack Snyder did that to troll Superman fans. He was like, I know everyone who doesn't give a shit about Superman is gonna love this movie, so that's gonna drown out the Superman fans, who are gonna go against it. So it's gonna drown them out anyway. So I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna troll them a little. Superman doesn't kill. All right, I'm just gonna get him to kill a person he absolutely has no need to kill whatsoever. I know that's why he did that. I've seen his little interviews, and I've seen he's got a little spiteful side to him. And he didn't like that we fucking went off against his little Superman movie where he was, hope. And then he breaks a guy's neck at the end of it. You're like, the whole fucking film you're talking about hope. How is that a hopeful ending to you? That's the theme of the film. It just...
And he's screaming like a man. He's like, oh, it's like, if you're going to go ahead and deconstruct Superman, make him crazy then, if you want to. But, like, it's like he wants... I don't get it.
J-Man, one of the things I found out on that video about Superman, like the whole thing, where it was going through the history, there was a lot of stuff of Henry Cavill being interviewed. Henry Cavill ad-libbed that shit. That wasn't in the script. Superman was just supposed to stand there and not even react to killing this guy.
Yeah, so even Henry Cavill knew it's like, I should be upset that I had to do this. Right? Should Superman be upset that he killed someone?
I love the bit in BVS. I remember in the cinema so clearly. And I like this movie. I know I'm guessing it and stuff, but there's a lot of aspects of it I really like. But I remember sitting there in the cinema, and the Senate or whatever blows up. And Superman's face, it's just like he doesn't give a shit. He's like several, at least 50 dead people in front of him that he could have saved, and he just doesn't care. I'm baffled by some of Snyder's choices, and it's one of the things that it's like, I like the guy. I do like the fact that he swings for the fences, no matter what you want to say. I believe that Zack Snyder, each time he makes a movie, is trying to make a great movie. Like a great movie. Not just a good one, a great one. Or not just one that's passable or something like that. That's something I'll always defend. You might fail, but I'd rather you go for greatness and fail than just go for mediocrity and waste my time. Right.
Yeah. And I'm good with Henry Cavill returning and maybe doing a better, like a proper Superman. Like I always am in the idea that, let's see what we can do, because right now there's so many actors that are playing Superman and Batman that it's getting kind of lost, where there's not going to be a generation that had a Batman, right, or had a Superman, to even fall back on, and that builds your relationship to the character.
I think Batman's fine now.
Yeah, he'll continue on because just through his popularity alone is enough. But I mean, it'd be nice to have someone play Superman for to beat the record of Christopher Reeve and go 5-6 movies and be like, let's go for sort of like a James Bond where most of the actors did at least 5 or so, right? I mean, it's just so unstable right now. They keep retrying and retrying, and they have to start with the character first. And be like, look, what is Superman?
Exactly. And I loved Christopher Reeve's performance, but I can't stand when people say, "Oh, no one's ever going to be better than Christopher Reeve." I can think of a few guys that I could bet money.
Name them.
Well, Chris Reeve is the best to me. He's my hero. I donate to his charity.
I love Christopher Reeve. If you gave me time to think about it, then yes, I could.
No.
even the guy who played him in Superman, Man of Tomorrow. Like, I think it's a decent animated movie. I don't think it's the best animated movie.
You're not gonna slander Christopher Reeve on a stream that I'm on, okay?
I'm not slandering him. I think he's fantastic. I love his performance. I think it goes back to what's his name? Not Charlie Chaplin, the other guy.
Buster Keaton.
Buster Keaton. Like, it takes elements of that. It takes elements, so many different elements of those kind of movies but like getting the slapstick so done well, and like the dichotomy between the two characters. I think that's fantastic. But I also think there are really, really great actors these days who could bring something new and fresh to the character while being respectful to the core and what the character actually means, and give us a new spin on him. Maybe add a little bit of complexity. Just like I know you guys are gonna fucking roast me for saying this, but just like I think Michael Keaton did a great job with Batman, but
he did.
In Batman Begins, Christian Bale brought different flavors to the character that I think broadened out what he meant, and
they were all sour.
Okay, that's really, I know you think they were sour, but I think
the thing with well, Christopher Reeve to me is one of my heroes. I have a recurring donation to his charity at monthly. I love Christopher Reeve as an actor, a person. I watch all of his interviews, and he is Superman to me. However, I am a Superman fan, which means that I want the character to continue and survive in the best possible way through either comics. I've never missed a Superman comic. A movie.
What do you think about Superman and Lois?
I like Superman and Lois. There are some problems with it. There's a
Tyler Hoechlin ain't doing a bad job.
Tyler Hoechlin is doing a great job. I think he's very good. And I think people
if he was looked better, personally, because I personally just don't. He doesn't look like Superman to me. But if he looked better, I would say he's up there with Christopher Reeve. Like, he could, like, not on the same level, obviously, but it's something a little bit better than that with a better look of the guy. I'm telling you, I think Christopher Reeve would say that, and Christopher Reeve would want that. He wouldn't want to be the guy who's going to be for the rest of the time the best Superman ever.
I don't think
he wants the character to grow.
He wants the character. Yeah, and I actually know someone personally who thinks George Reeves from the television series is Superman. Like, he was like, I'd run home and watch that, and he loved it. And he's like, that is Superman to me. Christopher Reeve is okay, but he's not as good as this guy. So everyone's going to have their choice. But I'm a fan of Superman. I want him to continue. My personal favorite is Christopher Reeve, but that's for many reasons. But also that movie, because of the high caliber, like the high quality of that movie, all of the acting, the state-of-the-art effects at the time, the treatment of the character being a serious film, being a more serious take, and that sort of catapulting all superhero films to a higher level. People need to give slightly more respect to that, in the sense that, like, look, it's like, prior to that, people thought superheroes were cheesy and silly and for kids. And that movie, with the high caliber actors that they got and everything, really elevated the entire genre while making a good movie. Because it's like, sometimes movies elevate a genre or an effect, like Avatar did great 3D effects, but that movie's just a bit of a generic story. But Superman did everything well. And I don't like, and I think why I'm more interested in helping Christopher Reeve and defending his name more is that a lot of people now seem to diss that. And they're not like you, Nerd Man. I'm not saying you're dissing it, but they're more like, well, Christopher Reeve is okay, but this person's much better. It's like, that's a heavy statement to make, and I don't see any.
I don't know how anyone can. I'll be fair to Henry Cavill. I loved him in that Justice League movie. The little bit that he had to do, I was like, wow, you could do it. You could really do it. And you could make your own one, not try and be Christopher Reeves like he did in the Justice League, like where he was just like doing a bad Chris Reeves impression. Yes. It was like his own Clark Kent and his own, and I thought, wow, you've got something there. Now, obviously, it's not on the level of Chris Reeves.
He needs a writer and a director.
But that being said, people who say that Cavill is better than Chris Reeves, I'd just like to live in their world because
that's insane.
I just think that's insane.
Or even to downplay the accomplishments of the Christopher Reeve film is really it just shows that they're ignorant of the way that films work, the way that pop culture happens, the way that franchises are built. It's more like just like if someone tells you that the Christopher Reeve film is not a good film, or it was good for its time, or these backhanded compliments, it's like that's an automatic red flag to me that this person has no idea what they're talking about in terms of film, superheroes, or comic books. So that's sort of, and even when you have people say, "Oh, Superman's a trash character," which that's an automatic red flag to me. Like, we wouldn't even be talking right now without Superman, the character. There'd be no conventions. Basically, Star Trek, Doctor Who, Superman, and Star Wars are everything that there is in this life right now. Without those three things, we wouldn't be talking. We wouldn't have any of this.
So you obviously you probably think that I don't know what I'm talking about, because
if you say Superman,
I think Star Wars is a little
but Star Wars Revolution, again, it's a technical marvel. It elevated the genre. It brought something.
I did like The Empire Strikes Back. So
of course, that's a genius. If you say you don't like Empire Strikes Back, that's a red flag.
I just don't think it's one of the best movies of the 70s. I honestly don't. I don't get why it's up there with the best movies of the 70s. It was the 70s, right? Empire Strikes Back.
Empire Strikes Back is 1980.
Okay, that was 80.
But Star Wars is 77, so you can count it as the 70s.
I like so many other sci-fis or fantasy films just from that era more. It's too detached, the Star Wars universe. I just don't care enough that it relates to anything that's going on in our world. I guess that's my problem, which isn't a problem with the film, because that's not what it's going for.
Right. The filmmakers of today don't have a lot of stuff to fall back on. The filmmakers of yesterday, like the George Lucases and the Spielbergs and these sort of guys that made these classic movies, they loved old movie serials like the Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, and they really loved this kind of stuff. And this was all B-grade cinema, which I also happen to enjoy. But the thing is, it was a lot of fun and it was a lot of adventure. And these people grew up, they loved King Kong, right? They loved all these, and they grew up to create these really amazing movies that touched people.
They have the magical kind of thing to them, quality.
Yeah, Ray Harryhausen, Ray Harryhausen with Jason the Argonauts, Sinbad, Titans, all those kinds of movies. Again, he was an inspiration to so many people, like James Cameron. You look at and Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Carter, Tarzan, all that stuff. It's
some people just don't like. But WZ, tell me this: have you ever watched Superman and the Elitist, the animated film, or Superman? Because if you don't like Superman and the Elitist, the animated film, or you don't like what was the other one, All Star Superman, the animated film, then you don't like Superman.
I loved All Star Superman.
I know. I'm saying the animated one as well. If you don't like those. If you don't like those two movies, you do not like Superman. There's nothing that Superman could do to make
by saying Superman is trash, it's like the point of that is that it's like, okay, but then you don't like anything to do with superheroes, because if you're a scientist, you don't walk around saying Albert Einstein is trash. It doesn't make any sense. It's not same. You're not a pop culture person. It's like Superman, Spider-Man. These are important characters in pop culture. You might not like Superman and be like, I don't find that to be an interesting character. But to say it's trash doesn't make sense. It's like,
I think trash and not this is trash. This is all of that stuff. I've started playing into it, ironically, on YouTube and stuff. But I think all of that is ridiculous, really. When people say something's trash or they say something's this, the opposite. That being said, I think, people have their taste, and some people genuinely don't like Superman. They just don't.
But that's different than saying
yeah, exactly. The character's not good is, I think, silly, because otherwise, why would so many people love it? That's why I say Star Wars isn't for me. I'm not going to go and say it's trash. It's just not for me.
Right.
I doesn't capture something. Maybe it's my experience that I've had so far in life or whatever the fuck it is. But there's no way Luke Skywalker isn't a great character or Han Solo isn't a great character, because otherwise so many people wouldn't like them.
My wife is not a Star Wars fan
either.
She grew up in India, so they didn't really, Star Wars wasn't super big there, but it was mostly a boy thing. But she just thought, these are pretty good movies, but it's not changing my life or anything like that, right?
Yeah. What are you gonna say, Anzo? Or was it Rogue that seemed like you wanted to say something?
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I think I am gonna leave it at that. It's just I enjoy talking to you guys so much. So each time I'm like wanting to stop the stream. I'm just like, But yeah,
when we did our Man of Steel thing, I woke up and there was like 300 tweets saying that what an idiot I am or whatever. I literally didn't read any of them. I just ignored them all, and I just posted one thing saying, "Yeah, okay, if you think that's fine, but whatever."
Yeah, I'll never like Man of Steel. It's extraordinary to me. Like it really is. Like I just feel like. Is it just me, or can you just look through plot holes and it just doesn't matter as long as there's like big action spectacle? And that's what I never get. It's like just in virtue of big action spectacle, how much people can ignore just doesn't make sense in the movie. I've never understood it. I don't know that there's any. Well, I'm trying to think, but yeah, it's that, and then the fact that Superman is just really boring in it. Like when I saw that movie, that was the first time I ever understood why people say Superman's boring. I'm like, he's an overpowered person who can't be hurt. He's indestructible, and he just has no personality. Yeah, that's boring. What I saw in Christopher Reeve wasn't boring.
Yeah, well, Clark Kent has personality, and he gets it from his parents, and his parents weren't very good in that movie, so it's all just a downer.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. Like Superman, the character is Clark Kent. Clark Kent is the real person. Whether his DNA says he's an alien, it doesn't matter. Clark Kent is a human, and he's the best of humanity. Clark Kent is the real person. Superman is the job, right? He puts on the cape and he projects like a very strong, big jaw and standing up straight, and it's like, I'm Superman. But Clark Kent is a sweet person, looks for the truth. Clark Kent could have been anything. He could have been a firefighter. He could have been like,
I don't think so. I don't think Clark Kent is the real person, but I think he's the person that you feel for more. I think you have to have like the fact that you have a whole Superman movie where you don't have the Clark Kent persona like was in Man of Steel. I think that's a big part of the problem, because if you don't have, he doesn't. So in that movie, it's like he's just some handsome fucking dude,
right?
He doesn't like really talk too much, and just gets the girl straight away because he's fucking hot, as the woman at the end says. And it's just like, as a guy, I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't get chicks like so easily, and I'm not some hot buff dude with like muscles coming up, so I don't see that as like particularly interesting. Whereas the Clark Kent who's, has the issues getting Lois Lane, who's, pining after her, that's at least some in to feeling, like you can relate to this super indestructible character, the kind of Clark Kent who is made fun of by his boss, and people do see him as like this small town guy who, is a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? But
he's a bumpkin,
a little bit, yeah, exactly, a bumpkin or something like that. That's again things where because the world is like most people in the world's a bit down on him. You relate to him a little bit more. Superman, the world isn't down on him, so
it's not
a relatable character. Yeah.
An hour ago, looks like Joss Whedon got to direct an Endgame after all. Rather than address all of the lies and buffoonery today, I will be celebrating the legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Tomorrow, the work continues. Hashtag MLK Day. A greater than E.
What did he say?
Was that just tweeted out, or is that
an hour ago? Yes,
An
at
hour ago?
2:05.
Is that what Josh Whedon said?
Nope, that's what Ray Palmer said. I mean, Ray Fisher.
Ray Fisher.
I was gonna say Ray Palmer.
Oh, okay.
The Adam?
He's had enough.
Oh.
Maybe he was cut out of the Snyder Cut too.
No, he was in it. He was just so small. You couldn't see him.
Anyway, guys, yeah, I am gonna go. Guys, thanks so much for joining today. Really appreciated it. We've obviously added a lot to our lives by reading this article. That's the one thing we can all get out of it.
As MSK says, and nothing of value is lost.
Right. So, yeah, guys, thanks in the comments for keeping the discussion interesting, adding your own points. Really appreciate it. J-Man, Onzo, Mike, you're all my brothers. You know that. Apart from that, peace, guys, and I'll see you on the flip side. And you know what I'm gonna say, Mike. Love you 3000.
Don't do it.
Peace.